know how the market day started.
Find out how it finishes.
Public markets to private markets.
From the micro to the macro.
Covering retail, entertainment, the business of sports.
The supply chains, trade policy, how it all is impacting the U.S. equity market as we drive to the closing bell at 4 p.m.
A holistic approach to covering financial markets.
If it matters to your life, we're covering it. I'm Katie Greifeld.
And I'm Romaine Bostic, and this is The Close.
Live every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
At a time when policy in Washington is driving Wall Street, we draw a distinction between the rhetoric and the action, bringing you market-moving guests and original reporting. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute political news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Tyler Kendall in Washington, and this is Bloomberg.
If you grab those headphones, I want to play you a little of a very striking appearance that you made while you were in office at MI6 when you appeared on a stage with the FT with your then US counterpart,
Indeed.
William Burns, and this is part of what you said.
I think our partnership does matter enormously to both of our services, but I think also to both of our countries. We have no better foreign partner in the world, my agency doesn't, than SIS.
We will share more with each other than we will do with anyone else because of the high levels of trust that built up over many, many years. This partnership goes back in one form or another over a century.
So that was you in September 2024.
Indeed.
What were the last 9 months of your service like with the Trump administration?
So Bill moved out, of course. He was a wonderful colleague, Bill Burns, and one of the great sort of public servants of the U.S. in recent decades. And he was replaced by a gentleman called John Ratcliffe, who has been an excellent partner. And clearly you get changes of administration. In Washington, you get changes of government in the UK. And in my case, rather too many. Leaving aside the politics, just the sheer number of prime ministers, foreign secretaries that I dealt with in my 5 years. So that moves on, but the partnership remains the most critical one for our two nations. And the people called upon to steward that relationship, the chief of MI6 and the director of CIA, worked very, very hard on that relationship.
Are you suggesting there's been no change at all? Because there was a very obvious practical change where in March, the US suspended intelligence sharing with Ukraine for a bit. So that was an indication of a very different era. William Burns himself has characterized this period in the US as being a really difficult one, that the sacking of officials, including intelligence officials, has been about retribution rather than reform.
What I can say on that is that the relationship continues to be a really important and strong one, and I work really hard on it. All relationships evolve, they change, the personalities change, the policies change, and when you're chief of MI6, you deal with the world as it is and get on with it.
But help me understand how
you use your influence, don't you? So Ukraine is a good example where we have very clear views in the UK about prosecuting that war and how to support the Ukrainians. And our voice is one that is listened to in Washington. So things change, move around a bit. That's the style of the current administration. But we are always there, and it's our responsibility to use that to convey exactly what the intelligence is telling us. And it's telling us, for example, that Putin has no intention of doing a deal, that this is not an issue for him purely of territory. This is about dominating Ukraine and turning Ukraine into something that looks rather like its neighbor, Belarus. So all of that stuff we talk to the Americans about all the time.
So
and I think you can see sometimes the impact of
doing
that.
A deal, Vladimir Putin, if he has no intention of doing a deal, then how do you see this ending?
At the moment. So I don't think under current conditions that Putin, well, I mean, I'm basing this on, access as I had a few weeks ago to our understanding of the intelligence on it, and that is that he's not ready to do a deal. So for me, the answer to that is he needs to be put under more pressure, so he is prepared to do a deal. The president of Ukraine is clearly ready to do a deal. He's remarkably, in the pursuit of peace, prepared to give away up to 20% of his country de facto. and yet Putin is not. So what's going to change that? More pressure on the battlefield, and there's an opportunity to put a lot more pressure on Putin at home. And I don't pretend that that is going to give immediate results. One of the things I would say in this space is we have to be patient. We have to be prepared to see this off. And I've talked about this, including with Bill on that occasion that you gave us the quote from, the just seminal importance of this for the Western alliance, that we do not lose this contest of wills.
So you've told me your reading of President Putin. What about your reading of President Trump? Why does he give Putin the red carpet welcome?
Michelle, the wonderful thing about the job I had the honor of doing is that we spy on Putin, but we don't spy on our American allies. My job is to inform my own prime minister, and then to discuss with the director of CIA, as I was saying, the picture we have of what's driving Putin. And so I think there has been an evolution of thinking in the administration about Putin, and clearly Putin is trying to play us. He's an intelligence officer, Michelle. I recognize the type. He's trying to maneuver us into a place which is convenient for him, and we need to pin him down and not allow him that maneuverability.
You're painting a picture of a still long war ahead, I think.
I don't know. I was paid to steal secrets, not solve mysteries. So I don't know how long it would be, but it's just so important that we don't lose this contest of wills, not just because of what that does inside Putin and other senior Russian minds, but also because President Xi is watching this really carefully. And the Chinese leadership has evolved a sort of narrative of Western weakness ever since the international financial crisis. There's a real danger that if he sees us being weak on Ukraine, then he will draw conclusions from that on his own behaviors around the South China Sea and potentially on Taiwan.
Have those two countries, Russia and China, been pushed closer together by America's actions this year?
I don't think they've been pushed together by the US. They have been pushed together by their alliance particularly around Ukraine. It's a very unequal arrangement, but Putin has become increasingly dependent on Chinese support. And although I think the Chinese have not given the Russians some of the more sophisticated end of weaponry, it is the case that they have been very helpful with what things are called dual-use things. In other words, things which might have a civil and a military application. The thing that I would worry most is that are we going to stay in this game? Are we going to keep being good enough at our methodology, our tradecraft, to keep in this game? Are we going to get the right technology fast enough to stay in the game?
Good morning. This has been Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Lizzie Burden in London, and these are the stories that set your agenda.
Taking you from the U.S. market's close to the overnight session in Asia, we'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart Europe's trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market-moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in to Daybreak Europe, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
So when you step away from all of that, as you have now, what is the decompression like? Because what you're describing is, I mean, it must affect every area of your life. I imagine you can't really do a job like that without devoting probably every waking hour to it.
I didn't worry about things I couldn't change, for starters. The thing that I would focus a lot on is around our own business, the business of human intelligence work, of keeping that going in a world where the tools of surveillance used against you are pretty sophisticated. So the thing that I would worry most is that are we going to stay in this game? Are we going to keep being good enough at our methodology, our tradecraft, to keep in this game? Are we going to get the right technology fast enough to stay in the game?
So is it much more about technology than the human factor now compared to the way you worked?
It's both. It's just not binary at all. So you need great technology, and AI helps us enormously in interrogating vast amounts of data and perhaps helping us to find somebody who might be prepared to help us. At the same time, you can see in China that the surveillance state is pretty well advanced, and a lot of that technology makes its way overseas. And so it doesn't have to be Beijing. You might encounter that in Dubai or, I don't know, another city. So we have to be very mindful of the capabilities that are deployed against us. So I worried about that. I worried about whether we'd stay on top of the game. I'm glad to report I think we are, but it's a bit of an arms race. It's a thing you have to continue to do. And one of the reasons I decided that we needed to be a little bit more open about ourselves and speak about our mission a bit more was partly because I wanted to engage technology outside government, because they would often have the solutions that would help us in that space.
You mean the OpenAIs and the Googles of this world?
All kinds, everything from the really big defense or tech companies to the woman doing something in her garage to invent something utterly brilliant. And both of them, actually, in some ways, the bigger companies are easier to reach. We had sort of structures for doing that. We would clear members of their team so they could see some of the secret stuff. But if you're a small startup, that's not your world. And if we were to wait and say, we need to put you through security vetting, these people start up, make their billion and go out of business, don't they, in the time it would take us to go through a vetting process. So
did that happen?
That
Did you manage to do some kind of fast track?
We've done some great stuff, both HMGCC, which is a horrible acronym, I apologize for it, but it is basically our national security engineering hub. If you are a Bond fan, I suppose it's the nearest we have to Q Labs. It sits in Milton Keynes, and they've been much more open about their mission and their technology. And you can now go to a building near the Milton Keynes station, and you can literally walk in and talk about some of the technology. That's one thing. And the second thing, a few years ago, under Alex Younger, my predecessor, we decided to get into the venture capital side. So there's a thing called the National Security Strategic Investment Fund, and it looks at technologies which might not quite make it if left purely to the commercial side, but by, if you like, having a UK intelligence community imprimatur on a particular bit of technology, it often excites the interest of private venture capital, and they bring in and say, and we've got something like a 40%, they call it a pull-through rate. So of the technologies that are invested in, 40% of them end up being used in the organization, and that's a big change.
So what's life on the outside feel like?
I think if you're going to do these jobs, you do them for 5 years, and you do actually have to look after yourself. And I had an extraordinary institution under me, and you can delegate. And I had brilliant directors general, the next level below me in the organization, and I could walk away and have a holiday. Clearly, if something massive blew up, then you'd come home. But by and large, you could do that. I'm also, I think, a reasonably calm person, and so I'm not a big fretter. I think you don't want a worrier in this job. So for all those reasons, I haven't found, the last 6 weeks, I think a lot of friends are looking for me to sort of look totally transformed, but I don't feel that way. I had a very nice holiday with Maggie in Tuscany, which we really enjoyed. And then we came back, and I'm sort of thinking about what I might do next.
Might that be there's a vacancy for ambassador in Washington?
Not for me, there isn't. I wish whoever takes on that role the best of luck, and I'm sure they'll get a great candidate.
So easily?
Because I say it so easily because, of course, I've given it a lot of thought and made a decision. So it's easy then, isn't it?
But why?
But why? Because I think there are people better qualified than me to do the job. And after 5 years of a really reasonably intense job, I'm ready to do some other things, including, say, a bit more of my grandson and the other stuff.
Richard Moore, thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Michelle.
Astonishing day for US technology.
It's shaping the region's technology ecosystem.
Asia's biggest tech news and innovation.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geoeconomic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Vonnie Quinn in Sao Paulo, Brazil, and this is Bloomberg.
The belief for climate change is going down right now. It's going down. And we've tried everything to shame people and blame people and put them in their place and tell them that they're doing things wrong and that they're killing everybody. But if we keep telling them that, then we are going to kill everybody. So we got to figure this out. And we're not going to do it by blaming people who are just trying to wake up and make ends meet every day, especially when a lot of those people have the same connection to nature and the environment that we all share here. I hike and I ski and I love the environment just as much as anybody else, but so does somebody who works in an oil field. The Cabela's shopper and the REI shopper want the same things. They want clean air and they want clean water and they want to be able to recreate outdoors. So until we figure out how to get on the same page, we will continue to lose. We cannot afford to lose anymore. We need to build a winning coalition of people across the political spectrum, or we will never create the solutions that we need.
Good morning. I'm Joanna Versace in Dubai, and here's what we're following this morning. Donald Trump says the U.S. will come to the rescue of protesters if Iran shoots or kills them. The U.S. president's post on Truth Social comes after reports that several people were killed and dozens arrested after protests turned violent. Iranian media say the unrest began after the country's currency plunged to historic lows, triggering a rise in food prices, with overall inflation hitting more than 40% in December. It's reported that Russia has asked the U.S. to stop its pursuit of a vessel that had been sailing for Venezuela and is now fleeing the Coast Guard in the Atlantic. According to the New York Times, the request was delivered late on New Year's Eve to the U.S. State Department and White House Homeland Security Council. China's DeepSeek has published a paper outlining a more efficient approach to developing AI. The document introduces a framework designed to improve scalability while reducing the computational and energy demands of training advanced AI systems. Previous such publications by DeepSeek have foreshadowed the release of major new models. And speaking of AI, let's get a check on how markets are faring this morning, because AI tangential sectors, the tech sector, is really off to a very strong start to the year. The Hang Seng up 2.7% today in trade. The Stock 600 been open for about half an hour, also leaning towards the green, up 0.5%. And the Nasdaq 100 future is seen opening up in positive territory as well, up 0.9%. Should be said, though, that for global stocks, 2025 was the strongest year, the strongest performance since 2019. So we're off to a strong start today as well, first trading day of the year. As for precious metals, we've got silver trading up north of around 4% this morning, regaining some of the ground lost over the last couple of days after putting its best performance since 1979 last year. This is Bloomberg.
What is the origin story of the way AI has changed all our lives in the last few years? The conversation you're about to hear is with someone who has seen it all, someone who has played a really transformative role herself in what is happening around us now, in the development of this transformational technology. She has been called the godmother of AI, but I think that doesn't fully cover what she has contributed herself. And frankly, I think her work ought to be better known. She is a scientist, a professor, a tech CEO, and someone who has seen hardship in her life. She moved from China to the United States when she was 15 with little English, and later ran her parents' dry cleaning business so that she could help her family stay afloat. So here's my conversation with Dr. Fei-Fei Li on The Michelle Hussein Show. Dr. Fei-Fei Li, thank you for coming on the show. I'd love to start with this remarkable period for your industry. It's 3 years since ChatGPT was released to the public, and since then there have been new vehicles, new apps, huge amounts of investment flowing towards the industry. How does this moment feel to you?
Well, first of all, Michelle, thank you for inviting me to this show. I'm very excited. How does this moment feels to me? It's a good question, because AI is not new to me. I've been in this field for 25 years. I live and breathe it every day since the beginning of my career. Yet this moment is still as daunting and almost surreal to me in terms of its massive, profound impact. It's genuinely true in my mind. This is a civilizational technology. And it's surreal personally to me because I'm part of the group of scientists that made this happen. And clearly I did not expect it'll be this massive.
When was the moment it changed? Because I know you've talked about the years when it was like an AI winter.
Yeah.
And what you're describing now, how the moment feels extraordinary even to you, is it because of the pace of developments, or is it because the world has woken up to it and therefore turned the spotlight on people like you?
I think it's intertwined, right? But for me, to define this as a civilizational technology is not about spotlight. It's not even about how powerful it is. It's about how many people it impacts. At the end of the day, technology, the end of technology is its impact to people. And I call it civilizational moment because everyone's life, work, well-being, future will somehow be touched by or impacted by AI. And
in bad ways as well as good?
Well, technology is a double-edged sword, right? Yes, I think both ways, because since the dawn of human civilization, we create tools we call technologies. And these tools are meant for, in general, for doing good things. But along the way, we might use it in the wrong way. We might intentionally use it in the wrong way, or we might have unintended consequences.
I'm struck by the fact that the power of this technology is in the hands of a very small number of companies, most of them American. How does that sit with you?
You're right. It's the major tech companies hold so much of the tech itself, and through their massively reaching products, they are impacting globally our society the most. I would personally like to see this technology being much more democratized. I would like to see, no matter who builds or holds the profound impact of this technology, do it in a responsible way. And I also do believe every individual in this era have and should feel they have the agency to impact this technology.
You, of course, in terms of companies in this field, you're part of that because you are
Yes.
a tech CEO as well as an academic. In fact, I think your very young company, little more than a year old, is reportedly already worth $1 billion.
Yes, I am co-founder CEO of World Labs, and we are a little more than a year old, and we are building the next frontier of AI, which is spatial intelligence, which people don't hear too much about today because we're all about large language models. But yet I believe spatial intelligence is as critical and complementary to language intelligence.
I want you to take us back again to the fact that you've seen the whole trajectory of this industry. You've been in it for 25 years. I know that your first academic love was physics.
Yes.
What was it in the life or work of the physicists you most admire that made you think beyond that particular field?
I grew up in a it's not a small town, but it's a less well-known city in China. And I come from a small family. So you could say life was small in a sense, you know, a small family, not too big a city. It was in the 80s, my childhood, which was fairly simple and isolated.
You're an only child?
I was the only
As was
child.
often the way in China under the one-child policy?
And my family in general is just small. And physics is almost the opposite. It's vast, it's audacious, the imagination is unbounded. What really, really fundamentally fascinates me to this day about physics is asking the audacious questions. It's not be afraid of asking the most boldest, audacious question about our physical world, of our universe, of where we come from. And
but your audacious question, I think, was about what is intelligence?
Yes, and I think it's rooted in my love for physics and my training in physics, that I look at each physicist I admire, look at their audacious question, right? And somewhere in the middle of my college, my audacious question shifted from physical matters to intelligence. What is it? How does it come about? And most fascinatingly, how do we build intelligent machines? And that became my quest, my North Star.
And that's a quantum leap, because from machines that were doing calculations and computations, you're really talking about machines that learn and that are constantly learning.
I like you use the physics pun, the quantum leap.
Yeah, crossing over into ordinary parlance. But I think, didn't you have this light bulb moment where, as you're thinking about intelligence, you realize that a critical part of that is our ability to recognize objects in the world around us. The fact that around us right now there are multiple objects.
Yes.
We know what they are.
Yes. The ability to recognize the vast number of objects, the variability, the diverseness that humans have about recognizing objects in the world is foundational. And there's a lot of neuroscience studies that backs this. So I decided that that was my first North Star. My PhD dissertation is to build machine algorithms. We at that point called it machine learning algorithms, to recognize as many objects as possible. And one of the inspiration I got in my early days of studying or trying to unlock this visual intelligence problem is look at how our visual semantic space is structured. There are so many tens and thousands and millions of objects in the world. How are they organized? Are they organized by alphabets? Or are they organized by size or colors?
And you asking that because you have to understand how our brains organize in order to have something to teach the computers.
That's one way to think about it. And I come upon this linguistic work called WordNet. WordNet is a way to organize semantic concepts, not visual, just semantic or words in a particular taxonomy. We as intelligent animals, as humans, we experience the world with massive amount of data.
And somehow we process it all.
Yeah, somehow we process it all and also learn it all. And we need to endow machines with that ability. Human creativity is still such a mystery. You know, people talk about AI doing everything, and I disagree. There's so much about the mystery of human mind that we don't know.
It's the most fascinating time for the global economy in years, and our conversations are front and center.
We're stress testing consequential ideas, and investors around the world are scoring them in real time, helping to translate the policies from Washington into actionable ideas for Wall Street.
It's the morning call you actually want to be a part of.
Separating the signal from the noise, with some fun along the way.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Trading day is about to start.
And you're already looking for that edge.
The opening trade brings you everything you need to know as markets open across Europe.
I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Anna Edwards.
And I'm Tom McKenzie.
This is your opening trade.
Only on Bloomberg.
Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
ImageNet was a huge breakthrough. It's the reason that you've been called the godmother of AI. I'd love to understand more about what it is about you that enabled you to make these connections and see things that other scientists didn't. And one that immediately comes to mind is that you acquired English as a second language after you moved to the United States. Is there something in that that led to what you're describing?
Michelle, that's a great question. I've been asked this question, and my true answer is I don't know. Human creativity is still such a mystery. You know, people talk about AI doing everything, and I disagree. There's so much about the mystery of human mind that we don't know. So I can only conjecture that a combination of my interest and my experiences led to this, including the curiosity and the hunger for audacious problem definition. I find myself, I'm not afraid of asking crazy questions in science, not afraid of seeking solutions that's out of box. And maybe my appreciation for the linguistic link with the vision might be accentuated by my own journey of learning a different language, but I don't know the answer.
What was it like coming to the United States as a teenager? Because I think that's a particularly difficult stage in life to move and to have to make new friends, even if you weren't battling a language barrier.
That was hard. I think being an immigrant, I came to this country in America when I was 15 in New Jersey, Parsippany, New Jersey. None of us, my parents nor I, spoke much English at all. I was young enough to learn more quickly. It was very hard for my parents, and we were we were not financially very well at all. My parents were doing cashier jobs, and I was doing Chinese restaurant jobs. Eventually, by the time I entered college, also, my mom's health was not so good. So my family and I decided we have to run this little dry cleaner shop in New Jersey to just make some money to survive. So
and you got involved yourself working in the dry cleaner.
I joked today I was the CEO. I ran the dry cleaner shop for 7 years.
From what age?
I was 18, 19 to the middle of my graduate school.
So all the way through college and graduate school.
Yes, 7 years.
Even when you're at a distance, you're running your parents' dry cleaning business.
Yes, because I was the one who speaks English.
What did it teach you?
Resilience. As a scientist, you have to be resilient because science is a nonlinear journey. It's nobody has one conjecture and all the solutions in front of you. All of a sudden, you have to go through such a challenge to arrive and find an answer. And as an immigrant, you learn to be resilient.
Do you think you could have had the career that you have had in China? Because now there are significant advances happening in AI in China.
I don't think I'm able to answer this question because I think life is so serendipitous, right? The journey would be very different.
Do you still feel connected to China?
It's part of my heritage. I'm also, I feel very lucky that my career has been in America, higher education, and then Silicon Valley, then as also in and out of industry. The environment my family right now is in, which is Stanford, San Francisco, Silicon Valley, is very, very international. So I feel very connected.
As you look ahead in this century, do you think China will catch up with the US in the way that it has in other fields like manufacturing?
I do think China is a powerhouse in AI. I think US is. I think in this moment, most people would recognize the two leading countries in AI are China and US. The excitement, the energy, And also, frankly, the ambition of many regions and many countries in the world of wanting to have a role in AI, wanting to catch up or even come ahead in certain areas of AI, that is pretty universal.
And I'm conscious yours is a very big, complex industry, but there are some immediate pressing issues. For example, and you'll have heard this many times before, number one, is AI going to destroy jobs, large numbers of jobs?
Technologies do change the landscape of labor. A technology as impactful and profound as AI will have a profound impact in jobs.
Which is happening already.
Which is happening
Salesforce
already.
said 50% of their customer support roles are going to go because of AI.
Right, and software engineering, contact centers, analyst jobs. So it will, there's no question about it.
It's not going to create as many jobs in its place, is it? I wonder if that worries you.
I think the jury is still out there. Every time humanity has created a more advanced technology, for example, steam engine, electricity, PC, we have cars, we have gone through difficult times, but we also have gone through re-landscaping of jobs. So only talking about the number bigger or smaller doesn't do justice. We need to look at this in a much more nuanced way and really think about how to respond to this change. There's the individual level responsibility. You got to learn. You got to upskill yourself. But there is also company level responsibility. There is also societal level responsibility. So this is a big, big question.
Do you get frustrated by some of the questions then? Because I know you talk to politicians, people with political power a lot. You've done that in the US, you've done that in the UK and in France and elsewhere. What's the most common question they ask you that you find frustrating?
I wouldn't use the word frustrating. I would use the word concerned, because I think our public discourse of AI need to move from the very simple question of what do we do when machine overlord is here? Another question I get asked a lot, possibly more than this question, is question from parents. Is that worldwide, parents ask me, AI is coming. How do I advise my kids? What's the future of my kids? What should they do? Should they study computer science? Are they going to have jobs?
And so answer it then. People listening to this are probably thinking exactly the same. What do you say?
The most important thing we should empower our kids is to empower them as humans with agency, with dignity, with the desire to learn. And there are timeless values of humanity, be an honest person, be a hardworking person, be creative, be critically thinking.
Don't worry about what they'll study.
Worry is not the right word. Be totally informed and understand that your children's future is going to be living in the world of AI technology. And depending on their interest, their passion, their personality, their circumstance, prepare them in that future. Worry doesn't solve the problem.
Are you conscious of the power that you have as a leader in this industry of our time and the future?
I'm conscious of my responsibility. I understand I'm one of the people who brought this technology to our world.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives.
And laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment.
And from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg Television.
This is the Bloomberg Weekend interview, and so we're always interested in people's lives as well as their work. And I realize that your life, the life that you're living today, is so different from the way that you grew up working in your parents' dry cleaner, keeping it.
I still do a lot of laundry at home, so.
Are you conscious of the power that you have as a leader in this industry of our time and the future?
I'm conscious of my responsibility. I understand I'm one of the people who brought this technology to our world. I understand that I'm so privileged to be working at the, one of the best universities in the world, educating the tomorrow's leaders and doing the cutting edge research. I'm conscious of myself being an entrepreneur and a CEO of one of the most exciting startups in the Gen AI world. So everything I do has a consequence, and that's a responsibility I shoulder. And I take that very seriously, because this is what I keep telling people. In the age of AI, the agency should be within humans. The agency is not the machines, it's ours. My agency is to create exciting technology and to use it responsibly.
And the humans in your life, your children, what do you not let them do with AI or with their devices or on the internet?
Not only my own children, anyone. I'm a teacher and educator. It's the timeless advice of don't do stupid things with your tools. You have to think about why you're using the tool and how you're using it. It could be as simple as don't be lazy just because there is AI, right? If you want to understand math, maybe large language models can give you the answer, but that is not the way to learn. Ask the right questions. You could use the AI tool to prompt a good question so that you learn because of it. So don't be lazy is one of them. The other side is don't use it to do bad things. For example, integrity of information, right? Fake images, fake voices, fake texts. These are issues of AI as well as our social media-driven communication in our society.
I think you're sort of calling for old-fashioned values amid this world full of new developments and challenges we couldn't have imagined even 3 years ago.
Yeah, you can call it old-fashioned, you can call it timeless. As an educator, as a mom, I think there are some human values that are timeless, and we need to recognize that.
Dr. Fei-Fei Li, thank you so much.
Thank you, Michelle.
Such an incredibly exciting moment with AI. It is really the most profound technology of our lifetimes, and I think it has the potential to help us rethink literally everything. The potential for economic impact, societal benefit is honestly boundless. When we think about the economic impact for Europe in particular, it's around a 1.2 trillion euro estimate of the productivity growth that can be unlocked. This platform shift that we are living through, I think, is going to create untold amounts of value for the world, but also for the businesses and for economies, which is why I'm incredibly optimistic in this moment for Europe, but also for the whole world.
How do you think about job losses or safety for some of the AI tools?
You know, I hear the anxiety and I understand the anxiety about jobs. I think that we are certainly going to live through a massive transition about how people learn to work alongside these tools. I mean, the reality is I do think there'll be some number of jobs that are displaced. I think it is a smaller number maybe than some anticipate. We estimate it's around 7%. And I think what's important is that we have programs that help those 7% transition into new fields of work. I think what is more likely is that most of us are going to learn to work alongside these tools. So we estimate about 2/3 of us, if When you think about the tasks you do in your daily life, when you look at every industry, there are administrative tasks that are happening everywhere, and that's what AI is most helpful in improving.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Haslinda Amin in Bangkok. This is Bloomberg.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
Why is it that NFTs have not recovered in the same way that, say, Bitcoin has?
Bloomberg is covering all things crypto.
It's a pretty spectacular story.
The people.
This is the future. This is the 21st century economy.
The transactions.
It snapped up nearly $1 billion of Bitcoin.
And the technology.
We need to build a digital Fort Knox.
That gives people financial freedom, and that's a wonderful thing.
That's extraordinary.
We ride the wave that is Bitcoin.
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays only on Bloomberg.
Good morning. I'm Joanna Bersetchi in Dubai, and here's what we're following this morning. At least 40 people are dead and several people injured after a fire broke out at a bar in the Swiss ski resort of Crans-Montana during New Year's celebrations. The resort is located in the popular tourism location of Valais. Local officials say the blaze was the result of an accident. Eyewitnesses reportedly told French media that a candle on a bottle was held too high and ignited the ceiling. A luxury hospitality subsidiary of LVMH is blaming a train company majority owned by private equity firm Carlyle for a deadly crash in Peru. The collision on the country's highest profile railway, which connects to the iconic Machu Picchu ruins, left 1 dead and dozens injured in a crash on Tuesday. In a letter to Peru's Prime Minister, LVMH's Balón said the train transited through an unauthorized part of the tracks, leading to a head-on crash with another going in an opposite direction. Zohran Mamdani has been sworn in as mayor of New York City, capping his historic rise to power over the past year. He is the city's first mayor of South Asian descent, as well as its first Muslim leader. The 34-year-old is also the city's youngest mayor in more than a century. Mamdani has issued 3 executive orders focusing on housing affordability to kickstart his agenda.
These policies are not simply about the costs we make free, but the lives we fill with freedom. For too long in our city, freedom has belonged only to those who can afford to buy it. Our city hall will change that. These promises carried our movement to City Hall, and they will carry us from the rallying cries of a campaign to the realities of a new era in politics.
The Trump administration has sanctioned some companies based in Hong Kong and mainland China, along with their related oil tankers, for evading restrictions on Venezuela's oil exports. It's the latest move in President Trump's pressure against Nicolas Maduro over alleged drug trafficking operations. China is Venezuela's biggest customer for oil exports. And let's take a look at how markets are faring on this first trading day of the year. We are seeing green for Stock 600. It's been open for about an hour now, up 0.8%. Also positive for Nasdaq 100, not yet open, but the futures are pointing to a solid start. This after a more positive handover from Hong Kong as well, with the Hang Seng north of 2-3% today. 30-year yields trading flat, but at one point we were up around 2-3 basis points on the session. The U.S. curve is steepening on this first trading day of the year. And then silver, precious metals, also in focus today, with silver up 3.9%, regaining some of the ground lost in the last couple of sessions. This is Bloomberg.
Ken Burns has been telling stories of America for nearly 50 years, becoming well known in that time for epic historical documentaries, from the American Civil War, which was a landmark TV moment back in 1990, all the way to today, and always working with PBS, American Public Broadcasting. For the last 10 years, he's worked on a project about the American Revolution, another huge topic, and a series that's being released just as history feels particularly contentious. So for our Thanksgiving episode, here's filmmaker Ken Burns talking to me for the Michelle Hussein Show. I'm conscious that we are speaking as Americans gather for Thanksgiving, and some are probably thinking about the stories of the early settlers, and the story that you have immersed yourself in for the last 10 years is the story of the revolution. You will have already known a lot about American history before you began. So what surprised you the most?
I had no idea of the complexity, the variety of individuals, the sense that it was a bloody civil war, in ways that our civil war is merely a sectional war, that it's a world war, a global war, maybe the 5th global war for the prize of North America, that it has the big ideas and all the famous, for Americans, founding fathers, the bold-faced names, if you will, but also hundreds of other people that are engaged in it who are important and give dynamics and dimension and complexity to the story. And that's all we want from our stories. We don't want a superficial Madison Avenue sanitized version of our past. We want a complete one. Everyone wants that. It doesn't matter about politics. You want dramatic stories. I mean, Shakespeare is complicated. We have a sign, a neon sign in our editing room that says in lowercase cursive, it's complicated, because in my business, the art has to be subservient to the facts. And when you learn new facts, and sometimes they're contradictory, you have to find a way that your narrative can tolerate them and understand them. And unfortunately, we live in a media world where everything's a 1 or a 0, and we live in a political world where everything is one way or the other. It's a binary that does not exist, but is artificially created for the simplicity, the laziness, the cynicism of what's going on. But telling a complex story escapes the specific gravity of cynicism and offers something in return, something rich and something where you can say that the sum of the parts, the whole is greater than the sum of the parts. That's the 1 and 1 equaling 3. That's the equation that animates my entire professional life.
And the series is out now in all its complexity, but you will have known as you did it that it's a more fractious time in America compared to the end of the Obama presidency when you start out.
Yes.
And indeed, in an executive order, the White House said earlier this year that they were against telling history in a way that casts the founding principles in a negative light.
Well, I certainly haven't done that. I've put them in a very, very positive light. I've just put them in the correct light, which is the engagement of all the characters. You can, it is possible, I assume, to make this a one-act, one-room play where it all takes place in Philadelphia, but it doesn't give you the dynamism. It doesn't understand the underdog story that this is. I mean, on April 19, 1775, when British troops open up on American militia on Lexington Green in Massachusetts, the chances of their success is 0. And 6.5 long years later, at Yorktown, that British army is surrendering. And how that happens is 40 battles, enormous social and political, even religious change within the colonies. So you have this complex dynamic of the 500,000 people out of the 3 million who are free or enslaved Africans. You have Native Americans either coexisting, assimilated with the colonists, and then those nations that are as distinct and as important as, say, a France or a Prussia is on the world scene.
And one of the many things that really interested and intrigued me about this series is realizing that this revolutionary spirit on the part of the colonies, how their ideas were influenced by the Native American nations, that Native American nations had what we would recognize today as a union in a way that the 13 colonies really didn't until quite late.
It's really remarkable, and we actually center this story, as you know, at the very, very beginning of the film. There is a group of 6 native nations, first 5 and then 6, which is often called the Iroquois Confederacy. They called it the Haudenosaunee. It permitted each of those nations to sort of retain their identity. It's sort of like the European Union, and at the same time could economically and diplomatically and militarily have a union. And Benjamin Franklin sees this 20 years before the Revolution and says, I want that. That's what we need. From New Hampshire to Georgia, the 13 colonies, we need that. And he gets people to sign up for his plan of union in Albany 20 years before the Revolution, 1754. And then they go home to try to sell it, and nobody wants to give up any autonomy. So the plan dies, but it gets resurrected as the revolution begins to become a shooting war. And it's very interesting. It's also, I have to say, the Enlightenment. And the Americans are reading, they're very literate, in some ways, percentage-wise, more literate than the British population, and they're reading Montesquieu. They're reading the French philosophers of the Enlightenment. They're reading Locke and Hume and the Scottish Enlightenment philosophers. And so when you marry this idea of a practical example sitting at your Western doorstep of the possibility of union, and you merge it with these arguments you're having with your own countrymen that suddenly get blown out into universal rights, yikes. And they're very powerful. The word liberty means something to everybody. It means something to George Washington, who owns hundreds of human beings, and Thomas Jefferson, who owns hundreds of human beings. But it also means something to those hundreds of human beings. And it means something to women, who are a majority of the population. And it means something to Native Americans. It means something all across the board. And that animating spirit makes the American Revolution not just this important origin story for the United States. It makes it one of the most important events in all of world history, because that revolution is going to spawn 200 years of revolutions all around the globe. It has a kind of force and a power that is going to destroy the French monarchy. It's going to change Europe. It's going to change Latin and South America, and then later Asia and Africa. And it comes from the idea of this, you know, anti-colonial movement that, strange to say in this day and age, the United States invented.
And yet, when that anti-colonial movement is ultimately successful in 1776 and then finally against the British a few years later, what it results in is the westward expansion, which dispossesses Native Americans of their land. And those African Americans who were runaway slaves are hunted down. And George Washington, the great hero, if there is one, although there are many of your story, is keeping those runaway slaves imprisoned so that their owners can come back and get them.
This is the story of human beings, the contradictions, the hypocrisies, all of that is there. We don't have a country without George Washington, but yes, he owns other human beings. He wants those escaped enslaved people to be returned to their owners. So first of all, the irony that settlers dumping the tea, colonists dumping the tea in Boston Harbor, are crudely dressed as Native Americans. Every school kid in America knows that. And then when you ask them why, they say, oh, to put the blame on the Native Americans. That's not the reason. It's this attempt, so ironic and so bittersweet, and so complicated, so moving in a way. They're trying to tell Britain, we're not of you. We're not of the mother country anymore. We're aboriginal, like the people we've spent the last 150 years dispossessing of their land so that we can have these 13 colonies, and the people that we're going to spend the next 150 years getting rid of all the rest of the land, all the way to the Pacific. So there's ironies throughout.
Well, don't you struggle with that hypocrisy?
No, this is what do you mean? The story, there's a wonderful moment when the great scholar Annette Gordon Reed, who is a black woman, says, you know, that slavery bound Thomas Jefferson's life from beginning to end. We're in the middle of a section on the Declaration of Independence where he is declaring that all men are created equal. We hold these truths to be self-evident, he says. They're not self-evident. These are brand new in the world, that all men are created equal. Here's the good news, though. Those words, when Thomas Jefferson meant them, he meant all men of property free of debt who were white. We don't mean that anymore. And everyone who heard those words began to argue for something that changed the world. Now, the second he says the word all, slavery's over. Now, it will take 69 years before that happens. Women will have to wait just an excruciatingly, impossibly long 144 years in our country to receive suffrage. But those walls are broken down. They're done. They're over. And you could extend it to all other kinds of things: child labor, gay marriage, whatever it might be. This has changed things.
How did that work begin? What was it in your early life that led you to it?
You know, as many things for many people, the thing that has been the most significant for my growth has had to do with laws.
Africa, a region rife with potential for growth and opportunities, but not without its challenges. Bloomberg highlights the biggest stories, interviewing key players, and reporting on the issues impacting the region. Join us as we get to the heart of African business, politics, and economics, and ask the question, what's next? I'm Jennifer Zabasaja, and this is Next Africa. New episodes every month, only on Bloomberg.
Investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insights with Haslinda Amin, only on Bloomberg.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
Understand a bit more, Ken, about your own nature and the story of how you came to do this work that you have over decades now. You started with the Brooklyn Bridge documentary, and the Civil War, of course, was an amazing American TV moment. How did that work begin? What was it in your early life that led you to it?
You know, as many things for many people, the thing that has been the most significant for my growth has had to do with loss. My mother had cancer, began when I was 2 or 3. She died when I was 11, just a couple months short of my 12th birthday. I remember sometime after my 12th birthday, I saw my father looking at an old movie and crying. And I'd never seen my dad cry, not when my mother was sick, and not when she died, or not at the impossibly sad funeral. And it was the film was Sir Carol Reed's Odd Man Out, about the Irish Troubles, starring James Mason. It's a beautiful film, it still works today. And I realized that film had given him a safe haven that nowhere else in his life could he express these emotions. And I was sitting there late at night with him. It was a school night. He was letting me stay up, and he cried. And I just went, at that moment, I want to be a filmmaker. And later on in life, my late father-in-law, who was an eminent psychologist, I said, you know, I could never be aware of the date that my mother died, April 28th. It'd always be approaching and then, you know, receding, but I was never present. He said, I bet you blew out your candles on your birthday cake, wishing she'd come back. And I said, how'd you know? He told me 2 or 3 other intensely personal things. He said, look what you do for a living. You wake the dead. You make Abraham Lincoln and Jackie Robinson come alive. Who do you think you're really trying to wake up? I was by then 39 or 40. I began to really work to understand what it was that I had not dealt with as a little boy with this tremendous loss. And it enriched my work even more. But it's born in tragedy. It's born in loss. My mother's gift, in a funny, perverse way, was dying.
Your mother's been gone 60 years, I think.
60 and a half. It's way too long. I will tell you that it is way too long. I talk about this with my brother. You know, it's funny. My dad died much later. He had moved from daddy to dad. She never left mommy. So you have 2 70 men in their 70s who refer to their mother as mommy. And we talk about that, you know, every time we talk. We just say mommy, and it just is what it is. She left at a time when he was 10 and I was 11.
Do you think you're still grieving?
The half-life of grief is endless. I think that's true.
The style that you have made your trademark, Ken, the use of paintings, fragments of letters, photographs with your more recent work where you zoom in and you're panning across, you're using music, you're using sound effects. How much of that was born of necessity in that, let's take the Civil War documentary, you didn't have a lot of great visuals to work with?
Well, we had a lot of photographs, and that's where the American Revolution as at an even greater deficit, because photographs are real. You show a picture of Abraham Lincoln with his general at Antietam, and you just know what's going on. But you don't have that. The variety of portraits of Washington are widely varied. Some look cartoonish, some don't look at all like him, some do look like him. And so you have to figure out a way, in this case, to make them come alive. It's the filmmaker's problem. Like, you have to have a complex sound effects track. In this case, in addition to a third-person narrator, I have been pioneering since the first film on Brooklyn Bridge, first-person voices read by the finest actors in the world. And I would submit that the cast list for this film is better than any film or television series that's ever happened. I think that Sir Kenneth Branagh could have read every single part except the female parts, and maybe I'm selling him short, but also Tom Hanks and Meryl Streep and Paul Giamatti and Laura Linney and Claire Danes, and I've probably listed a fifth of the voices that make this guy. Jeff Daniels, Josh Brolin.
Josh Brolin, who's the voice of Washington, right? And I wonder, just let us into how you direct them, because I think that you are very specific on how you want these people to sound. So how do you know that that's how Washington would have come across?
I don't know. Sometimes it's hard. And Washington was particularly hard. In fact, the only non-American film I've made is one on Leonardo da Vinci. Last year, I was at the Rome Film Festival premiering that film, and I was flying back home, and Dune 2 was playing, and I was falling asleep and nodding out. But at one point, I just sat up straight because I heard Josh's voice. He's in both the Dune films, and I just said, okay, let's give this a try. I said, look, you know, as everybody, I've told everybody this, you don't have to project. This is not the theater. It's almost like the way if you're reading to your kids or your grandkids, you actually lower your voice, which brings people closer. And so I said, you need to just inhabit the words. And in the case of George Washington, you have an impossible task. This is an opaque and unknowable person by design. He kept that rectitude so firmly there, but there is in the writing little glimpses. So I need you to be both opaque, but give me the little bits where you feel the emotion, you feel the passion. And he did it fantastically. I told Tom Hanks, you know, I'd make you George Washington in a second. He said, but then everybody would be saying, oh, Tom Hanks is George Washington. I said, right. So I gave him 14 different voices, and every 14 is in the film. He is such a good reader that he actually slips in and hides with perfection behind the 8 or 10 people that he plays in these 14 quotes. And I just have to tell you that when you record voices with people, not all of them get in, right? In editing, you whittle them down, but every one that he read is in. And I've worked with him now, it's close to 25 years, and he is so talented and so generous that if you wanted somebody to read the back of your cereal box or the phone book, you know, he'd be the guy to do it.
What you're saying about Tom Hanks does explain to me why I knew he was in the series, and as I watched the episodes, I was like, which one is Tom
exactly.
Hanks?
So I'll tell him that, because this is exactly what I love, and I know that he loves too. I'm grateful for the fact that being a student of history permits me to have a kind of sense that the human race will figure this out, that I can point out in this American Revolution, it's much more a division back then.
Know how the market day started.
Find out how it finishes.
Public markets to private markets.
From the micro to the macro.
Covering retail, entertainment, the business of sports.
The supply chains, trade policy, how it all is impacting the U.S. equity market as we drive to the closing bell at 4 p.m.
A holistic approach to covering financial markets.
If it matters to your life, we're covering it. I'm Katie Greifeld.
And I'm Romaine Bostic, and this is The Close.
Live every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Now, I'm going to read the words that you put right at the end of the series. And forgive me, because clearly I'm not Meryl Streep or Laura Linney or Claire Danes or any of the amazing voices that you had in. But these are such striking lines. Benjamin Rush in 1787 saying, "The American war is over, but this is far from being the case with the American Revolution. On the contrary, nothing but the first act of the great drama is closed. It remains yet to establish and perfect our new forms of government. Patriots, come forward. Your country demands your services." Hear her proclaiming in sighs and groans, in her governments, in her finances, in her trade, in her manufactures, in her morals, and in her manners. The revolution is not over. I mean, I'm feeling emotional reading these words, and I'm not even
I'm
American.
emotional. Ed Norton, the great actor, reads that as he does many characters in the film.
But Ken, are you saying the revolution is not over
Yes,
today?
in all of the spirit that moved you in that moment. There's something interesting. We sometimes focus on the phrase pursuit of happiness and argue about happiness means the right to make as much money as I want. This is what worried the founding fathers. They thought the pursuit of happiness was lifelong learning. But the key word here is pursuit. This is a process story. The Declaration has it. We're in pursuit of happiness. The Constitution 11 years later has it. A more perfect union. We're a nation in the process of becoming. So everyone knew that these were original documents, the Constitution, that would not be ratified if it wasn't immediately amended by some things, some basic rights that all of the people who fought for it wanted to have, and that we would continue to be tinkering with this machine to perfect it. So that meant in 1789, when the United States government actually took the Constitution of 2 years before and put it in action, it meant all white men could vote, right, who were 21 years old. We don't mean that now. And so the story of the American adventure, which Benjamin Rush understood right away, he's saying this is an open-ended thing. We are perfectible. And that is a key thing. More often than not, people say this is it. And just as the Bible, the Old Testament says in Ecclesiastes, there's nothing new under the sun, most human beings believe that nothing would ever change. There are people from Wales and England and Scotland and Ireland who have worked dependent land for 1,000 years. Their whole families have worked it for somebody else. And they've come here and they now own a plot of land, maybe taken from Native Americans, but they own it. And they feel this sense of the possibility of things actually changing. And I think what is, in some ways, one of the biggest takeaways is the perfectibility of human beings, the improvement. And in fact, that's the beauty of Benjamin Rush's statements. It doesn't mean you have to kill people every 20 years. Jefferson famously said many years later that the tree of liberty should be watered with the blood of tyrants and patriots every 20 years. And you kind of go, no, you don't need to do the violence. This is what human beings always do.
Ken, as you are our Thanksgiving episode, can I ask you this Thanksgiving weekend, what are you grateful for?
Well, I'm grateful that I am an American. I am incredibly patriotic, as my children and my grandchildren will tell you, probably with no small amount of discomfort, that every year before we eat on the 4th of July, I make them listen to me read the Declaration of Independence. And each time I get a little choked up, as you were and I were, listening to Benjamin Rush's words. And now my kids will offer other readings, or I'll give it to my grandkids, or learning to read something else. I'm very, very grateful. And I think gratitude is the missing ingredient in our sort of degraded political lives these days. Everything is, as I said, binary, and it's not. It's so complicated. And yet I have as history will do, an essential optimism. I'm grateful for the fact that being a student of history permits me to have a kind of sense that the human race will figure this out, that the imbalances of the moment, and we're all so narcissistic, our moment is the worst, we're chicken littles, the sky is falling, it's all bad, that I can point out in this American Revolution, it's much more a division back then, that it is a civil war, that it is a global war, and maybe by seeing their own reflection in these historical figures, well-known or not well-known, gives you a chance to realize that for the first time in human history, people were no longer subjects under authoritarian rule, but citizens with all of the responsibilities attendant to that. And it's been, on the whole, with lots of problems, a positive in the course of human events, as Thomas Jefferson would say.
Ken Burns, thank you for taking us into the past and talking about the present as well. Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving to you.
Middle East and Africa. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
The key issue right now for us in the diamond space is the declared divestment of Anglo from GBS. And as you know, Anglo holds 85% stake in GBS. Botswana, the government of the Republic of Botswana holds 15. We are resolute now, and we've communicated a firm intention to increase our stake in GBS to a controlling stake. We have lined up a number of potential collaborators with us, if I may put it that way. We have targeted funders, we have parties, we have the Oman Sovereign Wealth Fund, we have others who are willing and ready.
Good morning. I'm Joanna Versace in Dubai, and here's what we're following this morning. Donald Trump says the U.S. will come to the rescue of protesters if Iran continues to shoot or kill them, or if Iran shoots or kills them. The U.S. president's post on Truth Social comes after reports that several people were killed and dozens arrested after protests turned violent. Iranian media say the unrest began after the country's currency plunged to historic lows, triggering a rise in food prices, with overall inflation hitting more than 40% in December. China's DeepSeek has published a paper outlining a more efficient approach to developing AI. The document introduces a framework designed to improve scalability while reducing the computational and energy demands of training advanced AI systems. Previous such publications by DeepSeek have foreshadowed the release of major new models. BYD says 2025 sales rose more than 7% to 4.6 million units, meeting its full-year goal that was revised down in September. It also means it likely surpassed Tesla to become the world's top EV maker in 2025. Analysts expect the BYD rival to report full-year sales of 1.8 million. But BYD and other Chinese car makers remain under pressure due to stiff competition and trade barriers. And a look at how markets are faring on the first trading day of the year. It is green on the screen. Stock 600 up 0.2%. The FTSE 100 through 10,000 points for the first time ever, surpassing its best year since 2009 in terms of performance last year. 2025, a stellar year, not just for the UK index, but for global indices as a whole. The Nasdaq 100 this morning also looking like it's going to open up significantly in the green, up 1%. And then silver today also up 4% as well after posting strong gains in the last couple of months. This is Bloomberg.
The celebrated author Salman Rushdie is someone who has lived with risk and threat for decades. Back in 1989, his life changed overnight when one of his novels was accused of being against Islam, and he was forced into hiding. As the years passed, it seemed that the worst was over. But in 2022, he was attacked and stabbed multiple times on a stage at an event in New York. Despite suffering life-changing injuries, he got back to work, to writing. And he now has a new book out, a collection of short stories called The 11th Hour. He's been talking to me about art and life, families and free speech, and about the three countries he's called home: India, Britain, and the United States. Here's my conversation with Salman Rushdie for the Michelle Hussein Show. Salman Rushdie, welcome.
Thank you.
Your new book is your second published since the awful day on that stage in New York where you came close to losing your life. So I feel I really want to start by asking how you're doing.
I'm okay, thank you. I'm surprisingly okay. I found that doctors inspecting me were constantly telling me that I shouldn't be so well, as if I was doing something wrong. But no, I've made a pretty good recovery.
But it was a hard road.
Yes.
Do you think it changed you that day?
I mean, only in certain ways. I mean, I think if you are given, if you like, an extra lease of life, you know, it makes you see every day as kind of a blessing. You know, every day is a luxury, and it also gives me the sense of, even more than before, don't waste your time. If you've been given some extra time, use it.
It's interesting to hear you say the word blessing, because you're famously not a man of faith.
No, this is an entirely secular blessing.
But psychologically, do you feel it comes back to you, or have you turned the page?
Not anymore. I mean, I think the thing about PTSD is that that's a classic symptom of PTSD, is to replay the event. And I mean, I guess there was a bit of that at the beginning, but I mean, it's been getting on for 3.5 years now, and it's a long, I mean, I think it's long enough to have dealt with it.
As you came round and were conscious of your circumstances again, were you thinking in words on the page?
No, at first I was thinking I don't want to write about it.
Because it was too traumatic?
Yeah, I just thought that's the last thing I want to do. And then I understood that it was impossible for me to write anything else until I'd dealt with it. You know? And I just understood that the only way past it was to go through it. And so then I thought, yeah, I better write about it.
So it was a form of therapy then, that book?
Well, it was a form of dealing with it. Yes, I don't like the idea of writing as therapy. I think writing is writing and therapy is therapy.
Yeah.
But it certainly made me feel ownership, you know, like taking charge of it, rather than simply being a victim lying on the ground bleeding. You know, it became my story that I was telling in my way.
Yeah. You have talked, though, about writing as a form of optimism. That it's a positive act, and that you hope it's an act of hope.
Yes, I think all writing is that. You know, I mean, you sit alone in a room for anything, sometimes for years, and you hope that what you produce is going to be valuable to people, you know, or enjoyable to people. But at least people will respond well to it. But you have no idea, you know. And so that requires optimism. I think all writing in that sense is born out of a sort of optimism.
And you have been writing for more than 50 years.
Yeah, it's up there.
Was it a lonely road at first when you're trying to get your first novel published,
yes,
and then that first novel didn't do as well as you hoped?
To say the least. I mean,
you made up for it later, so I think we can talk about it.
I mean, there was, you know, a lot of my contemporaries, like Ian McEwan and Martin Amis and Julian Barnes, you know, they were all taking off like rockets, you know, in their early 20s, producing work which immediately established their voice. And I was stumbling around. And it took me a while to find my direction, you know, and in a way I found it by going back to childhood. And when I started writing what became Midnight Children, I was really thinking I just want to write a novel about childhood.
But your childhood was in India, and it ended up being a story of India, therefore.
Yeah, and then at some point, the history came pouring in, and it became a much larger scale of book. And it took me like over 5 years to write, because in a way I was learning how to write it while I was writing it.
And the idea that you've lived in these multiple places, you've lived across 3 continents, you've called Britain, India, and now the United States your home. I think all of these themes are present in your work throughout, whether it's fiction or non-fiction.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, sometimes I envy those writers who are deeply rooted in one place. and can spend a lifetime drawing on that one place. I mean, William Faulkner, for example, Oxford, Mississippi is a tiny place, and yet it was enough for him to have a lifetime of masterpieces. And that's not been my experience because I've moved around.
Yeah.
But then, you lose something, you gain something. And I think it's helped me to have a wider vision of the world.
And I think it's there, certainly, in your latest book, The 11th Hour, which is a collection of short stories, not all of them the same length, some a bit longer. Again, that sense of people and places that have influenced you. One of the ones that interested me is Late, which it's pretty clear is set in the place where you went to university back in the 1960s.
Yes, the university is not named and the college is not named, but it's pretty obvious.
King's College, Cambridge.
Yes.
And why go back to that period?
I'd always wanted to, but I'd never really found the story. And because it was a good time for me. I mean, it was a happy time for me, university, and I'd never written about it. So, and then two things happened, sort of squashed together. One was my memory of having briefly encountered the great E.M. Forster, who was in residence at the college. He was an honorary fellow of King's. And he was very nice to me, especially when he found out that I had an Indian background, because India was so important to him.
You meet him in the 1960s, which is what, 40 years after he's published A Passage to India. And he's an academic at Cambridge.
This endless silence. He never wrote another novel after Passage to India.
Yeah. What did he say to you about writing?
Well, he was encouraging. I mean, I very shyly admitted that I was kind of hoping that I would write something. And he was very sweet and generous about it, and said that, he thought that that was good. He thought that a good book about India would probably be written by somebody from India, but with knowledge of Western literature, So, I mean, for a 19-year-old kid, it was enormously gratifying to have that kind of benediction.
You fitted the bill.
I fitted his bill, yes, whatever that is. So that was one thing. And the other thing was I never met Alan Turing, but of course he was another enormously important fellow, person from King's, graduate of King's. And both of them had suffered quite seriously because of their homosexuality. So I thought if I just kind of squash them both into the same character, which will become my character, there'll be a third character who isn't really either of them, then it's a way of talking about all of that.
Yeah, and there's a sort of avenging of the injustices that they went through, which is part of your story.
Yes, it's strangely talked. First of all, I wasn't expecting it to be a ghost story. And secondly, I wasn't expecting it to be a revenge ghost story. And it just grew that way.
Is that the way that you write then? You sit down and you're not sure how the story's going to end?
I used to be very architectural about it. I needed to have quite a detailed structure. But as it's gone on, that's kind of changed. I more and more see it as a process of discovery. You write the story to find out what story you're writing.
Yeah. And then is there a moment when you know that your instinct has been right? Because
and it's also sometimes wrong. Sometimes you go down blind alleys and you have to have the mental toughness to say, no, that's not right.
And how do you respond to an editor saying, you could make this better this way?
I'm getting much better at it.
I know a bit about the kind of family environment you would have grown up in. Even though we're a generation apart, there's a connection between us. I might as well spell it out now.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Lizzie Burden in London, and these are the stories that set your agenda.
Taking you from the U.S. market's close to the overnight session in Asia, we'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart Europe's trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market-moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in to Daybreak Europe, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets? We are seeing modest gains across European equity markets.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
Whenever and wherever it happens.
I'm Jemana Bersachi in Beirut, and this is Bloomberg.
I know a bit about the kind of family environment you would have grown up in.
Mm-hmm.
Though we're a generation apart, the connection.
There certainly is.
I'm now your mother and my your grandparents' house. But the reason I'm interested in the writing side of it is that from what I know of that environment, wasn't there an emphasis on being a professional of a different kind, a doctor or a lawyer or an engineer?
Yes, my father was not pleased when I said I wanted to write books. But I remember what he said. He said, "What will I tell my friends?" And fortunately, he lived long enough for his friends to call him up and congratulate him.
But that's not because he, these are literate people who enjoy consuming writing, but it's a question of how you're going to support yourself.
Yeah, I mean, writing's not a real job. It's a hobby.
So what gave you the courage to think, no, I'm really going to have a go at this?
I guess I really wanted to do it, I think if I look back at that young fellow, he had real determination because it took me a long time. I graduated from Cambridge in 1968, and Midnight Children came out in 1981. So that was almost 13 years of not getting there before I did get there. And I think that determination, retrospectively, I'm quite proud of it.
Your mother, my great aunt, who I remember very well, I feel that she and her sisters were also part of an unusual generation where for women of their time, they were thinking about careers, they were not going to be in parda, they were not going to live the same way their mother did.
No, they were very open-minded, and brought in that way. We were brought up in a very, what I suppose you would call, liberal atmosphere. And very largely secular. It wasn't an enormous.
And that was the rest of your life. Did it give you a certain freedom?
Maybe my father would take
parents' home. Tried to track down in northern India ago, but it had already been pulled down.
Demolished, yeah. But Delhi, they had this rather beautiful old style courtyard house. Like there would be like family. My mother, two brothers, and their children would all gather at grandparents' house. And we would, I remember we would perform little plays, the adults.
My mother as well, but I've always heard about it secondhand. When you set out to write Midnight's Children, I know you, by that stage, you hadn't been to Bombay or to India for a long time. So I think you...
But I went back.
Before. It was... before. But you spent a lot of time trying to remember as well the fragments of...
Yes, I think memory is a great resource, when you seriously try and remember, it's amazing how much comes back. But no, I did. After I've published my unsuccessful first novel, I took what little money I'd earned from it and went to India for many months, living and traveling as cheaply as I could in order to kind of get it back in my system, and
making notes?
Making notes. And that included, of course, Bombay, but also some parts that I'd never been to, like Benares, for example, which I had in my mind some crude structure of what would become Midnight's Children, and I wanted to go to places that I thought might get into the book.
And you stood outside your old childhood home, I think.
Yes, and went inside because I actually knew the people to whom my parents had sold the house. So they welcomed us in. The interior had been completely transformed. It looked like a Bollywood movie set, but the house was still the house.
And what were you setting out to tell a big story of
No,
India?
as I say, it got larger. I started out I thought I'd just got to write a novel about childhood. You know?
Yeah.
And then, because, I'm, 8 weeks older than the independent nations of India and Pakistan. And at some point it occurred to me, supposing it wasn't an 8-week difference, supposing it was the same time, where did that take you? And of course, where it took you into was to have the subject of the history of the independent nations being a part of the story.
Yeah.
So it became a much, much bigger book.
Was India then the home of your childhood, the country of your childhood, effectively then taken away from you when your parents moved to Pakistan in the 60s?
Yeah, I was very cross with them for selling the house in Bombay.
Why did they leave India?
I'd never understood it. I don't think they were that content after moving to Karachi, because they had a very nice life in Bombay, it puzzles me that they left. And I felt I had to get it back. There was a point after leaving Cambridge and deciding to base myself in London to try and be a writer, that I felt that I was in danger of losing touch. And that's why I went on that long journey of several months. And that led to Midnight's Children. And that I felt, I always told myself that Bombay is a city, a lot of it is built on land reclaimed from the sea. The British had a big land reclamation project where they joined up the 7 islands into one peninsula. And I thought, I'm also engaged in an act of land reclamation. And that's what that book was.
Did it give you what you were looking for?
It did, really, yeah. Yeah, because it's the reception of Midnight's Children in India was wonderful. And it gave me a feeling of, belonging again. Historically, the pressure on free speech comes from conservative forces in society who disapprove of less conservative voices. But now it comes from the other end as well. There are people who are willing to, as they say, deplatform voices that they don't like.
It's the most fascinating time for the global economy in years, and our conversations are front and center.
We're stress testing consequential ideas, and investors around the world are scoring them in real time, helping to translate the policies from Washington into actionable ideas for Wall Street.
It's the morning call you actually want to be a part of.
Separating the signal from the noise, with some fun along the way.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
So how do you feel about India today under Prime Minister Modi?
I feel very worried about it, because, I have a lot of friends in India who are journalists and from whom I get interesting information about what's going on. And I think everybody is extremely concerned with the attack on freedoms of journalists, of writers, of intellectuals, of professors, etc. There is even beyond that, there seems to be a desire to rewrite the history of the country. Essentially to say Hindus good, Muslims bad. And the thing that V.S. Naipaul once called a wounded civilization, the idea that India is a Hindu civilization wounded by the arrival of Muslims.
Invaders.
That project has a lot of energy behind it.
Tell me if I'm wrong, but I feel like the decade before the fatwa, your non-fiction is a lot about India and Pakistan and about race relations and so much of what you're seeing around you, which you're doing alongside your fiction. And then, of course, after the fatwa, you've become much more associated with the cause of free speech because of the price that you've paid for yours.
Yeah, I think that's right.
How do How do you feel about, when you look around with free speech, how do you
I'm
feel
in
about it
favor
today?
of it.
Well, is it even more challenged, or is the right to it even more challenged than it was in 1989 when the fatwa was put
I think
on you?
there's historically the pressure on free speech comes from conservative forces in society who disapprove of less conservative voices. But now it comes from the other end as well. There are people who are willing to, as they say, deplatform voices that they don't like. Whereas my kind of old school view is that the defense of free speech begins when somebody says something you don't like. Because it's actually perfectly easy to defend people who you agree with or to whom you're indifferent.
Exactly, that is in such short supply now.
Yes.
I can barely, most people who are defenders of free speech just really want their own speech defended.
Exactly, and that's the opposite of free speech. Over the years, I've been involved in quite a lot of free speech issues, and very often you find yourself defending things you don't like at all.
But do you have to be careful then not to be co-opted too much when you realize that some of the people who want you to rally behind them are actually only interested in one kind of free speech?
Yeah, well, yes, it's the battle is not easy. It's a complicated battle, and you have to be on your guard. But the general principle, I think, has to be that if there's a pressure to censor something, the censor has to make the case. The default setting has to be
the
freedom.
What comes next? Are you writing again, or will you take a breath before your next?
No, I'm always happier when I'm writing than when I'm not. If you ask anybody who knows me, I'm much better company when I have a book to write. I would hope that the next thing will be a novel. And I have a germ of something that I've started work on, but I really don't know where it's going yet. I think I know what it's about, but I don't know how to do it yet.
Does that mean you haven't yet sat down with the empty laptop screen in front of you?
No, I've got some stuff. I've got some pages, but I'm not sure about them.
And what is your routine like? Are you disciplined? Is it like, this is my writing time and this is my personal time?
Actually, what's happened to me over this, as you say, this half century, is that I've become very disciplined, and now I do it like a job. And I'm not one of those writers who can get up at dawn and work. I'm not very good early in the morning. So I get up in the morning at a sort of ordinary time, and I have my coffee and I go to work. And I do a day's work. And I am very disciplined now, I think.
But is any of that more difficult because you have had life-changing injuries? You've lost the sight in one eye. I know you have problems with the other one, and your hand, your neck were damaged in the attack.
Yeah, it's difficult. I'm clumsier. I make more typing mistakes, etc. Everything is a bit harder, but writing is hard anyway. So it's just a different problem.
And how do you cope with the solitude required? The locking yourself away to work, is it?
Well, I've got a very nice room to work in, and I shut the door.
And come out when you've got to a certain number of words.
And yes, I always give myself an artificially low number of words. That's the cheat.
So that you can exceed it.
Yes, exactly.
So what is the daily total then?
Well, if I could get a couple of hundred words done, I would think that's not bad. A page is usually 300 and a bit, 320, something like that. If I can do that, I'm extremely pleased. But Flaubert used to come down from his study and say he had a great day today. He wrote a sentence. So writing is sometimes slow, sometimes quick. With these books, the Knife and The 11th Hour, I was quite surprised by how fluently they came out. That they neither of them took. They came out at 1 year intervals. And for me, that's some kind of a record. There's quite often I've taken 5 years to write a book. So it seems I'm getting faster in my old age.
Salman Rushdie, good luck with the next one.
Thank you.
Thank you for talking to us today.
say that there's maybe a little bit of a bubble in AI. When you have companies with market caps of $5 trillion, you don't see any bubble there at all?
Whenever we have an acceleration in technology and people get excited about it, you have significant capital formation around new companies that are trying to capitalize on that opportunity. And, you know, we've seen this before through history, and you're seeing it now. It won't be a straight line. The opportunity set with AI is enormous. There will be winners and losers. And it's hard to pick the winners and losers now. And certainly a lot of the capital that's being deployed will not produce adequate returns, and a bunch of the capital that's being deployed will actually not produce any returns. But it's hard, it's hard to call the timing on these things. And the thing I'd point to just from a historical lens is in the fall of 1996, Alan Greenspan talked about irrational exuberance in stock markets, and the NASDAQ was at 1,300. And the NASDAQ peaked 3.5 years later at over 5,000. So, these things can go on for a long time, but ultimately, there are adjustments, there will be drawdowns, there'll be rebalancing, and just, it's hard to call it because the technology trend and the investment is real.
Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg Television?
That's a great question.
It's a very good question.
Interesting question. Good question.
Great question. I so appreciate that question.
You certainly ask interesting questions.
Bloomberg Television. Top experts, great questions. U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives.
And laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment.
And from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg Television.
Good morning. I'm Joanna Bersace in Dubai, and here's what we're following this morning. At least 40 people are dead and several people injured after a fire broke out at a bar in the Swiss ski resort of Crans-Montana during New Year's celebrations. The resort is located in the popular tourism location of Valais. Local officials say the blaze was the result of an accident. Eyewitnesses reportedly told French media that a candle on a bottle was held too high and ignited the ceiling. It's reported that Russia has asked the U.S. to stop its pursuit of a vessel that had been sailing for Venezuela and is now fleeing the Coast Guard in the Atlantic. According to the New York Times, the request was delivered late on New Year's Eve to the U.S. State Department and White House Homeland Security Council. Zohran Mamdani has been sworn in as mayor of New York City, capping his historic rise to power over the past year. He's the city's first mayor of South Asian descent, as well as its first Muslim leader. The 34-year-old is also the city's youngest mayor in more than a century. Mamdani has issued 3 executive orders focusing on housing affordability to kickstart his agenda.
These policies are not simply about the costs we make free, but the lives we fill with freedom. For too long in our city, freedom has belonged only to those who can afford to buy it. Our city hall will change that. These promises carried our movement to City Hall, and they will carry us from the rallying cries of a campaign to the realities of a new era in politics.
Italy says the U.S. has decided to reduce controversial anti-dumping from Italian pasta brands. The U.S. Department of Commerce made the move before an anti-dumping investigation concludes in March. Well, the White House has also a 1-year delay in tariff increase on furniture and cabinets. The higher tariffs were but are now to take effect in 2026. And let's take a look at how are faring. It is the first trading day 600 up 0.6%. The FTSE 100 briefly breaking through 10,000 earlier after recording its best performance since 2009. This morning up 0.6%. And take a look at NASDAQ. AI and tech, once again, a big theme going into this year. Futures pointing to a strong open north of 1%. And then silver also regaining some of the ground lost over the last few sessions, up 4%, though, of course, it still ended the year up 150%. I also want to draw your attention to one stock in particular in Europe, ASML. That stock up more than 3.6% today after an upgrade has come through from Alethea Capital, raising the outlook from sell to buy. So positive reaction in ASML this morning. This is Bloomberg.
The stakes are becoming ever higher in the global AI race. Companies spending vast sums on deals of all kinds, including data centers and people. The biggest brains in the field can now reportedly command pay packages of up to $200 million. Leading AI for one of the biggest companies of all, Microsoft, is Mustafa Suleyman. He's now trying to give Microsoft's AI autonomous capability. And he's also thinking about the next frontier, which he says is super intelligence. You'll hear him explain all of that to me. But as ever, on the Michelle Hussein Show, this conversation is about the person as well as the work. Mustafa Suleyman, thank you for being with us.
Thank you for having me, Michelle.
I'd love to start by getting your insight into a world which is your everyday world, but which is still developing for most of us, and to understand what are the uses of AI that are in your life that the rest of us might not be using yet?
It's funny you ask, because yesterday night I stayed up far too late watching a film, and afterwards I added to a table that I've made in Copilot, which basically records all the films that I love, films that I want to watch, lists them by date, describes what they were about. I add my personal notes to it, gives me a link to the film poster, and I can keep just saying, okay, no, add this film that I want to watch, what would be a similar one that I want to watch. So just like you might ask an assistant to organize your life. And I think that people will be surprised, like the more obscure, the more creative, the more challenging you think the task is that you're going to ask, your AI or Copilot, the better.
But have you used it to do autonomous tasks? So, for example, has it booked tickets for you or bought a gift for you? Because I know this is one of the promises of Copilot. It's just not available in my region, so I haven't been able to try it out for myself yet.
We're still experimenting with it. It can do it. It doesn't always get it right. So it's in like a sort of dev mode. So it's not like generally available just yet. But when it does work, it is the most magical thing you've ever seen.
What are the mistakes it's made that have created problems for you? Bought a present for the wrong person?
Well, it can buy the wrong thing, but obviously you can intervene, and it will always ask you permission before it takes the next action and stuff. So it's quite safe. It's a funny thing, technology. It's still magical and amazing, but it's always just got a little bit further to go. And I think in this case, it's a while yet before it's every day.
And I guess that given everything you've seen, you're one of the founders of DeepMind, and you've worked at Google and had your own AI company, Inflection, before you came to Microsoft. Does that mean that when you see these hiccups or these stages of development, you have faith, you don't get frustrated? Because you remember the moment when, back in 2016, when your AI model beat the world champion at Go, which was a huge moment for AI.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm very stoic about these things. Like, I know that it's going to work in the next 6 months or 12 months, or maybe the worst case 18 months. But, I think we've got a pretty good rhythm now of picking things which are not too far away, but are genuinely transformative. And also, it's important to remember how magical it is today. It can generate images, it can generate videos. I mean, it is already, sort of superhuman magical. And I think I'm just one of those people that's still inspired by what it can do at any given moment.
By this time next year, could I be buying my Christmas presents using an autonomous AI agent?
Yeah, I'm pretty certain that you will be. Yeah, I think it's highly, highly likely.
So speaking of magical things, the recent announcement that you made at Microsoft about superintelligence, that's a term which has really crept into the public debate thanks to you and others in the last few months. When you use the term superintelligence, what does it mean to you?
I mean, superintelligence in the industry today means an AI system that can learn any new task and perform better than all humans combined at all tasks. So it is a very high bar. And at the moment, it comes with a great deal of risk. It is not clear, in fact, it's very uncertain how we would contain and so limit its capabilities and align, so get a system like that to care a lot about humans and want us to succeed and flourish. It's very unclear how we would contain and align a system that is so much more powerful than us. And so the framing that I prefer is one of a humanist superintelligence, one that is always in our corner, on our team, aligned to human interests. And until we can prove that it will remain safe, we won't continue to develop a system that has the potential to run away from us and to get out the box. And I think that that's an obvious thing to say. Like, that feels like, you know, a statement of fact. Like, everybody should agree to that. And yet, you know, I think it's kind of a novel position in the industry at the moment.
So is that how you're trying to set Microsoft apart? A lot of people are working on superintelligence. Are you trying to make Microsoft distinctive by saying we will always use it through a humanist lens?
Yes, that is our position. You know, Microsoft is a company that's been around for 50 years. It is very careful. It's highly trusted. 90% of the S&P 500 use us to provide email and operating systems and everyday productivity tools, which are now among the best in the world with Copilot. And, you know, I think that we've got that reputation because the company's been careful, and we're going to continue to be careful. And setting out a vision of humanist superintelligence is part of that program.
So what does that mean for your rivals in that field, some of whom you work closely with, like OpenAI, which I'm sure we'll talk more about? But does it mean that they're the Wild West and you're the moral ones?
I think that everybody has to decide what they stand for and how they operate. And I don't want to judge how they're operating. Right now, I don't see any evidence of large-scale mass harm. I don't see any indication that these things are improving themselves or operating autonomously. But we all predict a time in the next 5 years, maybe in the next 10 years, where these capabilities do start to emerge, and systems like this could set their own goals, or they could improve their own code, or they could act autonomously. Those things are, you know, sort of capabilities that I've clearly outlined as increasing the level of risk, and therefore we have to approach them with caution, with more transparency and audit, with more government engagement, and make proactive declarations about how close we are to those three capabilities. I think that's obvious.
And does that mean that you won't be releasing a superintelligence tool until you're confident that it can be controlled?
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, I think for sure. You know, that's the discussion that we're trying to push now, and require everybody to ask themselves in the industry, you know, are they building a humanist superintelligence? Does it really stand for people and for our species first?
Yeah, I'm just wondering how much confidence we can really have in that, given that things do go wrong. And I don't just mean AI, I mean humans do wrong things, or things just go wrong for other reasons. And the recent example that Microsoft had to deal with was having to cease and disable some services that were being used by the Israeli Ministry of Defense after reporting by The Guardian that suggested they could be being used for mass surveillance.
That was very good reporting by The Guardian. We were very grateful for it. And as soon as we became aware of it, we actually made all of the necessary changes, removed the IDF from those servers. And I think, you know, they were clearly not in compliance with our terms of service. And there's an ongoing investigation internally.
But I guess the broader point is that it's hard to have confidence of controls and checks and balances and uses.
It is hard. I mean, these are huge and complicated systems. They carry a lot of risk. And the most that we can do is make sure that we are auditing them and we're removing actors that violate our terms of service as quickly as possible. It is inevitable that at some point over the next 20 or 30 years, machines are going to be more capable than humans at doing most work. and that might come much sooner. And so we have to decide as a society what our purpose is.
Trading day is about to start.
And you're already looking for that edge.
The Opening Trade brings you everything you need to know as markets open across Europe. I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Anna Edwards.
And I'm Tom McKenzie. This is your Opening Trade.
Only on Bloomberg.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
So are the first uses of superintelligence going to be in the medical field?
I think so. I think that this is probably the most exciting application of superintelligence. I think we now have systems that can diagnose any rare condition that is found in the literature significantly better than human performance, and do so with fewer tests and interventions. And that's the key thing. Is like often it's actually quite expensive to run, medical intervention tests before you get to a diagnosis, and often they can be unnecessary too, and they take time. And then in that process, the condition can often worsen. In our case, our system does this significantly more cheaply with fewer tests and with higher accuracy. We're just putting it through independent peer review at the moment, and soon there'll be clinical trials of it too. So I think this is very, very, very exciting.
And did you push for that focus yourself? Because you've been running Microsoft AI for a while, about 18 months now. Superintelligence was a big recent announcement. And I'm conscious as I hear you talk about it that your mother was a nurse, and you, unusually for senior people in tech, you've worked in the public sector as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is an area that's like very important to me. Obviously, my mum was an NHS nurse, and, I'm just a big believer that technology is here to serve us. Like, it should, make our lives better, should make us more comfortable. One day I think it is going to help us to live longer. I think it's going to, give us the option to work less if we choose to. I do think it's going to produce abundance. And I think that we have to make conscious decisions to use it for those applications first. And that's why, even back at DeepMind, I ran our health unit. And, I'm very passionate about this.
Abundance is such a big promise. Tell me what you mean by it, because most of the time we hear about AI destroying jobs, but are you saying that the work will be done by AI increasingly, and therefore we humans won't have to work as much?
I think that it is inevitable that at some point over the next 20 or 30 years, machines are going to be more capable than humans at doing most work. And that might come much sooner. And so we have to decide as a society what our purpose is, and we have to be very thoughtful about the rate of introduction of new machines, because we have to make sure that that rate of displacement is counterbalanced with a mechanism to fund people and to support people through a massive transition, for which there is probably not going to be other jobs on the other side that are more competitive than, what a machine can do. And so this is a real big step change in what it is to organize society.
Tell me more about where these ideas and your beliefs came from or come from. Your mother was a nurse, but the family you grew up in London in the 1980s and 1990s, how would you describe it?
Pretty working class. Yeah, my dad was a minicab driver. My mum works in NHS. And yeah, I mean, we were, fairly regular, like kind of unremarkable. My parents didn't super value our, education stuff. They always thought I should go get a trade. And my mum would often say to me, you should be a carpenter or electrician, leave school at 16 and stuff. And so I don't know. It comes from a place of just experiencing, the kind of rougher end of things a little bit, and then having just a desire to try to do the best that we can do with the short life that we have.
Your dad had come to the UK from Syria. Did your parents meet in England?
Yes, yeah, that's right.
And what happened when you were 16, Mustafa? Because I read that when your parents split up, You and your brother, your younger brother, were pretty much left to fend for themselves.
That's true, yeah. I don't know where you read that, but yeah, it was, me and my younger brother did live on our own for a few years, yeah.
I think you mentioned this in a Guardian interview a couple of years ago when your book was coming out, but I'm really curious to know more about what it taught you and how you dealt with it at the time.
I think that when you're that age, you're just sort of precocious and overconfident and fearless, and I didn't really notice it at the time. You know, we were... we had everything that we needed, and it worked out pretty well.
And this is at a crucial time, the last couple of years of school, and you did do well in those last couple of years of school because you ended up getting to Oxford.
Yeah, I was very lucky because I had, great teachers and good mentors, and I went to a very good school. You could do exams to get in, so I studied really hard when I was 10 years old for the entrance exams, and it was essentially like going to a private school. I mean, it was basically everyone was like very studious and got great grades and stuff, and I was lucky enough to get into Oxford, and that was an amazing experience.
Have you thought about what your life would have been like in that period in your mid-teens had it not been for that school?
Yeah, I haven't thought much about that. It would have been pretty different.
And then you got to Oxford and you did actually a subject pretty close to what my son is doing there right now. He's doing theology, you did philosophy and theology. And then, tragically to my ears, as a parent, you dropped out.
Yeah. Well, I was very frustrated and eager to change the world and get stuff done, and so I actually dropped out, and I helped to start a telephone counselling service for young British Muslims called Muslim Youth Helpline, which I worked on for 2 or 3 years as a volunteer, and it was a secular, non-religious, non-directional, non-judgmental, just peer-to-peer listening service for young British Muslims that post 9/11 were dealing with a lot of I guess identity crisis would be the way that we would describe it in hindsight. But at the time, it was just lack of connection to community, family, parents, a lot of bullying, and so on and so forth. And so, I worked on that pretty much full time for 2 or 3 years.
Now here you are in this circle of power, right? One of a small group of people who are making decisions on a technology that is already changing all our lives and will continue to do so. How conscious are you of that power?
Very, very conscious. I take it very seriously, and if it's a great responsibility. And I think that this is a moment when decisions that we make may have very lasting consequences. And I read history and I look back. I think that we have to be very, very careful about how we deploy them and how they're introduced into the world.
The superintelligence work you're doing, and indeed, everything that you're doing in AI in the moment, you're in a new phase, aren't you? Because now that you've got a revised agreement with OpenAI, you suddenly have the freedom to pursue AI independently. Help me understand how that relationship with OpenAI is going to work in future, because you've been collaborators, Microsoft and OpenAI, for a long time. Now you're also going to be competitors. How does that work?
Yeah, I mean, it's a sort of complicated setup for people to follow along to. But the bottom line is that up until a few weeks ago, Microsoft was not allowed by contract to pursue artificial general intelligence or superintelligence independently. And the deal with OpenAI was that it would then go and build AGI when they signed the agreements back in 2019. And in return, Microsoft would build the AI infrastructure, the chips and the data centers and so on and so forth. And Microsoft would get, in return for providing the chips, Microsoft would get a license to the models that have been built. And we still have that license to everything that OpenAI builds up until 2032. But OpenAI decided that they wanted to take on more compute and buy compute from other providers. And so they now have deals with SoftBank and many others, Oracle, to build more data centers than Microsoft wanted to build for them. And so in return, we then have the right to go and develop our own AI. And obviously that was a big part of me joining the company 18 months ago, that we're now hiring out a superintelligence team and pursuing our own, AI development.
Do you think AI could have had this conversation with you, or could it have done a better job than me? You can break it to me if you think AI could have done a better job than me interviewing you.
I'm Alex Rodriguez.
And I'm Jason Kelly.
And we're back with another season of The Deal.
With athletes and entrepreneurs who are changing the game on and off the field. Jerry Jones. Some good-looking trophies.
1 and 1 is 3 in sports, not 2. And it's because that 3 is imagination. That 3 is putting yourself in a way, having yourself hit the home run.
Erica Ayers-Badon.
I'm a high-energy board member. I'm very passionate. I have a lot of opinions.
Robin Arzón.
I want to light fires in people's lives, and that is still one of my core mandates for all of my businesses.
Justin Tuck.
I tell all of my friends that play in leagues now, make these relationships now while you're hot. Don't wait till you're the 12th year in and you're just hanging on.
Stay tuned. You won't want to miss it.
Know how the market day started.
Find out how it finishes.
Public markets to private markets.
From the micro to the macro.
Covering retail, entertainment, the business of sports.
The supply chains, trade policy, how it all is impacting the U.S. equity market as we drive to the closing bell at 4 p.m.
A holistic approach to covering financial markets.
If it matters to your life, we're covering it. I'm Katie Greifeld.
And I'm Romaine Bostic, and this is The Close.
Live every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Is there anything you look back on now that you would have done differently? Because you're still only in your early 40s.
I really want to nail medical superintelligence, and I started DeepMind Health back in 2015, and we published a lot of great papers and we had a lot of clinical trials, but we didn't quite get there. And this time round, I think that's going to be the most magical application. I'm actually very proud of a lot of the use cases in Copilot. I mean, many people are using it for companionship, emotional support, therapy, making difficult life decisions. It's giving me high quality access to information, it's giving me emotional support, and is helping keep me organized. And so...
What do you mean helping you get emotional support?
So basically, I have a practice that at the end of the day, when I'm in the car driving home, I have like a 5 or 10 minute conversation with Copilot about something that was tricky in my day, or something that I felt frustrated about. Maybe emotional support's a little strong, but it's just like having a chat with a friend and kind of downloading really on what went well and what didn't. Once you build that memory up over time, it gets really helpful because it personalizes. So Copilot now remembers most of what you say, and it will personalize its answers to you and refer to something that you said last week, for example, or a trend or a pattern. And that is just like super helpful. I feel kind of refreshed after a conversation with, I feel like I've let go of something. It's like a burden that I've released.
So it is a friend, a therapist, a family member, almost?
Yeah, it's a little bit of everything. That's always the challenge when we're trying to, sort of understand a new technology and come up with words to describe something which is a little bit like many other things, but is also fundamentally different. This is what an AI is now.
And your family, where are your parents now, and how do they feel about the choices you made?
Yeah, no, I think my mum's very, she's a proud mum. She's very excited, and she uses Copilot. She used Pi before this. In fact, I went to see her 3 or 4 weeks ago, and she was still using Pi, and I was like, "That's amazing."
What you founded at Inflection, right?
Yeah. I was quite impressed to see that. She still has voice calls with it. And just throughout the whole day, we'll be walking around the garden and she'll pull out her phone and, she'll scan a plant and talk about, whether this is a chestnut tree and which variety it is and could I grow it at home and when we're in the park and stuff. And so it's amazing to see her just naturally use it in her everyday life. And I think that is quite gratifying.
Finally, I need you to prepare me for what AI will do to my life. Or right now, do you think AI could have had this conversation with you? Or could it have done a better job than me? You can break it to me if you think AI could have done a better job than me interviewing you.
Probably not today, but maybe if you had prepared with an AI, then, it could have given you questions to ask and stuff. Although you did do a lot of, detailed research, so your team's obviously very good. I do think that there are going to be AI reporters. So I run MSN, the news service at Microsoft. One of the things I'm very excited about is how AI news reporters can reinvigorate local news. So imagine that there are hundreds of thousands of AI reporters that can make phone calls into people who are at the scene, who can verify eyewitness footage, conduct interviews, stitch those together into little montages, and not just do it for big national stories where the investment is justified, but do it at a very, very local level to provide accurate and factually reliable information. So I think that people need to have the courage to be optimistic about how these things can actually improve our system.
Are you developing AI reporters for MSN?
We're exploring everything. I'm also on the board of The Economist and have been talking to them a lot about it. And, I think that we're exploring all kinds of things at the moment.
So AI reporters will happen. AI interviewers, I suspect yes, from what you're saying.
You've got a little bit longer, maybe 6 months, I'm kidding.
Well, are you? I'm not sure you are.
No, I am kidding. It's going to be plenty. It's going to be a very, very long time. It's really a long time to get it perfect. This was exceptional.
Mustafa Suleiman, thank you very much for talking to us.
Thank you very much, Michelle. This was a lot of fun.
Making money isn't about drowning in emotions. It's about understanding what's actually happening. Markets are the best way to glean signal from noise, and that is what we try to do every morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Bringing you the world's business and financial news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Michael McKee at Mount Everest, and this is Bloomberg.
I'm David Weston. Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. We go on the road for a look at what lies behind the headlines of today and what will likely be the headlines tomorrow.
We need more transparency.
Oil and gas is still important.
They said every citizen should be investing in the market.
Accelerate progress in all fields of science.
Watch Wall Street Week right here on Bloomberg.
More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Good morning. I'm Joanna Bersetchi in Dubai, and here's what we're following this morning. A top Iranian security official has warned Donald Trump against intervening in protests gripping the country, saying on social media that it would destabilize the entire region. This after the U.S. president said the country would come to the rescue of protesters if Iran shoots or kills them. Several people are reported dead, with dozens arrested after recent protests over soaring prices turned violent. Zoran Mamdani has been sworn in as mayor of New York City, capping his historic rise to power over the past year. He is the city's first mayor of South Asian descent, as well as its first Muslim leader. The 34-year-old is also the city's youngest mayor in more than a century. Mamdani has issued 3 executive orders focusing on housing affordability to kickstart his agenda. China's DeepSeek has published a paper outlining a more efficient approach to developing AI. The document introduces a framework designed to improve scalability while reducing the computational and energy demands of training advanced AI systems. Previous such publications by DeepSeek have foreshadowed the release of major new models. And a check-in how markets are faring. First trading day of the year, Stock 600 up 0.4%, the FTSE 100 just below 10,000, up about 0.5% as well after putting in its strongest performance since 2009 last year. Nasdaq 100, a lot of momentum still in tech stocks, and you can see that markets there are seen opening up north of 1% after a 20% plus performance last year. And then silver this morning also climbing up almost 4%, and one of the star performers in commodities last year, climbing more than 150% for precious metals, the best year since 1979. That was your recap. This is Bloomberg.
We went on daily patrols 6-7 hours a day. We were shot at, ambushed, and then we had to jump out of Blackhawks in the middle of the night into the heart of Taliban territory.
Lindsay Addario, Pulitzer Prize-winning photographer and chronicler of the extreme and the everyday.
My job is to bear witness to everything that happens. In conflict zones, women continue to deliver babies. I see marriages, divorce. I see death and life.
Do you love the job?
It's something that I do from my heart and my soul.
From Bloomberg Weekend, this is The Michelle Hussein Show.
This latest episode of The Michelle Hussein Show is all about what it means to take great risks to tell other people's stories. It's the life's work of war photographer Lindsay Addario, who's documented conflict from Afghanistan to Ukraine and Sudan and been abducted twice on assignment, once in Iraq and once in Libya. There are not many women in her field, and she is also a mother with 2 children. In a new documentary film called Love and War, which is currently streaming on Disney+, we see her both at home and on assignment. The home part includes her children asking her difficult questions, why she has to go away, and whether her work is dangerous. That combination is what makes the film an unusually complete portrait, and, as I hope you'll agree, what makes Lindsay Addario herself so compelling. Lindsay, you've worked all over the world in so many really difficult places, and yet the title of the film that's out now is Love and War. That is also part of the title of your book. And I wondered, given that you are now a war photographer, how does love come into it?
Love comes into it in the balance with my family. I think that the focus was really, you have war and then you come home to this sort of nest of love with my children, my husband, also my sisters and my parents. But I think also the thing about war is that you see these incredible scenes of love and generosity and kindness and selflessness alongside brutality, of course. You get a sense of love that actually sort of binds people in these horrific moments.
You've witnessed birth, you've certainly witnessed death, you've witnessed grief. All of this is part of what you do.
Yeah, I mean, my job is to bear witness to everything that happens in conflict zones and also outside of conflict zones. And so I'm seeing daily life continue under these very difficult circumstances. So that means, yes, women continue to deliver babies. I see marriages, I see divorce, I see everything. I see death and life.
Do you love the job? Is that also part of the love that's in this?
I mean, I don't think anyone could cover war without loving the job. It's something that I do from my heart and my soul. It's something that I do because I believe in it.
Going back in time, I wondered if we could talk about 2 turning points. I think they're turning points. The first of which is 9/11, and you're already working as a photographer, but is that the moment where you become a war photographer?
Yeah, so I was photographing for many years, and then I moved to India in 2000. And in India, I started becoming aware of women's issues in Afghanistan.
Taliban had come to power.
Exactly.
Women's lives are being restricted.
Exactly. And so I was reading about that, and I was reading a lot about women's issues in Afghanistan. And as a young woman, I was curious, what do Afghan women think? Not necessarily what does the West think of what Afghan women must feel, but what do they actually think? And so I went to Afghanistan as I was 26 years old, and I borrowed money from my sister, and I started doing a lot of reporting and photographing what I could of women living under the Taliban. And I ended up making 3 trips to Afghanistan before September 11th. So when September 11th happened and the U.S. was gearing up for a war in Afghanistan, it felt very natural for me to go there because I was already quite familiar with it. And so
you'd had a hard time, hadn't you, selling those pictures?
Yeah, I couldn't give them away.
No one was interested.
No one was interested because it was before September 11th, and very few journalists were actually working in Afghanistan at the time. Photography was illegal under the Taliban. So The LA Times published some pictures, but really it was difficult to get them published.
And that all changed suddenly with international interest in the country after 9/11. And was there a sense of excitement or thrill then for you that new opportunities are dawning?
Well, I think after September 11th, what became exciting for me is that I had this knowledge that I had sort of procured on my own, and then suddenly it was relevant on a world stage. And so the New York Times sent me on my first big assignment for them, which was covering Pakistan, sort of leading up to the fall of the Taliban. And then the New York Times Magazine put me on assignment to do the Women of Jihad. And so I started working pretty consistently for the New York Times then.
But that's when I guess you have to learn that there are risks involved in your work, right? You start to have to evaluate that, like covering a war is something completely different to you at that stage.
Absolutely. At that time, there were suicide bombers, there were smaller scale attacks. The U.S. started bombing Afghanistan, and then we had to navigate how to go in. And so it's always a learning curve. You know, now with Ukraine, it's drones. And so I think it's ever evolving.
The other turning point I wondered about in your career was Iraq in 2004, because you had the first of your abduction, kidnap experiences then. Take me back to that time and that place, the really chaotic period after the U.S. invasion, the year afterwards.
I mean, even leading up to the U.S. invasion, when I was offered to go into Iraq, I really wasn't sure I could handle a military embed at that point. I had never been in combat. I was offered a position with the 101st Airborne. I did not take it.
Sorry, why did you think you couldn't handle it?
Because I was a woman. I didn't know if I'd be physically fit enough, if I'd be as strong as the men I was going in with. I didn't know what it would feel like to be under fire, because even though I covered the fall of the Taliban, it was not combat.
This is going to be frontline.
Yeah, and I didn't want to be responsible for holding anyone up or being scared, or I just wasn't sure how I would respond. And so I ended up going into northern Iraq from Iran. And it was there that I was in my first attack. That was a very close call that actually killed a journalist standing where I had been standing. And we were covering refugees fleeing this area. It was something that I've covered a million times now. And all the locals were warning us to leave. And we went to leave, and literally an incoming round came in and landed so close to our car that our entire car flew forward. And as we evacuated, we went to this school a few kilometers down the road, and a taxi pulled up and said, "Is there a journalist here?" And everyone was regathering. And the taxi driver said, "I have the body of a journalist in my trunk. Can someone help me identify him?" And I remember looking at him, and I ran behind the school and just started sobbing and thinking, I don't want to do this for a living. I don't think I can stay here. But there was no way out, because Saddam was still in power. We couldn't go south. Iran wouldn't let us back in. And I basically had to learn how to deal with my fear and how to cover war in northern Iraq. Before the kidnapping in Iraq, there were like these gradual close calls.
Maybe that's almost a sliding doors moment, that one, because had there been a way out,
I probably would have.
And you might not have gone back to that kind of zone again. But then you were there in Iraq again, and you were out one day with other journalists, and that was when you got held up at a checkpoint near Fallujah.
Yeah. So what happened was I basically spent all of 2003 and the beginning of 2004 in Iraq. I was working with a colleague for the New York Times, and we heard there was a helicopter down, a Marine helicopter down. So we went. The only road open was a smuggler's route. And as we were nearing the outskirts of Fallujah, we turned a corner, and literally the entire road was full of insurgents with keffiyehs, their faces wrapped, rockets on their backs, Kalashnikovs. They started shooting in the air. It was terrifying. They pulled all the men out of the car. I was dressed in full hijab, so abaya, headscarf, everything. And they left me sitting in the car. And I was sort of looking out the window, watching my colleague get led away. And
but this is where you did something really interesting. You said that colleague was your husband.
Yeah. I thought if I did that, they would take us as a couple, and it'd be more complicated for them to kill us or to figure out what to do when you insert a woman into that situation.
It's a hell of a thing to do, Lindsay. I'm trying to imagine being in the same position, and you're in not safety, but you're in a more protected position in this car, and you're connecting yourself to someone who's being led away.
I guess, but you would probably do the same thing. I mean, you work in teams in these places, and when you work in war zones, there is a solidarity. And so I didn't think about it in terms of my own safety. I thought about it in terms of how can I help this situation.
And I think it did help diffuse it, didn't it?
I think it did in the end. I think it did. They held us for a day. It was terrifying. Of course, we had guns to our heads. They questioned us repeatedly. And in the end, they ended up letting us go. Of course, my instinct is to leave, but I don't want to leave because I've just witnessed what I thought was a war crime.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives.
And laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment.
And from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg Television.
The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day. Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Haslinda Amin in Bangkok. This is Bloomberg.
Shall we go back in time then to your birth family, your parents and your sisters when you were growing up? I think because you're the youngest of four, your older sisters have said that they deserve some credit for what you are because they toughened you up.
Yeah, they were really tough on me. I mean, anyone who has older sisters knows it's generally not an easy path. We grew up in Connecticut and a very sort of open, eccentric household. My parents are hairdressers. And we had very few rules in our house growing up. But my three older sisters, I'm now very, very close to, were really tough on me. I mean, they'd beat me up, they picked on me, they'd call me names. They were constantly sort of slamming the door in my face and telling me I couldn't join in. And I guess, yeah, in a sense, they did toughen me up.
You had to go really far from home to carve out your own path, I feel.
Yes, I did.
What was the first time you picked up a camera? How did that happen?
My father gave me a camera when I was about 12 years old. A client of his gave him a camera. And I remember I had no idea how to use it. So I started reading all these manuals of like how to photograph.
Your craft today, when you go out on assignment, what do you set out to do? Do you set out to think, today I really want to capture a particular kind of scene?
Yeah.
Or are you going with the flow?
No. I guess what people don't understand is photojournalism and being a photographer is not just about taking photos. There is so much that goes into it. So as I'm gearing up for a trip, I spend an extraordinary amount of time doing research, updating myself on what's happening right now.
But are you looking for locations or thinking
everything?
That hospital is somewhere I'd like to go to. That kind of person is someone I want to find.
I'm looking for themes. I'm looking for contacts. I'm looking for hospitals. I'm looking for schools. I'm looking for what is the story of the moment? What is important and how can I advance the story? What's not being told? What's happening to women? Is rape being used as a weapon of war? I'm looking for sort of everything. So when I finally get on the ground in a country, every day I have a list of things in my head and I'm making notes. I'm doing reporting on the ground. I'm constantly updating my shoot list. And sometimes things are serendipitous. Sometimes I'll be driving and I'll see this extraordinary scene and I'll stop the car and that might be the photo for the day. But I always have an agenda somewhere.
But that shoot list, when you're thinking about it in advance and making that list, is it visual that you actually
do you think in that way?
Yes.
Rather than, I think in words. Do you think in images?
I think in images. I'm making a list because there are things I've read about. There are things that I know help comprehensively tell a story. And so it's not just about showing up somewhere and looking for pretty pictures.
There was a day early in the war in Ukraine in February 2022 when you were out and you ended up seeing the aftermath, immediate aftermath, actually being almost in the middle of a Russian strike on evacuated civilians. Tell me about that day, because it led to a famous image that you've taken, but I want to know the before and the after.
So it was actually March 6, 2022. And at that point, the situation in Bucha and Irpin was a bit of a mystery. Everyone knew the Russians were there. They had sort of encircled the area. A lot of civilians started fleeing to Kyiv across the broken Irpin bridge. The bridge had been broken intentionally by the Ukrainian forces to stop the Russian advance. And so I had seen these photographs of hundreds of Ukrainian civilians leaving Bucha and Irpin across the bridge the day before. And I didn't know about it. And I was really upset with myself because it was a really important moment in the conflict. And so I made a plan to go the following morning, and it felt incredibly tense. And I had been warned that there was shelling on the other side of the bridge. And so we took cover behind this wall near the bridge, and we were photographing civilians leaving. And it was a known civilian evacuation route. So when the first mortar round came in, I thought, well, the Russians know this is all civilians, so they won't kill them because, of course, Putin had said repeatedly, we are not targeting civilians. And so my security advisor said, would you like to leave? And I said, no, they're not going to target this. This is all women and children and elderly. And so I was shooting, and then another round came in a bit closer. And so we dove for cover behind the cement wall, and almost immediately a third round came in and landed with like 20 meters between me and this family. And I saw the flash of the round, the mortar round hit the pavement, and it was a sort of ball of flames, and dove behind this wall. And when I popped up, I thought that it was a soldier that had been knocked down because they were calling for a medic. And as I approached, I realized that there were children. I mean, I first noticed these moon boots, and I thought, I can't believe there was a family. And I'm scanning the scene and I'm shooting, and there's still rounds coming in. So I know I have to work quickly. Of course, my instinct is to leave, but I don't want to leave because I've just witnessed what I thought was a war crime. And so I'm shooting, and then I work my way around the scene, and I see the faces. And I'm thinking to myself, the New York Times will never publish civilians who have been killed, but I have to document this just for the sake of documentation. And I'm trying to do it in a respectful way, and in a way that's dignified, of course. I don't know if the family is dead or alive. And then we have to run away because there are rounds still coming in. And when I get back to the car, I called my editor and I said, I've just witnessed this, and I'll send you photographs if they're in focus. Of course, I had no idea if I'd even properly made pictures because I was still in shock. And the New York Times did make a decision to run the photos on the front page, and they were used on the House floor. They went sort of viral just to prove that civilians were being targeted.
And why was that so exceptional to publish those pictures? Because these are corpses, these are faces of corpses that are visible in your picture.
In my many years of covering war, it is always a huge debate whether to publish the dead, especially when their faces are identifiable. In this case, I tried to shoot in a way where their faces were not, but it wasn't very graphic. It looked as if everyone was sleeping. They had been knocked over by the sheer impact of the blast, that we had only been spared because actually the blast went in their direction and not our direction.
You said you were shocked, but were you also angry?
Oh, I mean, I was angry. I was upset. In the documentary, you can hear me cursing because I didn't even realize that Andre, my colleague, had been shooting the whole time. And so I somehow convinced myself from the time we got into the car to back to the hotel that actually it wasn't really a close call, that we were fine. We were quite a distance. And when I got back to the hotel, Clarissa Ward, who's a CNN correspondent, messaged me and said, "Are you okay?" And I said, "Yeah, I'm fine." She said, "I saw the attack." I said, "How did you see the attack?" And she said, "Andre posted it on Facebook." And my heart sort of sank, because then I realized my family will have seen it, perhaps my children will have seen it. And I realized it actually was as close as I thought it was.
In a situation like that, if your editor or whoever you're trying to sell the pictures to says, actually, we're not going to use that for whatever reason, maybe even sometimes because it's not interesting enough, like in the brutal realities of the way news is covered. What does that do to you?
Well, I mean, on these assignments, I can't do anything really. I mean, ethically, I have to just say, okay. In this case, I was terrified they would say that. And because I had survived the attack and I knew that it was intentional targeting, I really went to bat, because this was a situation where I actually witnessed bracketing of mortar rounds onto a civilian evacuation route. And so for me, it was very important to publish these pictures. I say it's dangerous, but I know how to stay safe, and I don't go to where it's too dangerous.
Is that true?
The Middle East and Africa regions are home to some of the biggest deals and fastest growth in the world. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. I'm Jemana Versace. Join me on Bloomberg Horizon's Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insights shaping the decisions of traders across this exciting region.
You had heightened levels of volatility.
There's still room to maneuver.
We do see opportunities.
It allows you to increase significantly your net income.
Every trading day, only on Bloomberg.
You've got young sons, and in the film we see you bathing the little one, and he says, "Do you have to go away like this? And please, can you only go away for 1 day or 3 days?" And you're trying to explain to him that some of the places you go are really far away. But that's really hard.
It's really hard. It's so hard.
You do keep going away. You do keep going back to these really tough places.
I do, and he keeps asking me those questions. Now he's 6, and even the 13-year-old who will be 14, they both ask me all the time, "Why do you have to go?" Lucas says, "Is it dangerous? Is there fighting?"
What do you say to "Is it dangerous"?
I say it's dangerous, but I know how to stay safe, and I don't go to where it's too dangerous.
Is that true?
Look, there's an unpredictability in war. You never know. But there's also an unpredictability in life. I believe in this work, and I believe this is where I need to be. And I hope that my children can learn from that sort of dedication.
In these interviews, I normally ask people about their weekends, but I feel like with you, you're laughing because I get it. Like, it's not a weekday.
What's a weekend?
What's a weekend? But is there a key dividing line between being on assignment and being at home? Is that the fundamental dividing line in your life?
Yeah. When I'm working, there are no weekends, obviously. And when I'm home, I'm still working all the time, but I do try to carve out time with my kids. Sometimes my 13-year-old wants nothing to do with me anyway, so it doesn't really matter, but I'm there and I'm cooking for them and I'm trying to be present.
But the work doesn't stop because you're doing the captions and you're processing the images and you're probably thinking about the next assignment.
I'm planning the next assignment and I'm writing another book right now, so that's taking up a lot of time.
How do you switch off?
I switch off when I'm with my friends and family. You know, I make a conscious effort to come home from 6 weeks in Ukraine and throw a dinner party for 25 people because it makes me happy. I mean, it makes me happy.
But I mean, the complexities of human life and your domestic life and human arrangements, that can be messy in a way that perhaps when you're on assignment, you're in a certain mode.
Well, when I'm on assignment, I try not to think too much about my kids and my family, because then I feel like it will affect too much the decisions I'm making on the ground, and I have to really stay focused. And so I'm not FaceTiming with my kids every day. I'm not talking to my husband. I'm trying not to be too distracted by my kids, really.
But when you picture them, because you do think visually, when you picture the home life, the perfect weekend, the perfect home moment, what do you see? What's the image in your mind's eye?
Just sort of me in the kitchen cooking or baking and the kids coming in and out doing their thing. We have a very unconventional life, much like how I was raised, because we let the kids have a fair amount of freedom in deciding how they want to spend their weekends.
But your life has these two extremes.
Yeah, it does.
And that's the way you want it, I presume.
I don't really have a choice. I mean, I think when I decided to have a family, that meant living between two very dramatic extremes. And it meant sort of being torn always between these two worlds.
Lindsay Dario, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Tariffs, I think, are probably the first time in my career I've had to deal with like a fundamental change in government policy in terms of how we think about how markets work.
The challenge, especially within my supply chain, is now how do you have enough productivity initiatives to offset the increased cost of all the product?
Can you just move your supply chain out of China and into the US or out of Mexico and up to Canada? Is it that easy?
It's not that easy, but we do have flexibility. And we had been, prior to tariffs, prior to any of this, we had been on a journey to diversify our footprint out of China. So probably 2-ish years ago, roughly 65% of our toy and game volume was coming from China. Today, as we entered into 2025, that was around 50%. All we've done is really accelerate the path to get down to roughly, call it 30% by the time we enter into 2027. For us, I mean, if tariffs stay, if tariffs go, it's never good to have so much of your manufacturing base centered on one geography. We think the diversification is good, but it does take a bit of time to get vendors and suppliers up to speed. Quality is a big deal, especially when you're dealing with toys and kids. It's not an instantaneous thing, but it's not also a 5-year, have to build a new plant from scratch.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade. Watch Bloomberg Tech. This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg Television. U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg.
Big story is really going to continue to be AI and tech.
I think you stay in a Mag 7.
It's still so early in this game that it's very hard to declare where the ultimate winners are going to be.
The same sectors that have been strong for a couple years before are going to continue to be strong.
It doesn't take much disruption to have quite a few domino effects that are going to impact the market in a more holistic way.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern.
Good morning. Happy New Year. Welcome to Bloomberg Surveillance, starting 2026 on an upbeat foot with futures rising in early trading, building on 3 straight years of double-digit returns. But some big questions looming about complacency, with almost every single Wall Street analyst feeling optimistic about the year ahead. And metals continuing their rip-roaring rally, with aluminum surmounting $3,000 a ton for the first time since 2022. Matt Miller, I am so pleased to say came back to join us for the next 3 hours. Matt, wonderful to see you. John and Anne-Marie will be back on Monday. But really, to me, the optimism is just really notable heading into this year.
Yeah, well, I mean, it is a big move in futures if you discount the cash trade on New Year's Eve. I mean, we were down 0.75% on Wednesday after a bad day on Tuesday and a bad day on Monday. So we haven't gained back anything that we lost this week. I would say it's still pretty bad.
So if you sit in this chair, do you have to be really bearish and negative on the world? I mean, come on. We had an incredible year, right? We had 3 straight years of double-digit gains. We haven't seen a fourth coming back with that type of return going back to the late 1990s. Everyone is optimistic except for Matt Miller, who's sitting in that chair over there, and saying, look, we can build on this because AI, while overvalued in certain pockets, is truly a transformative technology.
Yeah, I mean, look at all of the gainers in the pre-market. They're all of the same gainers from last year. Micron Technology is one of the biggest winners, along with Vertiv, right? Dealing with nuclear power. You've got Palantir, one of the biggest gainers today. Tesla, even though Tesla is going to have delivered only 1.8 million cars in 2025, the stock is up today. That's not a good signal for me.
Matt will continue with trying to pour some cold water on what otherwise would be an optimistic morning. He is right about Tesla, reporting sales figures coming for the fourth quarter later this day. And a real question about its role as part of the Magnificent Seven. Right now, despite what Matt is saying, you are seeing futures green across the board, led by, guess what, big tech, up 1.1%, screaming back after the outperformance last year. You're seeing S&P futures up 0.7%. And Russell 2000, a real question here about whether you get that broadening up 0.9%. If you take a look at the bond space, 2s, 10s, and 30s, continuing the trend that we saw in 2025 as well, with yield curve steepening. Yes, you're getting a bid into bonds, but look at that 30-year yield, 4.84%. You're seeing the steepest yield curve going back to a couple days before the beginning of the year. And the metals trade, we have to keep coming back to this. What is gold? What is silver? What is aluminum? What is copper telling you? It is telling you that the physical world is getting more expensive. The fact that silver is back on its tear with a 4% gain after the volatility that we saw last week shows how much people are still pouring into a trade that just had its best year since 1979. Coming up this hour, Jeff Yu of BNY as Wall Street looks to start the new year strong. Andrew Bishop of Signum Global as President Trump threatens to intervene with protests in Iran, and Eric Fish of HSBC with retail's winners and losers heading into this new year that we currently are in. We begin this hour with stocks pushing higher on the first trading day of the year. Jeff Yu of BNY in writing, investors are navigating a market that feels both familiar and fundamentally different. Growth is uneven, but still has room to run. Jeff joins us now for more. Jeff, good morning. Happy New Year. Wonderful to see you. I want to start with something that you said in your latest report, which is sometimes it's better to ask good questions than to have answers right now. What are the key questions you're looking at heading into this year?
I think from clients' point of view, the questions are, sustainability. As you've said, we've had 3 good years of double-digit returns. Can we extend that to a fourth? And overall, it's if I am concerned about valuations and the like, and there is going to be a bit more of a volatile path, what are some of the defensive positions? How do I diversify? I think those are one of the questions as a responsible investor. You stay the course. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. But you need to know where some of the pitfalls are. Look at them in advance and identify the insurance plays. So I think that comprehensive approach is going to be the key question as we asset allocate heading into 2026.
Jeff, one of the key questions about diversification is what are you diversifying against? Is it inflation risk or is it the risk of recession? Because the potential diversifiers are completely different depending on that answer.
I totally agree with you, and I think it's different diversifiers for different markets and also different regions. If I look at the run of European data that we've had this morning, I'm afraid it's looking a bit more stagflationary. So if we're going to worry about inflation and worry about a stagflation environment, I would probably worry more about Europe than the US for this year. If I look at APAC, for example, Asian bourses are doing quite well. So there's a bit of a tech run there too. So can that actually take place, but not at the expense of my tech positioning in the US and elsewhere, and how do I defend against further trade volatility up ahead? So I think all of these aspects are important, but look at it on an individual market basis rather than you think that there's one insurance play that can defend against everything. I don't think that works anymore.
What about the broadening out, Jeff, that we've heard so much about? There have been a lot of head fakes. We finished the year with all of the high bandwidth DRAM makers winning the S&P 500, Western Digital, SanDisk, Seagate, all the biggest winners in terms of the individual stocks. And then Robinhood, Newmont, Lam Research, Palantir. Those are exactly the same stocks that are up today in the pre-market. Are we going to see a broadening out, or is it just going to be the same, top 20 stocks pushing this rally into 26?
I think that goes to a broader question about the broader economy. So, can that K-shaped growth that we're seeing, not just in the US, but I think other economies can sympathize as well, can that actually narrow a bit so that K sort of converges, the two arms of the K, into more balanced growth? And here's where we get a multiplier effect into the broader economy. So can Main Street benefit as well? If I look at our underlying positioning data, yes, tech has done well, but consumer-related segments have really softened, and that points to a margin story. That points to a demand story as well. So can we have that the so-called trickle-down effect into Main Street? If that can happen, then we can see a broadening out from the tech stocks, which are overheld, of course, heading into 2026, but into some of the consumer-oriented stocks as well in the US and also in EM. I think that is a consensus view for the year. Asset allocation into EM tech, but for China, for Japan, and for the rest, can we see EM consumer stocks do well? Are we going to see a fiscal push benefit consumer? So globally, it really is about Main Street. If Main Street can pick up, then we'll see that broadening out. But I think on the fiscal side, markets are waiting to be convinced.
Here in the U.S., of course, everybody in markets wants to see, or everybody, I guess, long stocks wants to see Fed cuts. Is that going to continue? And will that help Main Street, Jeff? Is that going to be able to bring down mortgage rates and auto loan rates, which so far haven't responded very well to 175 basis points of cuts?
So I think the question is, as the Fed cuts rates, and I think that is going to be a consensus view, of course, your cash flow improves on the liability side. What Main Street wants to see, not just in the US, but around the world, can real incomes grow? And if it can grow, can expectations pick up? You look at the UK, for example, as Governor Bailey has highlighted, wage growth is very strong, but you're seeing savings rates go up as well. It looks like the UK is going to run a double-digit savings rate on a sustained basis, which is unheard of, right? So what is it that's holding back the consumer in the US, in the UK, and elsewhere, and also in APAC? They're sitting on high savings, but they're not spending. They're not pushing it into the broader economy. So I think that requires more stability in terms of their expectations. Yes, wage growth is firm right now. Can that be maintained? And the US economy, this no fire, no hire economy, let's move into a more hiring economy. I think that's what's needed to get Main Street going and to lift the consumer segment.
Right now, the consensus is that the dollar will weaken, even if you do have stronger growth than, say, in Europe, and it's because of the rate cuts that are expected. What do you think is going to be the main driver for the currency? The actual growth rate or the expected rate cuts by the Federal Reserve, with the rest of the central banks around the world largely sitting on their hands?
So I think it is going to be policy differentials at the end of the day. So as long as we go through this so-called hawkish cut approach with the Fed, I think dollar downside is going to be a bit more limited. Yes, there will be hedging, and the costs of hedging will factor into that, as rate differentials shift around. But if I look at APAC, right, APAC FX is where we see the most capacity for strength against the dollar. It's not going to be in Europe. I've been wrong on euro dollar last year, so this year I still think euro is looking a bit stagflationary, so I think euro strength is going to be capped. But dollar weakness against the likes of the renminbi, against the likes of the yen, that is the consensus view. But I'd be a bit more cautious there too. Yes, APAC currencies will rally in real terms, but in nominal terms, I'd be a bit more careful. If China, for example, can shift PPI from negative 2.2%, 2.5%, that's the values right now, towards positive 2, positive 3, that kind of real effective exchange rate appreciation is something that they would probably be more happy with. So position for your dollar very, very carefully. If there's going to be dollar weakness, I'd probably see it more against APAC rather than European currencies.
Speaking of China and sort of U.S. versus China dynamics, Xi Jinping over in China had this New Year's message that he gave in an address. China has become one of the world's fastest rising economies in terms of innovative capacity, giving a nod to the war in terms of AI prowess between U.S. and China. Do you have a sense of who is going to come out ahead at the end of 2026?
So I think the direction for innovation and AI, if we look at it, the application, for example, is a bit divergent. So I think both can lead in terms of one is consumer-facing in the US side. On the industrial side, that's what China's focusing on. But what investors, what the positioning is looking at is, can we see AI prowess in China and also beyond translate into higher margins, higher earnings growth, and that can lift the consumer. That seems to be the missing link in asset allocation right now. But having said that, a lot of savings are being pushed into AI stocks. In APAC, we've seen the IPOs, the reaction over the last 24 hours of trading also. Hence, that theme is going to play out in the different fields, of course. But again, can that translate into growth into Main Street earnings and wages and lift Chinese consumer spending as well? That will require not just on the corporate side, but on the fiscal side. I think that's going to be one of the big pushes for EM growth this year, and will have positive benefits for the rest of the world as well. If you look at Europe, for example, it wants to see stronger Chinese demand. That trade deficit certainly needs narrowing.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a big question about the fiscal impulse, not only in the United States and Europe, but also in China. Jeff Yu, wonderful to get your thoughts, as always. Jeff Yu of BNY there from London, and he was talking about China versus the U.S. It seems like China has already taken the lead, Matt, when it comes to electric vehicles, particularly BYD versus Tesla.
Oh, yeah, BYD absolutely crushing it. But it's important to note that they make far less expensive vehicles, right? And they're in a market that's really accepting of EVs. What I think is awesome to watch is BYD getting an inroad into Europe, right? Cars starting to sell there. And here in the US, you can't yet buy them, but I do know some auto executives that have imported them for research purposes and are really bullish on the build quality. So yeah, really interesting story.
We're going to be getting more on that in just a minute. Let's get more on that and other stories. Here is your Bloomberg Brief with Lizzie Burden. Lizzie.
Hi, Lisa. We begin with tragedy in Switzerland. Officials say that around 40 people have died in a fire at a ski resort bar where partygoers were celebrating the new year. They estimate that more than 100 others have been injured after flames ripped through the bar at the popular alpine resort Clermont-Ferrand. Eyewitnesses said that a sparkler in a bottle ignited the ceiling. Elsewhere, the US continuing to ramp up the pressure on Venezuela. The Trump administration sanctioned Chinese companies and oil tankers linked to Venezuela. This comes as the US launches more strikes on purported drug trafficking boats. Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro says that he's open to negotiating with the US to combat drug trafficking, but said the US is trying to force him from power and gain access to Venezuela's oil reserves. And as you were discussing, BYD likely surpassed Tesla to become the world's largest electric vehicle maker in 2025. The Chinese company met its full-year sales target, delivering nearly 8% more vehicles than the year before. However, BYD is now facing growing pressure as China scales back some incentives supporting EV purchases, as well as growing domestic competition. And that's your Bloomberg Brief. Lisa.
Thank you so much, Lizzie. Up next, locked and loaded, President Trump threatening to intervene if Iran kills peaceful protesters. Andrew Bishop of Signum Global joins us next as the international focus continues at the White House. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. Good morning.
Investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Amin, only on Bloomberg.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
Why is it that NFTs have not recovered in the same way that, say, Bitcoin has?
Bloomberg is covering all things crypto.
It's a pretty spectacular story.
The people.
This is the future. This is the 21st century economy.
The transactions.
It snapped up nearly $1 billion of Bitcoin.
And the technology.
We need to build a digital Fort Knox.
That gives people financial freedom, and that's a wonderful thing.
That's extraordinary.
We ride the wave that is Bitcoin.
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays only on Bloomberg.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets?
We are seeing modest gains across European equity markets.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
Starting the year with some gains after a pretty soggy end of 2025, nonetheless building on 3 straight years of double-digit returns, which you are seeing in the NASDAQ is more than a 1% boost in futures. S&P futures up 0.6%, so about half of that gain that you're seeing in the tech-heavy sectors. Euro-dollar still around 117. 10-year yields have been higher. It is notable to see. Today we're getting a bit of a bid into bonds, but we did end the year and continue to start the new one with a steepening in the yield curve. Aluminum up 0.5%. We are seeing aluminum past $3,000 a ton for the first time going back more than 3 years. It seems like, Matt, the metals trade still very, very hot.
Yeah, it's interesting. We heard last week from Elon Musk, or maybe it was earlier this week, pre-New Year's Eve, about the importance of silver, obviously, for production of cars. It's a key asset. And then aluminum is even more important. I mean, aluminum and steel together make up about 65% of the average car cost. And for a company like Ford, which had a fire at its Novelis plant, it's even more important because the F-150, the best-selling nameplate in automotive for the U.S., is an aluminum truck. So it's a very big problem for car makers.
Yeah, especially because there's a real question about the supplies, where the supplies are going to come from and how available they will be. Internationally, that is increasingly a focus as the White House shifts its focus to geopolitics, and it raises questions about what the capacity is to act in international waters. Under surveillance this morning, locked and loaded, President Trump saying the U.S. is ready to rescue Iranian protesters if they are attacked by authorities. Protests escalating over the country's deepening economic crisis. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall joins us now from Washington. Tyler, locked and loaded, what does that mean?
Yeah, hey, Lisa, good morning. Well, President Trump did not provide specifics on what actions he was considering taking, but it does mark an escalation in what has been a series of threats in recent days by the U.S. Earlier this week, President Trump vowed next to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to strike Iran again if it rebuilds its nuclear program. Of course, international sanctions against Iran's nuclear ambitions have led to the widespread economic problems that are fueling these protests, from inflation to a currency that's rapidly depreciated, losing 60% of its value since the June war with Israel. Now, our analysts at Bloomberg Intelligence say that there is a very strong likelihood that we could see Iran taking a more heavy-handed approach to these protests if they do continue in the coming days. And while President Trump has long vowed to curb Iran's nuclear ambitions, these remarks overnight do signal more of a willingness to intervene in a foreign crisis, something that he broadly campaigned against, but of course comes against this broader geopolitical backdrop that the White House has been escalating tensions with Venezuela, taking in recent days actions to curb the so-called shadow fleet that Venezuela and Iran actually share to transport their oil. Now, Lisa, President Trump earlier this week did confirm that he would be willing to engage directly in bilateral talks with Iran since those discussions have stalled. In fact, you'll recall it was Anne-Marie who back in March had reported that this White House gave Iran 2 months to reach a deal on its nuclear program, which obviously never materialized.
Tyler Kendall, thank you so much. And yes, Anne-Marie will be back in the seat on Monday to continue with that reporting. Andrew Bishop of Signal Global joins us now for more. Andrew, what do you make of this locked and loaded comment? Do you think that there actually are plans in place to intervene by the U.S. in Iran?
So I don't think the plan is to intervene. I think this should be read mainly as attempting to give the protesters a chance, right? So to essentially tell the regime there should be a red line not to cross, and that is, quote unquote, violently kill. I think it is interesting and a bit gruesome, but interesting the way that the president chose his words, that essentially supposes that if they are killed, but perhaps not shot out during protests, but instead arrested and, disappeared, that would be a little less sort of crossing the president's red lines. Also potentially shot at with rubber bullets. We know that in previous protests, the regime used that to blind protesters. These are gruesome details, but I think that they actually should be read in the context of the president's choice of words.
So what would we do with people if we save them there? Does that mean we'd bring them here as refugees?
No. I think what would happen if the president were to intervene in the conflict is that the U.S. would essentially target the security apparatus. So we would essentially launch, I mean, to put it very simply, Tomahawk missiles on IRGC domestic facilities, especially besieged sort of the more hardcore security forces meant to keep control of the situation. We would essentially attack those and hope that the protesters can then have a chance at overwhelming the regime's security apparatus.
I thought it was interesting that, you know, we've been chasing this oil tanker, Bella 1, which came out of Iran, went to Venezuela, and is now headed, I guess, to Russia. The Russians have claimed this tanker, and it looks like maybe we'll give them a little leeway because it's Russia. At the same time, we're sanctioning Chinese and Hong Kong based tankers. Are we giving Russia a little bit more leeway because we want to get a truce or an end to this conflict in Ukraine?
Yes, but I would say the bigger difference between Russia and China is the fact that the U.S. Really doesn't have the ability to put any pressure on China at all. So, we sort of are in the kabuki dance phase with China, where we pretend to impose sanctions, but they don't actually bite. So I think that's the biggest difference.
So what will we do? I mean, President Trump started this trade war with China. In his first term, President Biden actually carried it on in a sense, but now it looks like the Chinese have realized that their access and refining capabilities with rare earth minerals gives them a massive advantage. Is there anything we can do?
Not in the short term. I think in the short term, the U.S. And this administration have come to realize that there really is nothing that the U.S. can do to minimize China's overwhelming leverage over the U.S. And that's why we're seeing the president take such a soft, dovish approach to China. Yes, he's a deal maker, but some of the deals that he struck over the past few months with China are borderline humiliating, I think, from an apolitical standpoint, right? This famous sort of high-end chips in exchange for soybeans. It's pretty much from a bipartisan perspective, I think it's fair to say that's not a great deal for the U.S. And that's just a recognition of the U.S.'s weaker hand in the short term.
How much is this the reason why China is doing these drills around Taiwan right now?
So it is and it isn't. China would probably be conducting these drills. It's conducted drills like these every year, sometimes twice a year for the past several years. So in that sense, it's not particularly surprising. I don't think it's necessarily a result of the president's sort of soft approach to China. What's interesting or what's maybe more political is China's takeaways from the president's reaction to the drills, right? I think the State Department's press release yesterday that sort of condemned the drills and took a harsher tone was an attempt to not send the wrong message to China. But the president's decision to essentially say, President Xi Jinping hasn't talked to me about this, it's not a big deal. That is the kind of thing that Xi notes down, writes down, and potentially, let's be very clear about it, potentially factors into his decision to attack Taiwan for good at some point.
So there's sort of a panoply of potential risks geopolitically that people are looking at for next year. On one hand, you've got the China-Taiwan issue. On the other hand, you've got Russia-Ukraine. You, of course, also have Iran, as we were just talking about. And then you have Venezuela that has also been increasingly ground zero for a proxy between the U.S. and China, with China getting increasingly influential in South America. Which of those do you think is going to be the most significant heading into this year?
So on the question of likelihood, it's Venezuela, because there is a real chance for the U.S. to essentially ensure that Maduro is no longer in power, whether that's, kinetic action, CIA covert ops, et cetera. One can debate or even striking a deal with him. But let's put it like this. I think the odds of Maduro being out of power at the end of the year are well above 50%. And that's not something that can be said about the Iran situation or about an end to the war in Ukraine and so on and so forth, just because those situations are far more complicated, right? So in Iran, for example, these protests have legs, but to really go from this to actually toppling the regime, it requires a lot of steps. The security forces have to defect. They then have to take over the hardliners and win and so on and so forth. That's much harder than just essentially taking out Maduro. So from a likelihood perspective, I would say Maduro. From an impact perspective, it would definitely be Iran. I mean, Iran, turning into a different regime would have massive regional implications.
Andrew Bishop of Signum, thank you so much for being with us, and look forward to speaking with you throughout the year. Coming up, Dan Ives of Wedbush sharing his top AI picks for 2026, the changing nature of the technology trade. Plus, Lizzie Birding returns with your morning movers. Tesla rising ahead of its fourth quarter delivery report, even though it is expected to be a decline. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. Good morning.
crises, two essential crises, and for both it's now or never: democracy and climate, and they are absolutely interlinked. And we have to solve them together. We're losing the democratic infrastructure and norms to deal with the climate, and we're losing the climate stability that is essential for a democracy. We have to solve them together. We've never faced a threat like this to our democracy at a time when it's a perfect storm, at a time when we're being told by climate scientists, some of you may be in this room, that we have to cut our emissions, fossil fuel emissions, in half in 5 years now. You know, when I started to realize what was happening, it was 12 years, and we haven't done it.
Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg.
Well, Matt might be a little bit bearish right now, but the rest of the world seems to be starting the year on a good foot. I don't know how you're looking at a 1.1% gain on NASDAQ futures and seeing doom and gloom, Matt Miller.
I'm not bearish. I'm just skeptical, right? Because the NASDAQ was down 0.9% on Wednesday. So the fact that we're up 1.1% in futures today doesn't mean a heck of a lot to me.
That's a very valid point, especially because typically the first day does not indicate the direction of the year. Nonetheless, we are building on some of the enthusiasm that we saw for 3 straight years of double-digit gains, led by the tech space. You are seeing NASDAQ futures up 1%, S&P futures up 0.6%, Russell 2000 doing a bit better at 0.75%, and possibly because of the bid into bonds, 2s, 10s, and 30s. You are seeing some sort of reprisal after the best year for the debt going back to 2020. A question here, though, about the shape of the yield curve. That steepening continuing this morning with the 30-year yield at 4.84% versus that 2-year that's just been pegged around 3.46, 3.47. 3 hours away from the cash open, here are your morning movers with Lizzie Burton. Lizzie.
Hi, Lisa. Well, look, Matt, it's not doom and gloom on my screen. We're going to zoom in on the pre-market movers for the Mag 7, and we're all in the green, you see. This is the optimism continuing from last year when it comes to the AI theme. And of course, we saw 25% gains for the Mag 7 in 2025. So buyers, we're still in buying mode when it comes to this for day one of trading right now. But flip over, and I want to turn to aluminium for the Brits out there. We're up past the $3,000 a ton mark for the first time in 3 years. And these names are benefiting as well. Alcoa here up 1.8% in the pre-market. You've got supply factors going into this in Europe and China, but also demand factors, bets on construction and the renewables sector as well. We're going back to the Mag 7 finally, and I want to zoom in on Tesla this time, because as you say, we've got the Q4 production and deliveries report coming out later today. They took the unusual step, though, for context earlier this week of giving us a flavour of the sales numbers outlook, and pretty disappointing compared to what some investors were expecting. So we're up 2.15% in the pre-market, but do factor in that disappointment earlier in the week. Lisa, back to you.
Thank you so much, Lizzie. On our radar this morning, the U.S. ramping up pressure on Venezuela with new sanctions on Chinese tankers accused of evading restrictions and fresh strikes against alleged drug traffickers. Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro saying he's open to negotiating, but claims the moves are a pretext to seize the nation's oil. Meanwhile, the U.S. is cutting controversial tariffs on some Italian pasta brands. The Commerce Department slashing retaliatory rates down from nearly 92%, down 92% down to as low as 2%. Italy's foreign ministry calling the move a win for cooperation, though final rates won't be set until March. And this continues, Matt, with this theme of either putting off or cutting the actual rates of tariffs.
Yeah, I thought really interesting, because I'm always looking at Ethan Allen, that business just right up the street here on 3rd Avenue, that it was interesting on Wednesday when President Trump delayed tariffs on upholstered furniture and kitchen cabinetry, as well as vanities. Like, they get pretty specific. But this is something that had been really interesting to me as a consumer of these things, and because I had talked to the CEO quite often at Ethan Allen. So it does seem like he's backing off to some extent of things that would hurt affordability for the average American.
Until early 2027, after the midterm election, sort of a key point there in terms of timing. Meanwhile, BYD, as we were talking about earlier, meeting its full-year sales target, delivering a record amount of vehicles in 2025. The surge officially puts the Chinese giant on track to dethrone Tesla as the world's top EV maker. Tesla set to release their sales results later this morning, and they are expected to be lower. But Matt, is it even really still part of the Magnificent Seven as a car company, or is it as an AI company, as a robotics company, as an autonomous driving company?
I mean, you're 100% right. This is not valued as a car maker. At $1.5 trillion, Tesla has a higher market cap than every single other car maker in the world, even if you throw in like Koenigsegg and Pagani, right? So it doesn't matter that they sell 1.8 million or 2 million, if they sell 3 million or 1, it's still not part of the calculus that the stock buyers are doing to value this company. And I also don't think it's an apples to apples comparison with BYD, because they sell luxury vehicles at Tesla for the most part, right? And BYD is selling some vehicles for as little as $10,000 or $15,000 a piece. It's a different product.
A clinic for why the shares of Tesla are rising in pre-market trading, despite some of those negative expectations. Sticking with tech, Wedbush out with its top AI stocks for 2026. Dan Ives writing, heading into 2026, investors are both excited and nervous about the AI revolution. 2026 is an inflection point year. Dan joins us now with his colorful self. Happy New Year. Wonderful to see you.
As always.
So let's talk about that. Why is it an inflection point? What do you mean by that?
It's really about, to me, it's about the second, third, fourth derivatives playing out across AI. Look, it's monetization. And you talk about Tesla, it's the next phase in terms of autonomous, robotics, consumer AI, especially when it comes to Apple, and I think what we're going to see. Look, I think it's a prove-it year, but that actually makes me more bullish, because I think now we go into the next phase of AI. I think tech stocks are up 20, 25% in 2026, but it's not just big tech, it's about second, third, fourth derivatives playing out.
I will be fascinated to see. I don't think anything is officially expected, but you're going to CES, right, which is not only the biggest tech conference in the world, but it has become the most important car maker conference as well. It'll be fascinating to see if Tesla comes out with any other products there, or if we see a lot more robotics and automation products.
Yeah, and to your point, look, it all starts with the godfather of AI, Jensen. He'll be there with the black leather jacket, because when his speech, to me, is just so important on Monday, because it really starts off strategically what AI is going to look like. He's going to talk about physical AI in terms of autonomous robotics. I think the two best physical AI plays in the world today, it's NVIDIA and it's Tesla. And I think that speaks to you about like Tesla, what everyone's focused on. This is autonomous chapter now coming to Tesla. I think you see Musk right now, wartime CEO. That's the focus when it comes to AI, but also it's the monetization. Remember, only 3% of U.S. companies have gone down the AI path so far.
Are these robots expected to be like B2B robots, so building things in factories, or like a Roomba for consumers? What kind of products do you expect them to monetize?
Yeah, especially at CES, look, humanoid robotics is going to be front and center, autonomous. You're seeing flying cars. A lot of the presence, you talk about a lot of the tensions between U.S. and China. The presence of Chinese companies is going to be, it's going to be a monster in terms of what we see there. I think doubling, over the last few years. But I think it's really going to be about humanoid robotics. It's going to be about autonomous. But this is also going to be about more embedded AI devices that consumers are going to see. CES, we're not just talking about flying drones and refrigerators that talk to you. Now these are much more sort of front and center in terms of it's a who's who. Every big tech player is going to be there, even if they're not unofficially there. They're there to look for acquisitions.
I love the idea of opening the refrigerator and having it say, do you really want that? I mean, I can just imagine the future for, move over Ozempic. So there's this question here also about what some of the moves in late 2025 mean. And I'd love your take on this, because we saw some acquisitions made by the likes of Meta and NVIDIA. And I just wonder whether there's more cost consciousness and more of a competitive advantage that they're looking to solidify at a time where suddenly companies are saying, hold on, what are we paying for this, and what are we actually getting?
Look, I think you hit on a great point, because the reality is it's an arms race. That's what's going on with big tech. And right now, at the top of that mountain is big tech. And when you look at like Google's win versus DOJ, antitrust, I mean, this is sort of go time for big tech. And I think you're going to see more and more acquisitions. And we've talked about not just on enterprise, on energy, and I think really across the board. And it speaks to really what we're seeing right here is that it's not just about big tech getting bigger and bigger, doing acquisitions, spending. You're going to have $600 billion in CapEx in big tech, but it's also you're going to see other players being like, don't forget about me. Look at AMD. You're going to see like, look at Cisco, look at IBM. I mean, there's going to be a lot of other players saying like, hey, we want to get into that AI party. We don't want to look through the windows, like a lot of the bears are.
We were talking about BYD triumphed over Tesla to become the world's biggest electric vehicle manufacturer. We also have seen big tech in China outperform on an equity market perspective in 2025. Do you expect that to continue and for China to really solidify more of its neck-and-neck position with the U.S. or even supersede it?
Look, I think the reality is for the first time in 30 years, the U.S. is ahead of China when it comes to tech. And I think that's very important, obviously led by NVIDIA, Microsoft, Palantir, and others. But in China, look, we're bullish on China tech. We talk about Alibaba, you look at Tencent, you look at a lot of the other names there. I think what you're seeing is it's a narrowing, but it's something where you're seeing robotics really play front and center, autonomous, EVs, BYD, and others in China. But when you think about how to play it, you have to play U.S. tech, and then there are Chinese tech players to go after. But in terms of AI revolution, like we've said, it's third inning, one out, relative to this AI game. And I think the bears, like I said, like in hibernation mode, they can see AI in the spreadsheets. And I think 2026 is going to be a year that's going to be another bull market year for tech and for AI.
I had really the same question as Lisa, again, because we've seen so many stories this morning about Baidu's chip unit filing for an IPO. Another chip designer, I think Briner, with a very successful IPO today. Maybe another mini DeepSeek moment, right, with a cheaper artificial intelligence. All among the most read stories on the Bloomberg terminal. So clients are paying attention to what's going on in China with AI. How do you bet on that? I mean, do you buy the individual stocks? Is there an ETF that you like? Do you have some of these stocks in your ETF?
Yeah, sure. So obviously, for the IVES ETF, I mean, what we really focus on is the AI 30. It's like, who are the 30 winners? We have a few of the Chinese players in there. I think Baidu, you look at Huawei in terms of the success they're having. Look, right now, NVIDIA's 4 to 5 years ahead of any other chip player. And I think that's well known. That's why even a third-rate H200 restricted, China big tech's going to line up despite what the politics in Beijing. But this is an arms race. It's the narrowing of the gap. You want to play some of those Chinese tech players, but the reality is in the U.S., from NVIDIA, AMD, we talk about our top 5, Palantir, CrowdStrike, and cybersecurity. Tesla, I think it's going to be the most important year ever for them. Microsoft, I think on hyperscale right now, Microsoft, Oracle, those are names, I think, table pounders in my opinion in terms of what we see. And then Apple, finally, they come to the AI party instead of being on the treadmill at 2.0 speed, and now they actually start to get in terms of the consumer AI revolution, $75 to $100 per share.
There's only one company that you didn't mention that's on your list, and that's Microsoft. Where is Microsoft in terms of winning out versus Google? Who is its main competitor?
Look, in terms of Redmond, the enterprise, this is their backyard. When you think about companies that are moving to AI, the first phone call goes to Nadella. And I think you're seeing Google, you're seeing Amazon, what Jassie's doing. They're narrowing the gap, and they're going to be successful. But when I look at Microsoft, you have 25, 30 billion incremental monetization that I don't even think is factored into street numbers. That's right, in the stock ultimately has a 6 in front of it. And I think this is going to be, we're going to go into January, into earnings season. I think that's going to be kind of the show me story, showing like, look, this is not stopping. Like we said, AI party started at 9 p.m. It's now 10:30, 10:45 p.m.
Me and Lisa are asleep.
Yeah, 100%. That's exactly what I was thinking.
But the party goes to 4 a.m. And that's where we are.
Yeah, I'll wake up when the party's ending. Dan Ives, wonderful to see you. It's always a good day when Dan Ives graces the door of Wedbush. Right now, let's get you an update on stories elsewhere this morning. Here is your Bloomberg Brief with Lizzie Bird and Lizzie.
Hi, Lisa. President Trump pledged in a late-night social media post that the U.S. will come to the rescue of Iranian protesters if they're attacked by Islamic Republic authorities. The post comes after protests erupted this week in Tehran after the currency slumped to a record low. Demonstrations have since spread to other parts of the country, setting off clashes between civilians and security forces. Elsewhere, Zohran Mamdani, a 34-year-old Democratic socialist, was sworn in as the mayor of New York City. Mamdani's campaign focused on affordability, promising to freeze rent on the city's nearly 1 million rent-stabilized apartments, make buses fast and free, and deliver universal childcare funded by raising taxes on the ultra-wealthy. Mamdani faces challenges, though, including maintaining the support of Governor Kathy Hochul and the state's legislature. And Shanghai Byron shares jumped nearly 76% in its trading debut. The AI chip designer's IPO marked the best first-day performance since early 2021 among Hong Kong listings that raised at least $700 million. This as China's tech sector boosts its efforts, as you were discussing, to strengthen domestic alternatives in response to U.S. curbs. And that should be my brief. Lisa.
Thank you so much, Lizzie. Up next, the strong U.S. consumer.
Holiday season was solid. Consumers are cautious and discerning, but they'll buy what they don't have.
Eric Fish of HSBC joins us next to talk about what they don't have and want to buy and what that means about consumer sales in 2026. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. Good morning.
This is a 15, 16 grams tuna. Then sushi rice is still a little bit warm. So take one, like a very, don't make it too tight. So from now, and very light, like a ball. Put wasabi in the middle. Then my process 1 to 6. 1. This is putting the between the rice air. Then make the 4 fingers curl. Make sushi shape. Then touch this. 2. Then turn. Now these 2 fingers, top of the bottom, make the sushi shape more beautiful. 3. Then, I'm not, looks like pushing, not pushing. 3, 4, turn, same way, 5, and 6. So this is 1 to 6.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Lizzie Burden in London, and these are the stories that set your agenda.
Taking you from the U.S. market's close to the overnight session in Asia, we'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart Europe's trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market-moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in to Daybreak Europe, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories.
And we're here, where the action starts in Sydney.
And in Tokyo, get ahead as the global trading day begins.
The Asia Trade, weekdays only on Bloomberg.
Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Santa rally didn't really work heading into the end of last year, but the Santa rally still has 2 more days left, and right now we're trying to get off to a good start. We're seeing S&P futures up 0.6%, NASDAQ futures up about 1%. Taking a look at that 10-year yield, you are seeing a bit of a bid into bonds, but still more elevated than where we ended the year. 10-year yields at 4.15%. Yield curve steepening very much present. Crude was higher earlier in the session on concerns about geopolitics, whether it's Venezuela or Iran. Now a bid back in, or rather people selling crude once again, down about 1/3%. Under surveillance this morning, the strong U.S. consumer.
Holiday season was solid. The product newness drove demand, and with the K-shaped economy that we have, you're definitely seeing at the higher end and the lower end looking for value. And that's where you saw some of the traffic. Consumers are cautious and discerning, but they'll buy what they don't have.
Here's the latest. U.S. consumers showing resilience this holiday season, pushing retail spending up 4% year over year. Eric Fish of HSBC writing, confidence is holding. Strong employment and early shift in outerwear suggests shoppers remain optimistic, even if they're choosier about paying full price. Eric joins us now. As the temperature in New York turns to be about 20 degrees out there, Fahrenheit, I mean, we're talking about outerwear. How come when the weather is warmer than expected in December, people say, oh, it's the weather that's causing sales to be low? And then when you have weather actually being cold and people go out and buy jackets, people say it's because the consumer is optimistic.
Yeah, you really need early shopping for outerwear to show optimism. So it's this year we really did see that. We saw consumers shopping in the fall. And that, to me, that's a sign of optimism because of exactly what you're describing. It's not cold yet, and you can always defer a coat purchase for another year. So it's a good sign. We did see that carry through all the way through December. So across categories, including outerwear, we saw strong sales all the way through Christmas.
They bought a jacket in October and then realized they needed another one because it is so cold out there. I do wonder just more broadly how you evaluate this K-shaped consumer and whether this strength truly is broad-based and whether it's sustainable in this year.
Yeah, we did see it across price points. So throughout the year, early in the year, there was a lot of pessimism around tariffs. And I think the retailers acknowledged that and responded by holding prices firm, and the consumer has shopped as a result. I think going into next year with the strong sales we saw, especially through holiday, I think retailers are going to be a little bit more aggressive in terms of recouping some of that lost margin.
How much do you have to pay attention to credit card APRs, and how have they changed? Yeah. Because I imagine if the consumer is so rate sensitive when it comes to mortgages or car loans, that must be the same with credit card spending.
Yeah, I think the consumers that are building debt are not paying attention to those APRs. The stat that I look at the most is really employment. When you're gainfully employed and confident in your employment, you're spending almost regardless of some of those factors, and vice versa is also true. When you're concerned about your job, regardless of how much savings you have, you pull back on that spending.
So a lot of the items that we're talking about, outerwear, are high price items. Are these consumers buying these in cash? Are they borrowing, using a credit card that they don't know the APR of to buy these things? And does that matter?
Yeah, I think so. Credit card debt has risen, savings has decreased. I think it's generally in line with historical levels. We saw really an unnatural increase in savings through COVID, and that's reduced. So again, I don't have a concern about that specifically. Employment is the key factor, and a slight uptick in unemployment, but I think it's holding where I think we'll see a confident consumer.
I see, by the way, the average APR at 21.39%.
Yeah, is this something that you check as you spend a little bit more than you earn?
I don't use credit cards. I was burned as a college student, and I've never gone back.
Well, good to know.
Yeah, a lot of people do.
Maybe you can buy on credit at some point that kilt that you're going to be wearing at the end of this year. There is this question that you said that a lot of retailers are looking to make up the margins they lost at the end of last year. That's a really important point, especially ahead of that jobs number that we get next Friday. Is this prices increasing significantly? You expect that a lot of retailers have held off on raising prices through the holiday season, but are poised to do just that at the beginning of this year.
Yeah, throughout this past year, there was shared pain between the manufacturer, the wholesaler or the brand, and then the retailer, and a little bit on the consumer. I think all of those companies are now going to look to recover that. So we're going to see prices continue to rise. This holiday period was the last phase of product that was really committed to, manufactured, purchased, imported before tariffs, right? All of that was happening well before. As we go into 2026, people are going to want to have their historical margin rates. And so I think we're going to see all that built into the price.
Are we going to see manufacturing come back to the U.S.? I mean, this is kind of at least one of the points of these tariffs, right? We're all about deglobalization now. We don't care if we can get it cheaper elsewhere. We want it to be built here in America. And there's still, like, if I think of retail, only a few examples of like Filson and Schott. There's not a ton that's really made here.
Yeah, we're a far distance from T-shirts being manufactured domestically. I think what will happen is there will be shifts. So as you look at the tariff rates, companies are looking at them across different geographies, moving more production to Latin America, looking to diversify their supply chain, absolutely. So I think we will see shifts. Nearshoring and domestic production, I think, is unlikely.
Eric, you're saying that we are going to see price increases. Can you give us some sort of rough percentage of what type of price increase we're expecting? Is it going to be 4 or 5%? Is it going to be 6, 7? Is it going to be 10 to 12?
I think
she had to slip it in. She had to slip it in,
and she warned me beforehand.
I know. Well, I've heard it's over. I don't think it's over.
I never really understood it to begin with.
It's nothing to understand. Anyway, let him answer the question. Let's move forward.
So what I would say is it's going to be all of those percentages for different products, and the reason is some products you can shift easily. So from a high tariff country to a lower tariff country, others, silks, cashmere, footwear, certain other categories are very difficult to move. There's a lot of investment that goes into building a factory. So I think those will see higher increases. There are also strategies people are using just to mitigate the tariff impact from an accounting perspective. So I don't think it's going to be the full impact, but it will vary depending on the category.
Eric Fish of HSBC, wonderful to see you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And yes, I did slip it in because I heard from our producer this morning that 6-7 is over, and now it's cream cheese bagel, which is, news in my household, but evidently that's the case.
Thank goodness neither of those have reached my home yet. I don't I don't really get it, but I appreciate it.
It's not about get it. It's just sort of about saying it and then laughing. And it's a really good icebreaker at home when everyone's sort of quiet at dinner. 6, 7, everyone's like, okay, Mom. And then they start to, hey, let's move on. Coming up next, not that. Peter Shearer of Academy Securities, Mark Chandler of Bannockburn, and Dana Peterson of the Conference Board. As we head into a big week of data, we're finally going to get the first non-manipulated data, or I shouldn't say manipulated, but confused data post the government shutdown. We get the non-farm payrolls on Friday from New York. Good morning. Happy New Year. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Trading day is about to start.
And you're already looking for that edge.
The opening trade brings you everything you need to know as markets open across Europe.
Let's talk about the significant risk transfers to find space in their balance sheet.
Hedging some of that risk.
You could look at it the other way. Obviously, this stuff is risk-weighted.
I would much rather be long than be short.
We're in a kind of sweet spot.
Very, very strong alignment.
3 revolutions in one.
I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Anna Edwards.
And I'm Tom McKenzie.
This is your opening trade.
Every trading day, only on Bloomberg.
You don't think the court was hurt by the perception that it was a political decision?
The court's always hurt, it seems to me, if we look political. One of my concerns, my present-day concerns, is there's too much partisanship. It's true historically that most presidents have appointed justices to the Supreme Court who are members of their own party. The partisanship should not be an overriding factor. What you look at is temperament, learning, background, reputation, whether or not you have those qualities of independence and caution that make for a good judge.
Increasingly, you see dissenting opinions in the Supreme Court aren't quite as civil as maybe you might prefer. And is that of concern to you?
Yes, it's of great concern to me that our civil discourse, our civic discourse, is not civil enough. Aristotle said that a democracy depends on an open debate where you respect the dignity of those with whom you disagree. He said democracies only live if they are sustained over a period of time by a thoughtful, rational discourse, a discourse in which you respect the dignity of those with whom you disagree.
Know how the market day started.
Find out how it finishes.
Public markets to private markets.
From the micro to the macro.
Covering retail, entertainment, the business of sports.
The supply chains, trade policy, how it all is impacting the U.S. equity market as we drive to the closing bell at 4 p.m.
A holistic approach to covering financial markets.
If it matters to your life, we're covering it. I'm Katie Greifeld.
And I'm Romaine Bostic, and this is The Close.
Live every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
I'm David Weston. Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. We go on the road for a look at what lies behind the headlines of today and what will likely be the headlines tomorrow.
We need more transparency.
Oil and gas is still important.
They said every citizen should be investing in the market.
Accelerate progress in all fields of science.
Watch Wall Street Week right here on Bloomberg. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Big story is really going to continue to be AI and tech.
I think you stay in a Mag 7.
It's still so early in this game that it's very hard to declare where the ultimate winners are going to be.
The same sectors that have been strong for a couple of years before are going to continue to be strong.
It doesn't take much disruption to have quite a few domino effects that are going to impact the market in a more holistic way.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern.
Good morning. Welcome back to Bloomberg Surveillance as we kick off 2026. Optimism abounding. Futures rising amid widespread optimism about the continuation of the three-year bull market. Big tech still the big focus, with Tesla reporting its fourth quarter vehicle sales later today amid questions about its membership in the Magnificent Seven, and heading into a big week of economic data, with analysts looking to January 9th for the first solid jobs report since the government shutdown. Matt Miller is with me today, this morning, which is a good and wonderful thing. John and Anne-Marie will be coming back on Monday. A question here about the optimism that everybody has on Wall Street. Does that make you, Matt Miller, sitting in that seat, more pessimistic?
No, I'm not pessimistic. I'm just skeptical of these one-day moves saying something about 2026. I am optimistic about the broader technology of AI. I just checked my screen usage, and I've been on ChatGPT for an average of 3 hours and 1 minute a day over the last week. So
you have? Asking what? It's
incredibly useful for me, whether I'm working on my motorcycles, whether I'm doing something in the car, whether I'm, well, those are the two things that I do, you know. It really is helpful. I actually used ChatGPT to help fix my boiler. It identified an igniter coil that was out and helped me order a new one, and I used it to help fix my oven as well over the last week.
Matt Miller, who is getting royalties for his ChatGPT use, just kidding.
I also use Gemini.
Okay,
I also
all
use
right,
other
there we
platforms,
go. Meanwhile,
but,
you
yeah.
see that kind of optimism really percolating through to some of the tech names this morning. You are seeing them reprise their leadership, which raises the question of what is going to be different in 2026 about the tech trade. We were just speaking with Dan Ives about that. And honestly, that is going to be one of the key. Can you, Matt, see that broadening out that you saw at the end of last year if you see the adoption of some of these tools where people can, you know, manufacture their motorcycles better?
Yeah, I wonder if it comes through in healthcare. You know, I wonder if it comes through in education. These are obviously the things that we hear from guests every day, but I don't know if I've seen it yet. And that would be great for not only society, but also for the stocks.
Which is the reason why maybe today you are seeing a bit of outperformance in the Magnificent Seven, with the NASDAQ futures up about 1%. I take your point, Matt. Typically, the first day of trading doesn't really mean much. You do see in bonds a little bit of a bid into the fixed income space after the best year going back to 2020. A question of where the outperformance is. It is in the belly of the curve. It is in the 10-year yield, 4.15, down about a basis point. The 30-year yield still sort of pegged at that 4.84% level. And in the metal space, you have seen such a huge rally over 2025. Best year for gold and silver going back to 1979, continuing with that trend. Silver back on its volatile trend. You see 3.5% gain on silver. Aluminum crossing that $3,000 a ton mark for the first time going back more than 3 years. Coming up this hour, Peter Shear of Academy, with stocks poised for a strong start to the new year and a big pro-sec focus. Mark Chandler of Bannockburn following the dollar's worst year since 2017. And Dana Peterson of the Conference Board looking for a clear read on the economy. We begin this hour with stocks higher following 4 days of losses. Peter Shear of Academy writing, we need to make sure we pay attention to the rest of the world. There were a lot of opportunities around the globe last year, and there will continue to be going forward. Peter joins us now. Peter, great to see you. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, too.
So you talk about the rest of the world focus. Is it at the expense of the U.S.? Is it only if you do see the dollar continue to weaken?
I think the weakening dollar is going to continue to be a story. I think that's going to be a big role in this. But I do think emerging markets could do very well, especially Latin America, South America. I think we have turned our attention to Latin and South America. Look what we're trying to do with Venezuela. Assuming that is successful, I think then we turn our attention to working with Mexico on their cartels. So I think there's a huge opportunity within that space for more and more business. And again, I know we've been talking about America first, but we're not talking about America only. So I think as we try and build out these industries, these things that we need, there is a dawning realization within the administration. We are going to have to work with our close allies and friends, and close can both mean, you know, physically as well. So I think Central South America is going to be a beneficiary. So I like that part of the world best. And Europe's going to have to figure out something to do. I think Europe's going to be a bit slow on the uptake, but I think they're eventually going to figure out this production for security and rebuild their industrial base as well.
You're bullish on Latin America. Some of the changes you're thinking about could go either way. And I think a lot of people feel some level of ambiguity when you start talking about Nicolas Maduro and regime change over in Venezuela, and you start talking about a question of whether this is going to be a benefit or whether it's going to be a detraction to some of the production in some of these areas. I'm just wondering, why do you see it as an unabated opportunity, even at a time where the U.S. and China seem to be tit for tat in South America?
So I think that's a great point on China. One, I think, look what we're doing with Argentina, right? We provided the swap lines. We are going to try and rebuild our foothold into Argentina. I think we will be successful in pushing the drug trade out of Venezuela, slowing that down. And then again, I think that will quickly turn our attention to the cartels with Mexico, working with or without Scheinbaum to push on that. So I think you're going to see a lot of good coming out of that. The other thing you are going to see is this ongoing friction between China and the U.S., whether it's oil in Venezuela, whether it's oil in Iran. And I think, Dan, I've talked a little bit about this, but I think there is going to be real competition between the U.S. And the one thing I don't love about this morning's rally is like, oh, we're starting because of all the success of Chinese data centers and Chinese AI chips.
Yeah.
I don't think that's positive for the U.S., to be honest. I think we're in real competition.
That was exactly my read this morning. I mean, we're rallying. All these U.S. AI companies are trading higher in the pre-market because China's doing better. Makes very little sense. I also think it makes very little sense that we're going to somehow stop the U.S. drug problem by working on the supply issue. I mean, don't forget, the reason that we have a drug problem is because we demand to use these drugs, right? American buyers are the main issue here. Does Prozac have any, a change in that?
No, but I do think we're seeing kind of law and order. If you look at the recent outrage over potential fraud in Minneapolis, right, whether it's true or not, you're starting to see kind of this concept, I think. And you look even San Francisco. I have not been there in the last 6 months, but I've told it's night and day. They've really been working on cleaning up. And I think a lot of what we have to do is just enforce the rules that were in place. We, for years, chose not to enforce the rules that were in place. I think you start putting that back, that shuts down a little bit of the demand, or at least the ability to get that demand filled. So I think it's all working in conjunction.
Right. I feel like the Sackler family is still doing pretty well, When I think about your Prozac thesis, I really think about Intel the most because, one of the big problems we have is that all of our chips that we need, that we're reliant on, are made in a territory claimed by China, right? What are we going to be able to do about production here in the U.S.?
So, normally I don't talk about single stocks, but we made the exception with Intel.
Okay.
But we made, because I think it is going to be such a key part of this, right? I think the fact that the U.S. government put 10% into that is going to encourage Trump and the administration to try and drive business Intel's way. And again, I think if we're right on this Prozac, so this is all about resiliency, right? It's like, how do we produce things for our own security? There's going to have to be more and more domestic. I think there are other U.S. companies on the chip side that will do more and more here. I think just because of that investment the government made, Intel is going to be a big beneficiary. Look for more and more deals to be announced. Their technology is good. It's getting better. I think that is going to be one of the key growth areas. I know it was up 80-some-odd% last year. I think it does extremely well this year, and that's probably my favorite pick within the data center AI because it fits so perfectly with our production for security as well as the AI growth story.
Well, how much is it going to be government support and how much is it going to be actual ground-up success in the business model, right? I mean, does this sort of national selection of champions work when it comes to success in business?
I think it can. I think, one, the U.S. is just a massive consumer. So if the U.S. starts encouraging people, hey, we want to buy stuff, but we would like Intel inside, that makes a difference. I don't know whether it's the way we should go about it or not, but I feel that that's the way this administration may go about it. And separately, I think the technology is good. So sometimes if you just need that little nudge, maybe that's what occurs here. And again, I think they've been doing a lot to do this. They are seemingly, I think, getting better at separating their chip design business from their chip manufacturing. And I think we are just at such this early stage of people really thinking about Prozac or production for security or resiliency that there's a lot more going on. We're going to see this. We're going to see this through the electricity industry, whether it's nuclear. I just think, and again, this is an administration that is well aware that if stocks are not doing well coming into the midterms, it does not bode well. So look for lots of pushes to get the stock market going.
We see this right now in the metals trade. We just saw the best year for gold and silver. You could say gold is a precious metal. It has to do with something about the de-dollarization and something other than some of the industrial uses, but we see it in copper, we see it in aluminum. How much is this just the beginning versus the end salvo that we see in this trade?
I think it's at the very early stages of this because one, and I admit, right, I think if we're going to try and build factories, if we're going to try and do some of these things, again, we're not going to try and produce everything ourselves, but we're going to try and produce more and more. Those are 2 to 5 year plans in many cases. In the electricity space, it could be 3 to 7 years. Steel, aluminum, right, 3 to 10 years. the build out of those factories and those facilities, it's going to put huge demand on commodities, right? You are going to need commodities. You're going to need the cats. You're going to need the Deeres, the Navistars of the world to build out those. So I think you're going to get the job growth, not from the actual end facilities right away, but from the build out. And that's just starting.
Doesn't that speak to inflation? Doesn't that speak to something that people have basically shrugged off as a significant risk in 2026?
Yeah, I think we're going to have a steady pace of inflation. I think it's going to be there. I think the only thing offsetting that is going to be there is going to be some deregulation in the U.S. in terms of a lot of the mining, and I think that will help keep a lid on some of the commodity prices. I think it's going to be hard on things like copper, where we don't have much. I think oil and gas are going to remain relatively cheap, particularly oil this year. So I think that will help offset some of this. I see inflation kind of being a steady state problem. And again, I think it's going to be persistently in that 2 to 4%, probably hovering around 3%. I think tariffs start taking a bit of their toll. I think your last guess was spot on, where I think people forgot how much was front run, and we're only starting to see that bite. We're only starting to see people like, hey, we've used up a couple of quarters of maybe we had some things that we could play around with, and now it's like we're back to business. We need to make our margins. So I think that's going to be an ongoing state. So I think it's going to be hard for bond yields to do great this year. On the other hand, I think they're going to do okay.
Peter Scheer of Academy Securities is going to be sticking with us, which is a wonderful thing. Right now, let's get to an update on stories elsewhere this morning. Here is your Bloomberg Brief with Lizzie Burton. Lizzie.
Hi, Lisa. Accusations emerging following the deadly train crash near Peru's Machu Picchu earlier this week. A subsidiary of LVMH is blaming a train company majority owned by global private equity firm Carlyle Group for the crash. In a letter to the Office of the Prime Minister, the company said Carlyle's Inca Rail transited through an unauthorized part of the tracks, leading to the head-on crash. Inca said that it's cooperating with authorities and warned against jumping to conclusions before authorities have weighed in. Elsewhere, Ørsted has launched legal action against the Trump administration following the suspension of its $5 billion wind farm project. The energy supplier says that the decision, quote, violates applicable law and will call for the suspension to be lifted until the court hands down a final verdict. This is the second time that Ørsted's Revolution Wind project has been targeted by the Trump administration. Finally, staying with the president, Trump offering an explanation for visible bruising on his hands. The president telling the Wall Street Journal that he takes a higher dose of aspirin than his doctors recommend. Trump explaining, quote, they say aspirin is good for the thinning out of the blood, and I don't want thick blood pouring through my heart. I want nice thin blood pouring through my heart. That should be my brief. Lisa.
Thank you so much, Lizzie. Up next, increasing the pressure on Venezuela.
Not going to let anybody going through that shouldn't be going through. You remember they took all of our energy rights. They took all of our oil from not that long ago, and we want it back. But they took it. They illegally took it.
Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall joins us next as that whole region really heats up. From New York, this is Bloomberg Surveillance. Good morning.
Is about to start.
And you're already looking for that edge.
The Opening Trade brings you everything you need to know as markets open across Europe.
I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Anna Edwards.
And I'm Tom McKenzie.
This is your Opening Trade.
Only on Bloomberg.
technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives.
And laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment.
And from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg Television.
Making money isn't about drowning in emotions. It's about understanding what's actually happening. Markets are the best way to glean signal from noise, and that is what we try to do every morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. Right now, we are seeing gains to start 2026 on a positive note. With the same leadership as we ended 2025, we are seeing an outperformance in NASDAQ futures up about 1%. We're seeing a 0.6% gain on S&P. You are seeing a bit of a bid into the bond space, building on the biggest year going back to 2020. The 10-year yield, 4.15%. A real question, as we've been talking throughout the morning, about inflation and whether that will come back to bite. And crude prices on that inflationary point, not really adding to any kind of price increases, down about 0.5%, despite some earlier volatility, $57.17 traded on the NYMEX. Under surveillance this morning, increasing the pressure on Venezuela.
Not going to let anybody going through that shouldn't be going through. You remember they took all of our energy rights. They took all of our oil from not that long ago, and we want it back. But they took it. They illegally took it. We had a lot of oil there. As you know, they threw our companies out, and we want it back.
Here's the latest. The Trump administration sanctioning Chinese shipping companies and their oil tankers in the latest strike against Venezuela's crude exports. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall joins us now. Tyler, thank you so much for being back with us. Is this about drugs? Is this about regime change? Is this about oil?
Yeah, Lisa, good morning. Well, it depends who you ask in the administration, because it really seems like all answers are pointing to all of the above. And it's interesting to point out that we did get a new analysis out yesterday from our analysts at Bloomberg Economics, who say that it looks increasingly likely that we will see an exit from Nicolas Maduro this year. They also point out, though, that the issue with pressure campaigns, particularly from the U.S., is that until the intended goal is achieved, there is really only one way forward, and that is up the escalation ladder. Now, this latest move is being viewed as a warning sign by the administration to China, which goes to the question about oil. They are, of course, the largest importer of Venezuelan crude. Data shows us that Venezuela, on average, exported 750,000 barrels per day last year, and nearly half of that went to China. Now, at this point, we've seen China come to Venezuela's defense, but experts say that's really, for the moment, going to remain in the rhetorical camp for now, even as Beijing raises questions about the U.S.'s own seizure and the legality of these seizures of these oil tankers. So something to wait and see. But of course, our reporting has indicated, Lisa, that there is a broader plan here when it comes to squeezing that oil lifeline for Nicolas Maduro.
Tyler Kendall, thank you so much for being with us. As always, and a real focus on Latin America. We were just speaking about that. And we'll continue the conversation with Peter Scheer, head of macro strategy at Academy Securities, who is still with us. Peter, we're talking about how you are optimistic on Latin America. How much do you see it, though, as ground zero for the international disputes, whether it's the U.S. versus Russia, whether it's the U.S. versus China? I mean, how much is this the new ground zero?
Yeah, I think it really is. And I think three things kind of we've been talking about will really resonate with this particular story. One is it's about law and order, right? Enforcing sanctions that have been on the books for a long time. We chose not to, enforce those sanctions. You start putting that on. I think the other thing people are missing, and it's starting to come through loud and clear, is whether it's in Russia and Ukraine, whether it's in Venezuela, to the extent there are peace deals, Trump is going to do everything in his power to get U.S. companies a big advantage in the rebuilding. So look for that to play a big part of the U.S. growth story, is whether it's peace in Russia, Ukraine, anything in Venezuela, U.S. companies do phenomenally well. And then finally, it's just going to be friction everywhere with China, right? China was able over the last 2 decades to kind of set their tentacles into all these countries across the globe. They used their Belt and Road Initiative very effectively. And now we're going to be pushing them out. It'll be really interesting to see what China has to say on some of this. And weirdly, and China's been incredibly quiet on Russia. All these pictures over the past few years, Xi and Putin, best buddies, that are going to work together. he's been very quiet. So I want to see where all this plays out. But I think when you were looking at this, whether it's from a shipping perspective, where you want to build your new plants, you have to be focused on Central and South America if you're an American company, and a little bit reluctant to be too invested in Southeast Asia right now as the U.S. turns its attention, in kind of the Monroe Doctrine too.
Yeah, I was thinking that as well. It's pretty interesting that President Trump has put his own spin on the Monroe Doctrine. When I look at China, and I could be wrong here because I'm so focused on the auto industry, I see the rare earth minerals as their biggest advantage over us. They have the mining and refining capabilities that we just don't have, right? MP Materials is a very small company. How do we turn that around? And am I right that it's so important?
Yeah, I think it's very important. One, I'm much more focused, and I think when we talk to the administration, they're much more focused on the refining and processing, right? China controls about 60% of the extraction of the rare earths and critical minerals, so there is the ability to buy it on the open market. It is going to have to come down to the refining and processing of this. One, I think it's going to take deregulation. So we're aware that some states are actually going to be trying to be very favorable to encourage some of these businesses to grow, right? Because it's been something we avoided. It's going to take time. It's going to take deregulation. It might take some government investment. Those are the directions headed. I think we need to start. And when I look at this battle between the U.S. and China, I feel that China's sitting there trying to say, we want to catch up on chips, but our lever of power is these processed and refined, rare earths and critical minerals. How do we weigh on that? And they're balancing, can they catch up on chips? And what I'm mostly afraid of is that we go through these negotiations, and as far as I can tell, there's still no final deal. Both countries are like, hey, when we're back 2 years, we're going to be in better position. For us to be in better position 2 years, we need rare earths and critical minerals processing and refining done here. For China to be better, they need to catch up on AI. A little bit worried China might beat us, but I think that's the game that's being played. I see a sense of urgency that's occurring with this. I see that government investing. And again, I think you start talking to private equity companies, right? They're now scouring, through companies, who's got mining rights that have been ignored? Who has maybe some interesting patents or technology that we weren't using when we couldn't produce lithium dioxide cheaper? So I think this is all just starting. People are going to cover it. And what's to me is really exciting is, yes, the U.S. government kind of jump-started this process. It's U.S. capitalism that's going to drive it. U.S. capital is going to see, hey, there's opportunities. We can make money on this kind of pro-sec concept, building these things out in competition with China. That's going to flow through, and I think you're going to see corporations adopt that behavior as well.
But the deregulation part is really key here, right? And that's been a problem not only for rare earth minerals refining, but also for power generation. I mean, try to run a power line from your plant to the end user, and good luck. It's going to take like 14 years to get those licenses. How effective can the Trump administration be in this deregulation?
I think reasonably effective. I think, one, you're going to find some states that are very pro-business, that they want these things. They want to see the growth in their state. They want to see the tax revenue. They want to see the job. So I think you're going to see some, red states, probably in the South, do very well, that they are going to accept deregulation. They'll embrace it. Even California, in some parts of it, saying, hey, we need some of these things. That California is exploring, right? I think there's this realization that we went too far on regulation. Having said that, I think some states are going to fight this. It's going to become an election issue. There's going to be that certain crowd on all of these things, unfortunately, where if Trump says something, 1/3 says that's the greatest thing ever, 1/3 says that's the worst idea ever, and we lose the dialogue. So I think we need the dialogue. We need this. But I am encouraged. What we're hearing is some states really going to be aggressive about this. That will let it go. And I think even with the data center and AI, right, there's going to be a bit of a realization that, to me, things that don't require low latency, so some of the technology can require higher latency, it's going to move to the states that are most conducive to allowing electricity production. It may move even closer to the source. I see a world where you see some of this look a little bit like oil rigs. You get shipped to your data center, you work there for 2 or 3 weeks, you get shipped back. So we're going to change where these data centers go, especially for the things that aren't low latency.
Are you worried about regulation on AI? You mentioned China a couple times already this morning, and the potential that it could beat us on AI. Regulation has to be a key part of that too, and a lot of people are going to start pushing for it.
And I think we've done a pretty good job in terms of that. I think, Europe's a mess, right? Europe has so much regulation, all the privacy issues, they're going to get nowhere on AI, plus they don't produce any electricity. So not worried about Europe, much more worried about China. Also, India, I think, has a real potential to become a burgeoning player in this space, right? NVIDIA's moved on, equipment there, right? It is a really interesting play. I think we've got to be very careful on the regulation, and I agree that there has to be regulation because you see some crazy stuff, as I think you guys were reporting over the weekend. Having said that, I think we've got to be careful not to limit ourselves too much. The other wild card to me is the Middle East, right? I think in many ways it's great that we're selling chips to the Middle East. The other hand, I'm not sure we really want them to become a data center or AI capital of the world.
You're talking about becoming more resilient. How do you know what risks to become most resilient against? What are sort of on your range of risks that companies should be watching out for?
And, to some extent, you just go back to first principles. What do we need, right? And let's say if China shuts us off from rare earths and critical minerals, how quickly does half our manufacturing or finished products? Very quickly, right? Even if they shut off our Chinese factories or Indian factories from getting those. So, okay, boom, let's fix that. Let's make some level of these so that we have months and months of supply without China. I think you look at the data center and AI with chips, right? If China was to do something to disrupt even shipping out of Taiwan right now, very innocuous, very gray zone type things that they could do with their maritime militia, what happens to our industry? Bad. So we need chips. So I think that's kind of, you look at it, it's kind of, when I go back to even sustainability, right? I think one of the things maybe that was me, you look at what humans need, right? We need air. You don't live without air very long. Then you need water. You don't live without water. Food, you can actually live a decent amount of time without food, relative. And then with higher, temperatures and stuff, you can live a long time. So I think when we're looking at this, I'm kind of looking at the industries, what do we need to be sustainable and resilient? Let's pretend that China wants to be bad. What would China do to try and hurt us? Let's make sure they can't. It's deterrence on an economic side. So in the military side, right, you have the big missiles to make sure that they don't want to attack you. Yeah. On the economic side, you do the same thing. You make sure that you're prepared for them.
Peter Scheer, wonderful to see you. And now I'm looking at ChatGPT. Go bag. What should be in my go bag? Peter Scheer of Academy Securities. Always great to see you. Coming up in the nenext half hour, Mark Chandler of Bannockburn as the dollar aims for a positive start to 2026. Plus, Lizzie Burden is back with your morning movers. Tech very much in focus. This is Bloomberg.
The Middle East and Africa regions are home to some of the biggest deals and fastest growth in the world. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. I'm Jumana Versace. Join me on Bloomberg Horizon's Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insights shaping the decisions of traders across this exciting region.
You had heightened levels of volatility.
There's still room to maneuver.
We do see opportunities.
It allows you to increase significantly your net income.
Every trading day, only on Bloomberg.
The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day. Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Stephen Engel at Japan's Akasaka Palace in Tokyo, and this is Bloomberg.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
Why is it that NFTs have not recovered in the same way that, say, Bitcoin has?
Bloomberg is covering all things crypto.
It's a pretty spectacular story.
The people.
This is the future. This is the 21st century economy.
The transactions.
It snapped up nearly $1 billion of Bitcoin.
And the technology.
We need to build a digital Fort Knox.
That gives people financial freedom, and that's a wonderful thing.
That's extraordinary.
We ride the wave that is Bitcoin.
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays only on Bloomberg.
Trying to end up in a better place at the end of the first trading day of 2026 than where we left off. We are seeing gains in futures across the board, led by big tech, up almost 1% on the NASDAQ futures. S&P futures up about 0.6%. You are seeing a rally into the 10-year. You're seeing right now 4.15%, down about a basis point after earlier seeing a pretty significant sell-off. So volatility in this space following the best year for the global aggregate bond index going back to 2020. And silver still on a tear, up 3.6%. Last week was wild. I say last week, but I'm saying the 3 past days of trading, Matt. It seems like silver very much in focus in metals volatility.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the run-up that silver had last year was historic. You know, I can't remember exactly where we closed at New Year's Eve.
148%.
Okay, 148% is amazing, and it's twice what we saw with gold. I think it's even more interesting because there's so many more industrial uses for silver than there are for gold, right? So it's obviously not just about jewelry, but it's really one of the defining stories of 2025.
Are people buying silver bars now, in addition to their gold bars at Costco? 2 hours away from the cash open, here are your morning movers with Lizzie Burden. Lizzie.
Hey, Lisa, I want to start with the Mag 7 because it looks like traders are still in buying mode this first day of the year. We've got Nvidia up 1.6% right now. We saw 25% gains for the Mag 7 as a whole across the course of 2025, and so far it looks like it's continuing. Let's flip over, though, to aluminum, because that, as you say, is up past $3,000 a ton for the first time in over 3 years. You've got supply factors here when it comes to China and Europe, but also long-term demand bets when it comes to sectors like construction and renewables. So the likes of Alcoa this morning up over 2%, riding that wave. Let's go back to the Mag 7, though, and focus in on Tesla, because, of course, we're expecting their Q4 production and deliveries report out later today. Analysts expecting a drop in global vehicle deliveries of 11%. But don't forget, earlier in the week, Tesla took the unusual step of pre-releasing its own analyst estimate average, and that was even more pessimistic, a 15% drop. So that disparity perhaps explaining why you're seeing Tesla up 1.4% in the pre-market. Lisa, back to you.
Thank you so much, Lizzie. On our radar this morning, President Trump saying the U.S. will intervene if Iran starts killing peaceful protesters. Trump saying on social media the U.S. is, quote, locked and loaded and ready to go. Widespread protests erupting in Iran over economic hardships and a falling currency. And meanwhile, President Trump delaying tariff increases on upholstered furniture and kitchen cabinets as voters voice more concerns over affordability. The U.S. also reducing controversial anti-dumping tariffs on some Italian pasta brands. Wasn't on my bingo card, but the idea of reducing tariffs has been something that we have seen in a number of different venues, Matt, and this is even before any kind of IEEPA case.
Yeah, because of the last elections that we had in November and the wins for Democrats in places like New Jersey and Virginia on the affordability campaign, this administration has pulled back a bit on some of its tariffs, obviously playing to do better in 2026, right? When voters go to the polls, again, it makes perfect sense, but it's also, in a sense, admitting that tariffs do to some extent drive inflation, which is one of the things that they were adamant about not being the case before the last election.
Yeah, and inflation is going to be very much in focus, especially considering the fact that people do think that inflation is in check enough for the Federal Reserve to cut rates. It seems like tariffs hasn't been something that is considered inflationary so far, and maybe will continue to not be as much if you do see a backing away from some of these tariff things, even before the IEEPA decision, which is expected in the next couple of weeks.
Right. I think, you know, one of the other important points is that wages have kept up with inflation. At least if you look at a longer-term average, Torsten Slok of Apollo was putting something out about that earlier this week. And I think that's interesting because you can deal with a 3% inflation if you're getting 4 or 5% more in your paycheck, right? But the question is, how much longer does that stay the case? And how much longer is the Fed willing to deal with a target or an inflation number that's 50% higher than its target?
Next Friday, we do get non-farm payrolls for the month of December. Watch this space. Meanwhile, New York City has a new mayor. 34-year-old Democratic Socialist Zohran Mamdani was sworn in outside City Hall yesterday. Mamdani promising in his speech to deliver an agenda of, quote, safety, affordability, and abundance. And Matt, you're talking about the midterm elections. How much is Zohran Mamdani the mainstream now and, frankly, the face of the Democratic Party, or is he the outlier in terms of the Democratic Socialist while a more sort of centrist party takes over?
Yeah, I mean, he had all the outliers with him at City Hall, right? He had AOC there, he had Bernie Sanders there, and I think there was a lot of bark, but I'm not sure how much bite there's going to be. Universal health care, free child care, these are very expensive things that the New York City government alone can't pay for. They need New York State to help, and so far it doesn't look like Kathy Hochul is going to step in.
Yeah, it's a great question, and we're going to all be watching that unfold. Turning back to markets, traders betting on more U.S. dollar weakness. After the greenback ended last year with its sharpest drop since 2017, Mark Chandler of Bannockburn Global writing, the dollar is still terribly overvalued, and the multi-year decline is set to continue. Mark joins us now. Mark, thank you so much for being with us. Happy New Year. What do you mean that the multi-year decline is set to continue? Why do you see this as a long continuum rather than a particular year of 2025?
Happy New Year, Lisa and Matt. So I think that, when I look at a chart, I think the dollar index itself, this basket that the dollar trades against, peaked in 2022. And so I think that what we saw last year was sort of the dollar's decline has begun, and it's really what we're talking about is just a different pace of it. And so last year, I think that we saw the dollar decline really was a first half story as the market adjusted to the new Trump term and the tariffs. But I think as Matt has talked about with these upholstery and vanity tariff relief, that the bark was worse than the bite. Since the Liberation Day, we have seen the U.S. effective average tariff really come down by almost half. And we haven't seen many other countries retaliate. For me, the key driver of the dollar is going to be the Fed policy, and the market's looking for at least one cut, maybe it's two cuts, largely discounted. And I think that we'll see 2 to 3 cuts next year by the Federal Reserve as the economy does slow.
So you think that there's going to be about a 9% decline in 2026, which is commensurate to what we saw in 2025. How much is this driven by one particular cross, or is it broad-based?
I think it'll be broad-based. I mean, of course, the yen is lagging a bit, which is a bit of a surprise given that the central bank has been hiking rates. I think that since the Bank of Japan hiked rates, the threat of intervention becomes more potent. I think that intervention before they hiked rates would have probably faced criticism from the U.S.
I'm interested, Mark, and by the way, Happy New Year to you as well. Great to see you. I'm interested in your comment on the economy and your expectation for growth to slow, especially as we have this one big, beautiful bill kicking in. Aren't we going to see corporate tax cuts? Aren't we going to see, I guess, retail tax cuts help to spur more spending and investment?
I think you're right, Matt, that at least in the first quarter of the year, we're going to get those corporate tax cuts. We'll get large refunds as well for U.S. households, and that could help buoy the economy in the first part of the year. But the real weakness is likely to come in the second half of the year, and I think that what we'll see as well is unemployment rates tick up. The household sector, I really buy into this K-shaped state of the economy, where the growth is concentrated, consumption's concentrated. Most households have debt stress levels, measures rising. And so I think that this sort of bifurcated economy is ultimately going to be a drag. And so that's why I really think that we'll see the Federal Reserve have to cut interest rates further.
How do you think about the labor pool when looking at unemployment, Mark? Because we had obviously an explosion of immigration under President Biden that's now dropped back to 0, and demographics are going the wrong way. So it's not like we're getting really many new workers as corporate profits continue to grow by double-digit percentages.
I really accept Powell's description of what's going on. We've got a low hiring and low firing type of labor market situation. But, we did have distorted data where there was the healthcare spending that helped lift consumption in Q3 GDP. Or whether we see the concentration of consumption to the, say, top 20% of the income profile. So, yeah, I'm concerned about these things. But in general, I think that the labor market is just grinding lower. And despite the efforts to help protect the U.S. manufacturing sector, we continue to shed manufacturing jobs.
What do you think about wages keeping up with inflation? I continue to reference Torsten Slok's chart, but he has a 6-year average there. And it doesn't feel to me like wages really have kept up with inflation, certainly not through the Biden administration. How does it look to you when you look at the data?
Yeah, so I think that, it's funny. Everybody talks about CPI. Countries talk about CPI. Many of them target 2%, but we all measure it differently. And I know my household cost of living has gone up by more than 2% this year, more than 3%. I think about the groceries, how much the dollar buys of groceries these days. And so I do think that American households are being squeezed. And I think that debt, credit levels have increased to help make ends meet.
I'm just wondering, Mark, to close up the conversation, we're talking about the currency and we're talking about rate differentials and we're talking about the traditional things. Is there something new happening? And I ask this after gold and silver just had their best year since 1979. Is there a global shift away from fiat currencies toward real assets in a new kind of way than we've seen in the past?
Might be, Lisa. I think that you're right that, we've seen not only gold and silver, but a lot of the industrial metals as well. And I think partly this is what's going on as a weaponization. I think this is, January 1st, China put on silver controls, silver export restrictions. And in the U.S., we moved silver from just like a normal metal to a critical or strategic metal. And so I do think that there's a change taking place. In my work, I think that the U.S. has recognized, I think in Trump's own idiosyncratic way, he's recognizing and has phrased G2, meaning the U.S. and China, that the U.S. is no longer this hegemonic, unchecked power in the world, and that China is a real demand because it's the factory of the world. China is making about 30% of the world's manufactured goods. In 1950, the U.S. accounted for about 60% of manufactured goods. Within about a decade of that, the U.S. had really become a trade deficit country, a chronic trade deficit country. And so I think that the tectonic plates are shifting. I'm not convinced, though, that gold or silver are going to really replace the dollar. I think part of it is people like myself who see an uptrend in gold and silver and want to participate in it, leaving aside the geopolitics and the shifting tectonic plates.
Mark Chandler of Bannockburn, wonderful to see you. Thank you so much for being with us on this first trading day of the new year. Right now, let's get you an update on stories elsewhere this morning. Here is your Bloomberg Brief with Lizzie Burton. Lizzie.
Hi, Lisa. Gold and silver are rallying in the new year, building on their best annual performances since 1979. Goldman Sachs saying its base case is for gold to rally to $4,900 this year, with risks to the upside. And aluminum touched $3,000 a ton for the first time in more than 3 years due to a tightening supply outlook and bets on long-term demand. Elsewhere, rising healthcare costs are a pressing issue for millions of Americans. As of New Year's Day, enhanced tax credits that cut premium costs for the vast majority of people with Affordable Care Act plans have expired. An analysis from the Urban Institute and Commonwealth Fund projects 4.8 million Americans will drop their coverage without the subsidies. And finally, in sports, the college football quarterfinals took center stage over the holiday. In a New Year's Eve stunner, Miami shocked the defending champs Ohio State 24-14. Meanwhile, top-seeded Indiana remained perfect, crushing Alabama 38-3 in the Rose Bowl. Elsewhere, Oregon shut out Texas Tech 23-0, and Ole Miss outlasted Georgia in a 39-34 thriller. And that's your Bloomberg Brief, Lisa.
Thank you so much, Lizzie. Really appreciate that. Did you watch that with
Ole?
Ole. Well, it's fair. I mean, she's in London. I just know it's Ole Miss. Anyway, I totally get that. Did you watch that? Were you engaged in on the games?
Unfortunately, I did watch the Ohio State loss, and it was It was painful. It really hurt.
Close to your heart?
And I've seen bad Ohio State losses to Miami in the past, and it still didn't make it any better. It was tough.
Well, it's a new year, so maybe it's a new future for Ohio State. Up next, new year, new data.
Reading these data is much harder at the turn of the year than, say, the middle of the year. The tenor of the data in general is pretty good. We still need the labor market to pick up, but the ingredients are there.
Dana Peterson of the Conference Board joining next. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. Good morning.
What's great about it is it's a well-developed gaming ecosystem, right? So folks know to find games there, but it's also a highly competitive gaming ecosystem. So it's developed. This gives you both that upside and that downside. But what's exciting is that now we are moving beyond the phone to the TV. So I mentioned one of the big gaming areas we're going after. One of the big gaming areas we're going after now is social gaming experiences that will show up on your TV. So we are now announcing, we're going to announce here actually, that we're going to have these social party games that you can play on your TV with your phone as the controller. And it's things like, recognizable games like Boggle, you got Pictionary, we've got a Lego party game. We, basically are going to unleash this with a bunch of creators, and they're going to go figure out stuff that we didn't even imagine that they can do with that interactivity.
Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade. Watch Bloomberg Tech. This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg Television.
Bringing you up to the minute news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Sherian in Seoul, and this is Bloomberg.
Happy New Year. It is a new year with a new tone in markets, at least in the last 4 days of 2025. You do see a lift to equity markets across the board. NASDAQ leading the charge, up 1%, followed by Russell 2000 futures up 0.7%, S&P up 0.6%. Are we going to see that broadening out this year? The big question for so many different stock investors. A lot of it has to do with what's happening here, 2s, 10s, and 30s, whether we get that bid into bonds, continuing to lift this idea that smaller companies and more leveraged companies continue to outperform. We do see that bid continue. 30-year yields down 1 basis point, 10-year yields down 2 basis points to 4.15%. So much will hinge on what the path of the Fed looks like, and so much of that will rely on some of the information that we get later next week. Under surveillance this morning, new year, new data.
Reading these data is much harder at the turn of the year than, say, the middle of the year. What we're looking for are signs of more stability in the labor market, signs that the hiring rates start to pick up off their very low levels. The tenor of the data in general is pretty good. I mean, solid. There, like I said, we still need the labor market to pick up, but the ingredients are there.
Here's the latest U.S. data blind spots weighing on economic forecasts in the new year. Dana Peterson of the Conference Board writing, 2025 is ending on a confusing note for markets, economists, and central bankers alike. Still, we should not completely ignore the data. Dana joins us now. Happy New Year. Thank you so much for being with us. Dana, let's start with the data that we have gotten. Why is it so noisy? How should people look at it, considering that people do view it as somewhat noisy, but also they can't ignore it?
Exactly. You can't ignore these data. We did have data for the third quarter. Certainly the GDP came in a lot stronger than expected. And certainly consumption was a lot stronger, even though we did have data. It shows that the Federal Reserve, it shows that the federal government probably had more data in between releases and certainly after the shutdown. But I think the key thing is that inventories and trade were very confusing. And indeed, when you add up the inventories, when you add up the imports plus the consumption, the inventories numbers just don't make sense. So we really need to get data next week on inventories as well as international trade, business sentiment, and also employment. I think we really need to see more data to get a handle on what happened in the third quarter and also what happened in the fourth quarter.
Dana, we are going to get some data come next week that is going to be important, including the non-farm payrolls as well as some of the manufacturing aspects that you're talking about. Nonetheless, we have a host of other information out there that people keep pointing to, whether it's ADP, whether it's earnings, whether it's the rhetoric coming out of a lot of companies, or whether it's retail sales. I mean, is there some sort of conclusion that you can take even amid the noise?
Well, I think, certainly the stock market does not reflect the real economy. So we can't look to that. And also most people don't own stocks, so they're not really benefiting from that. We do have lots of sentiment data. Of course, our consumer sentiment data has shown that consumers are less sanguine about the current conditions, as well as having some concerns about the future. Retail sales, all we have really is the end of the third quarter, and they were weaker. So I think that we just need more information, and you can't look at these things and try to estimate what the government data is going to tell us.
I'm looking at the Conference Board Consumer Confidence Index, and it hasn't been this low since the pandemic. So what does that tell us about, inflation, growth, spending?
Well, I think the inflation bit has yet to hit us. Remember, the tariffs that were implemented were delayed twice, and also they were raised and lowered several times. So many businesses are still waiting to see if there's any certainty with respect to tariffs. Yes, we've had a number of deals established, but there's still a lot that's unknown. And so with businesses uncertain, it doesn't mean that, it just means that we're not going to see much hiring. We're not seeing layoffs, which is good. Most people still are working, but those who do get laid off are finding it very difficult to find jobs. And even though most consumers are working and they actually are spending, the type of spending that they're engaged with is very different. They're buying things that they need. And when it comes to, especially with goods and services, and when it does come to things that are entertaining, they're buying cheap things, right? Cheap thrills like streaming instead of going to the movies and paying, over $100 for a family of 4. And so I think we need to really get beyond the first quarter of this year to really see what's happening, because I think that's when we're going to see the bigger effects of tariffs on inflation and consumers really pull back.
Dana, I've been trying to pin down how workers' wages have kept up with inflation. As I've been saying, Torsten Slok put out a 6-year average showing that wages are doing better than inflation. But Mark Chandler, whom we just spoke with from Bandenbrook, says in his household that certainly isn't the case, and he doesn't think that it looks like a great picture for consumers. How do you see it?
Well, yes, wage growth and compensation have been slowing from the peaks that we saw during the the pandemic, certainly the later portion of the pandemic, when we were trying to get everybody back into the labor market, and you need to entice them and also keep workers with compensation. But still, I mean, I would say that wages are still growing at a pace that's above where we were between the great financial crisis and the pandemic. But I would look at the last GDP data where we saw real disposable income grow at 0.0 percentage points annualized in the third quarter. That's not a good sign. And so we definitely do see slowing in wages. And for some people, it may be faster than others.
Dana Peterson of the Conference Board, thank you so much for being with us this morning on the first trading day of the new year. Coming up next week, we get ISM manufacturing as well as services, which is going to be really interesting. We get JOLTS data, some of the jobs data that we did not get last month. We also get ISM services, jobless claims. And then, of course, the big one on December, we get the December payrolls print. How much is this really, Matt, going to set up the tenor for 2026 after a lot of confusion around the data that we've gotten?
Well, yeah, I hope that the data that we get now is less and less messy as we get into 2026, because what we've seen over the past couple of months due to the government shutdown has been really difficult to interpret. I doubt that that's what we get with the December non-farm payrolls, because you've got to think about the holiday, right? And it's just not the kind of clean look at labor that economists really want to see.
Yeah. That we don't really understand the numbers once they do come out. What is the break-even rate for the U.S. labor market in terms of job creation, given the fact that there is a shrinking or at least stagnant population of new workers coming in? The expectation right now that people are expecting is 55,000 jobs created in the month of December. That would be down from 64,000 in the prior month, although people are expecting a revision downward in terms of the December jobs growth, actually expecting a contraction in the month of December. We will get that data coming up next Friday on January 9th. Coming up, Catherine Rooney of Vera of StoneX Group, Bloomberg's Ed Ludlow ahead of CES, RJ Gallo of Federated Investment Management, and Bloomberg's Craig Trudell from New York. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. Happy New Year.
When I visited Fernandez at IMAX's headquarters outside Toronto, we went to the facility where IMAX designs and maintains its cameras. The latest next-gen equipment was out with directors on filmed for IMAX sets.
And do you look at all the things in this room and think, this costs that amount of money, this costs that amount of money?
Thankfully, no, I don't. When I think about cameras in general and what we, when we first, I'll give you a really prime example, the film cameras. When you thought about it, okay, are we building 2? Are we building 4? Are you building 8, right? And that's where I start to think about, well, what makes the most sense from a return perspective? Because yes, Nolan wants the cameras, but how many other filmmakers out there use the film cameras? The lens that I look at it through is essentially, how many do we build and in what way? Because the one thing is we are going to invest to build it right and to build it for longevity, but do you need 10 of them? No. Building 4, that was the right number. And do we potentially want to build a couple more? Maybe a couple more, but I don't think we need 10 because they won't always be in use all the time.
I imagine that at different points you need to tell people no. What's that process like for you?
Oh yeah, it's a key role in the CFO position. It is a word that most people are used to, and yet they still think you're not going to say it.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Lizzie Burden in London, and these are the stories that set your agenda.
Taking you from the U.S. market's close to the overnight session in Asia, we'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart Europe's trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market-moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in to Daybreak Europe, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
I'm Alex Rodriguez.
And I'm Jason Kelly.
And we're back with another season of The Deal.
With athletes and entrepreneurs who are changing the game on and off the field. Jerry Jones.
Some good-looking trophies.
1-1
is 3 in sports, not 2. And it's because that 3 is imagination. That 3 is putting yourself in a way, having yourself hit the home run.
Erica Ayers-Badon.
I'm a high-energy board member. I'm very passionate. I have a lot of opinions.
Robin Arzón.
I want to light fires in people's lives, and that is still one of my core mandates for all of my businesses.
Justin Tuck.
I tell all of my friends that play in leagues now, make these relationships now while you're hot. Don't wait till you're like your 12th year in and you're just hanging on.
Stay tuned. You won't want to miss it.
Trading day is about to start.
And you're already looking for that edge.
The opening trade brings you everything you need to know as markets open across Europe.
Let's talk about the significant risk transfers to find space in their balance sheet.
Hedging some of that risk.
You could look at it the other way. Obviously, this stuff is risk-weighted.
I would much rather be long than be short.
We're in a kind of sweet spot.
Very, very strong alignment.
3 revolutions in one.
I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Anna Edwards.
And I'm Tom McKenzie.
This is your opening trade.
Every trading day, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute global news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Jemana Versace in Beirut, and this is Bloomberg.
That big story is really going to continue to be AI and tech.
I think you stay in a Mag 7.
It's still so early in this game that it's very hard to declare where the ultimate winners are going to be.
The same sectors that have been strong for a couple of years before are going to continue to be strong.
It doesn't take much disruption to have quite a few domino effects that are going to impact the market in a more holistic way.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern.
Good morning. Welcome back to Bloomberg Surveillance, kicking off 2026 with a bang as futures build on 3 straight years of double-digit gains. Wall Street feeling good about the year ahead with widespread opting in the bull market and some real gut checks on deck from the Supreme Court decisions to next week's jobs report as a key indicator ahead of the Fed's rate decision later this month. Matt Miller alongside me, and there really is this feeling that right now we're a little bit in the dark at the end of 2025 and that we should get some light in the next couple of trading days.
Yeah, hoping to get some more data that's less noisy, hoping to get a better picture of the labor market especially. That's what people, I think, are most focused on rather than inflation, which is interesting.
Yeah, right now we are seeing the optimism in the AI trade continue. Right now, NASDAQ futures up ahead of the open. You are seeing a bit less of a decline, less of a gain in S&P futures, up 0.6%, better at 0.7%. A bit into bonds, even though earlier you did see some volatility, pretty much across the board down about a basis point. Still watching, though, the steepening in the yield curve, a real question as the Fed is expected to cut rates at least twice this year. And then on the inflation side of things, metals across the board had a banner year in 2025. They are continuing that today. Gold, silver, aluminum, copper, all of them up. Silver up 3.25% after 148% gain in 2025. Coming up this hour, Catherine Rooney-Vera of StoneX Group as stocks edge higher on the first trading day of the new year. RJ Gallo of Federated with U.S. Treasuries extending gains after their best year since 2020. And Bloomberg's Craig Trudell previewing Tesla's latest sales numbers. We begin this hour with stocks rising to kick off 2026 in what is expected to be yet another banner year for markets. Bloomberg News surveyed 21 strategists. None of them are expecting the S&P 500 to decline this year. The most bullish forecast coming from Oppenheimer, calling for the index to hit 8,000. Bloomberg's Alexandra Semenova reporting an optimistic consensus has taken hold. The U.S. stock market will rally in 2026 for a 4th straight year, marking the longest winning streak in nearly 2 decades. That would bring us back to the late 1990s. Alexandra, I'm so pleased to say, joins us now. Alexandra, wonderful story, wonderful reporting.
Thank you so much.
Is this something that's worrying? And I don't mean to be negative, Nelly, but the idea that everyone in the world's optimistic and that no one is expecting declines.
It seems to be, because when you think about this year, there should be a wide range of potential outcomes for markets when you consider where valuations are and all of the risks. We are uncertain about whether companies can monetize their heavy AI investments. We have a Fed in transition, geopolitical fractures, and yet when you look at Wall Street's outlook for U.S. equities, it's almost as though nothing can go wrong. Of the 21 sell-side strategists that we track from the big shops like JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs, no one is predicting declines in the S&P 500 index. In fact, on average, they're predicting another 10% gain. And not only are they unanimously bullish, those forecasts are also clustered. The lowest at 7,000 from Stifel and the highest from Oppenheimer at 8,100 represents a 16% in 2017 rather. So when you're thinking about next year, perhaps the biggest risk is complacency, because when you move in this lockstep optimism, it won't take some exogenous shock or a recession to disappoint markets, but something as small as an earnings miss.
Well, there's also been a confusion around whether the economy can continue to lag behind some of the enthusiasm that we've seen when it comes to equity markets. Is that something that's expected to continue as well, with maybe a sluggish U.S. growth backdrop at the same time as another 10% year of gains?
Yeah, it seems like Wall Street strategists are acknowledging those risks. However, they actually see a reacceleration in the economy. They're pointing to the Fed's easing. They're pointing to a boost. Some have pointed to the World Cup being hosted in the U.S., and that is supposed to actually lift some of the lagging segments of the economy and help broaden out this rally. When you look at earnings growth also for the S&P 493, they're finally supposed to catch up next year. In the first quarter, that group is supposed to post earnings growth of 11%, the Mag 7 about 15%, so that gap also narrowing.
A wonderful piece, really comprehensive. Alexandra Semenova of Bloomberg, really great work. Thank you so much, as always. And Matt, this to me is really one of the key questions. Do you get that broadening out that everyone has been expecting?
Absolutely. I was listening very closely when she gave those percentages, because that's what I think about, that's what I ask our guests about most often. So we're not quite there yet where the 493 are overtaking the Mag 7, but we're getting closer, and we're getting into double-digit territory, which I think is key for a lot of people that have been betting on this broadening out thus far.
Especially people who are betting that this is 1996 and not 1999 or 2000. Catherine Runa-Viri of StoneX Group writing, 2026 will be defined by continued early easing, slowing but positive growth, and a window for tactical real yield relief, which is constructive for duration and equities in the first half of the year. Catherine joins us now for more. Catherine, great to see you. Happy New Year. Catherine, how much are you looking forward to that broadening out that we were just talking about?
I think the first half, we're probably going to continue to see upside in the S&P and a continuation of AI specifically leading the pack. I think in the second half, that's where I think we're going to get a divergence in probabilities. And, you know, consensus is packed around the 7,500. I'm there too. But the truth is that in the second half, things can change meaningfully. And what I'm looking at for, between the next 6 to 8 months is an improvement in real yields. And that, I think, Lisa, is what can take the S&P higher. I think, rates are more important at this point than any earnings miss. If we get an upside inflation surprise in the second half, we could see a meaningful decline in the S&P.
So it's interesting. We've been watching the Fed cut rates by 175.24, and at the same time, the 10-year yield has gone up to, well, we almost hit 420 again this morning. How much further do you think that goes? Or does Fed cutting begin to bring down 10-year Treasury yields with it?
Yeah, I don't think it's one data point or one yield tick that changes equity behavior, but I think it's the spread and the source of the rate move. So if it's, long rates rise quickly because real yields are moving due to repricing of term premium or inflation risks resurge, then equities react immediately to the downside. I think that's different from rates rising because growth is improving. So if you get a fast move driven by inflation or supply stress, I think then you'll get a compression of multiples. That's why I'm focusing so much on rate dynamics rather than anything else like headline growth numbers or earnings. I think the transmission from rates to equities is much faster than earnings. So I think the Fed does cut an additional 50 basis points, probably in the first half, maybe even 75. If that leads into a reacceleration or even, God forbid, a hiking by the end of this year. So what I'm looking at in terms, Matt, of the data that really matters is labor market, how much that pumps up service sector inflation in the second half. But like I said, Lisa started, this is not the 1990s, so we shouldn't expect AI to bring inflation down. Inflation is here to stay. It's sticky. I think that that supply is very productive and in AI, but the fact is that earnings are not quite there and productivity is not in full force. So AI will not diminish inflation completely.
But the bottom line is, in terms of what happens in 2026, you think the real risks lie in the second half. So we're, still 6 months away from that. But we do start to get more and more data coming out, as Lisa's been saying, this week, next week. How key is, for example, the December jobs report for you?
Yeah, to see a more meaningful deceleration, then we're going to see additional Fed cuts. If, as I'm saying, in the second half, we get more labor market tightening and we get a resurgence of inflation because of that, then I think that breaks my call. So I am bullish, but if we get a 10-year treasury that approaches 5% and credit spreads start to widen materially in that back half because of a resurgence of inflation, Matt, I think with the equity runway ends. And that's the point. The rates compete directly with equities. So, borrowing costs rise sharply, financial conditions tighten fast. I think that's where the exact yield level matters. It's a regime change that signals, and I think the equities can move very quickly as a result.
And Catherine, you were saying that is the regime change when the 10-year yield approaches that 5% level, not necessarily the tick, but that regime change kind of competitive edge. How much does the political landscape factor into this, the fact that the midterm elections are coming up and some of the potential incentives that may emerge heading into that?
Well, I think, Lisa, one of the most underappreciated risks this year is term premium and treasury supply. So if we get this additional blowout of fiscal profligacy, which is, I think, one of the main drivers of why we haven't entered a recession and probably will continue to be the case, then I think the long end does not need stronger growth to sell off. And that's because of the profligacy. So we've seen it on both sides of the aisle. If, as history dictates, the midterms do go against the incumbent party, then I probably think we continue to see fiscal dominance reign, and we could see pressure on the back end, persistent deficits, heavier issuance, uncertainty around policy credibility could all risk the market, Lisa. I think all of that would push term premium higher, and that's additional risk at the back end of this year, in my view, because it matters. I mean, a rise in term premium can overwhelm policy easing and reset valuations very quickly.
What are you looking for in terms of market activity to signify that maybe people are looking elsewhere for diversification away from the treasury market?
Well, I can tell you as a global economist, going around the world, that everyone's looking at international exposure, so moving away from the U.S., which looks saturated and highly valued, and into emerging markets. So outside of China, there's a lot of interest in Asia and in Latin America specifically. And I concur with that, Lisa, because I think the U.S. dollar continues to move lower, favoring emerging markets. There's juice there. These are countries that have curbed inflation largely, and a result are bringing down interest rates meaningfully. You can get a lot of juice there. And I think fixed income, especially investors, are looking internationally, and more so in a risk-on environment in the high beta emerging market space.
Catherine Rooney-Vera of StoneX Group, thank you so much for being here. Right now, let's get you an update on stories elsewhere this morning. Here is your Bloomberg Brief with Lizzie Burden. Lizzie.
Hi, Lisa. We begin with tragedy in Switzerland. Officials saying that around 40 people have died in a fire at a ski resort bar in the new year. They estimate that more than 100 others have been injured after a popular alpine resort, Crans, Montana. Eyewitnesses said that a sparkler in a bottle ignited the ceiling. Elsewhere, President Trump pledged in a late-night social media post that the US will come to the rescue of Iranian protesters if they're attacked by Islamic Republic authorities. The post comes after protests erupted this week in Tehran after the currency slumped to a record low. Demonstrations have since spread to other parts of the country, setting off clashes between civilians and security forces. And President Trump says he's in perfect health. In a post on Truth Social, the president said that he had a perfect cognitive exam, and the test should be a mandatory one for anyone running for president or vice president. Trump's post comes after he said in a recent interview that he had undergone a CT scan in his October exam, not an MRI. And that should be my brief. Lisa.
Thank you so much, Lizzie. Up next, the morning calls, plus Bloomberg's Ed Ludlow previewing next week's CES conference in Las Vegas. From New York, this is Bloomberg Surveillance.
investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Amin, only on Bloomberg.
Know how the market day started.
Find out how it finishes.
Public markets to private markets.
From the micro to the macro.
Covering retail, entertainment, the business of sports.
The supply chains, trade policy, how it all is impacting the U.S. equity market as we drive to the closing bell at 4 p.m.
A holistic markets.
If it matters to your life, we're covering it. I'm Katie Greifeld.
And I'm Romaine Bostic, and this is The
Live every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets? We are seeing modest gains across European equity markets.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
It's a prove it year, but that actually makes me more bullish because I think now we go into the next phase of AI. I think tech stocks are up 20-25% in 2026. The two best physical AI plays in the world today. It's NVIDIA and it's Tesla. This is autonomous chapter now coming to Tesla.
That was Dan Ives of Wedbush earlier this morning with a bullish call on tech for 2026. You might say, well, he's always bullish. Well, he's been right over the past number of years with tech outperforming. This morning, continuing to outperform with some of the same winners from 2025 reprising their helm at the leading pack. NASDAQ futures up about 1%, above S&P futures up about 0.5%. And Matt, single names also some of the best gainers in 2025, reclaiming their lead early in 2026.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see, especially these these DRAM companies doing so well. SanDisk, Western Digital, Seagate, and Micron is one of those. Like, I was looking at the best performing ETFs of last year, and gold, obviously, and silver are both up there. But 2 or 3 times leveraged Micron ETF and 2 or 3 times leveraged Palantir ETFs, also among the top 10.
Yeah, well, this definitely is something that people are looking at once again. How do you get a broadening out unless you get these particular names continuing to post gains and show profitability? In the bond space, you are seeing a bit of a bid after some earlier volatility, about a basis point lower in the 10-year. The 30-year actually losing some of that advance. You're seeing 4.84%, essentially flat on the day. And in the metal space, as Matt was just talking about, gold and silver last year, best year since 1979. Silver up another 3.4%, gold up another 2%, aluminum hitting that $3,000 a ton mark for the first time in more than 3 years, up almost 1%. Time now for the morning calls. First up, Mizuho raising its price target on Chipotle to $36 and maintaining a neutral rating, believing the stock's current valuation appropriately reflects its new long-term EBITDA growth algorithm. Those shares up almost 0.5%. Next up, Barclays upgrading Vertiv to overweight with a $200 price target, viewing the recent sell-off as an attractive entry point and seeing substantial upside to Vertiv's consensus earnings estimates for the next 2 years. Those shares up 4.4% in pre-market trading. And finally, Athleta Capital doubling, upgrading ASML to buy and boosting its price target to a street high, citing stronger demand driven by suppliers alongside orders from China this year. Those shares up almost 6%. Sticking with tech, big names in the industry, including NVIDIA, AMD, and Samsung, ready to advocate for artificial intelligence at the CES conference next week. Bloomberg's Ed Ludlow joins us now before he heads to Las Vegas to cover the CES. What are you expecting at this year's conference?
Yeah, I mean, for markets, it's called the Consumer Electronics Show, right? But the C part isn't really that interesting, particularly for the buy side. It's AI everything. And it's kind of an issue of timing, that first week of the year where lots of investors fly to Las Vegas to meet with the companies, to meet with each other. NVIDIA is kind of the mainstay of it. It's interesting, NVIDIA is not officially a keynote speaker of CES this year, but they're holding their own Las Vegas event. And there's really expectations going into that you will hear substantive commentary about AI infrastructure support. Because of that, you get real earnings visibility. You know, a year ago, it was kind of President Trump returned to the White House, and it was very political, trying to preempt tariffs. But the one thing I'd add is Matt is absolutely right to bring up DRAM. Across electronics right now, supply chain is starting to come back.
HB DRAM. I know all about it because I watched your show. Ed Ludlow also Ed, you also cover cars pretty. And the intersection between cars and tech has been highlighted by the CES events of the last, 5 to 10 years. Dan Ives earlier telling us that the two biggest AI plays are NVIDIA and Tesla. I haven't seen any official announcements, but what are we going to hear from Tesla at CES?
Well, remember that Boring Co. has tunnels that connect all of the different convention centers in Las Vegas, and it's Tesla vehicles that drive you through those tunnels. Every year, Ian King, who covers semiconductors for Bloomberg, would walk the 10 feet from his desk to my desk this week and say, do we need to write a CES preview about how it's going to be all about cars? And for many years we did, until this year, where actually I think that idea around automotive technology, not just autonomous driving, but the in-car experience has kind of fizzled out a bit. Tesla is very selective of where it kind of exhibits its products, and CES historically has not been one, although there will, there's a big ambition for them in 2026 to expand the robotaxi fleet offering, and you'd expect that Las Vegas and Nevada is a target because Zoox are already operating there in the autonomous driving space, and Waymo recently got approval too.
What about deals, Ed? I mean, anytime you have a gathering of the most powerful executives in industry, you could expect them to talk to each other, have their bankers talk to each other, have their lawyers talk to each other. Do we see a wave of deals after this?
Historically, there are conversations that take place, and you're exactly right. It's basically like speed dating. In fact, it's not just the bankers and investors. There are lots of CEOs in the world, unofficially, and keep a low profile because it's interesting for them to see the field, but also do it quickly. I'm trying to rack my brain for something that may have come out of CES this year, but related things right now, there's a lot of focus on that, whether it's like optics and sensors that go into cars, or, on the consumer side, one of the big deals that came out in 2025 is Dell, a maker of PCs, started using AMD processors for the first time. That was amazing. But that's the interplay, right? It's called the Consumer Electronics Show. But in reality, the attendance and the kind of news flow is driven by a much higher level of corporate activity. So that's kind of those kinds of relationships that you look out for.
Ed, if you take a step back here for artificial intelligence, a reason for the broadening out trade that people are hoping for, that the other 493 companies will spend more money on some of this technology in order to get an edge or remain relevant. What are you looking for at this year's CES to indicate that that kind of broadening out, that profitability backdrop is truly coming to the fore?
Yeah, I don't want to contradict myself necessarily. That's where the C, or the consumer part, is important. So for example, if we take DRAM or memory chips, prices are going really high because memory chips are in short supply. They're going into the high bandwidth memory stack. It's layered up DRAM that goes into data centers. A consequence of that is that PC prices are getting higher and higher because the cost of manufacturing is higher because of the DRAM. There isn't actually that much evidence that consumers are that interested in AI PCs. And if you look at the forecast for the global PC market in 26, it ranges from IDC saying it will shrink 9% to others like Omdia saying it will basically be flat or grow because of AI PC. There's probably not been that much love reflected for those names in the market where there is a direct consumer play on AI. And like smartphones and PCs are part of them. Qualcomm will be there at CES, and they kind of felt a little bit aggrieved that their competence in processors specifically for AI smartphones hasn't sort of been realized by the market. So that's how I'd say it. I'd say, like, is there any actually tangible evidence, Lisa, that all this AI stuff, it actually means anything to anyone that's attending there, and then that shows up in the sales data for the coming 12 months?
Well, Matt Miller here spends 3.5 hours on ChatGPT a day to get tips on his motorcycle and car repairs. What about you, Ed? How much do you spend, not necessarily on ChatGPT, but just in general, with different AI tools?
A lot, hours of the day, and like it's really interesting because I wish there was a better way to track it. ChatGPT I use in research and like going through dense documents and sell-side notes. Like if you have a ton of sell-side notes, it's really useful to run them through ChatGPT and look at like comparisons, compare and contrast, etc. On the way into work, right, I use Tesla full self-driving. So my car drives the 30 miles or so from my house to the office. And I use Grok, which is xAI's chatbot in the car because it's hands-free. I can just chat with it. But again, like that's different because ChatGPT, the parent company of Bloomberg Television Media, we have a corporate subscription for that. I'm not paying $20 myself personally for each of these different services. Some of them I do, but some of them we have access to through our employer. Yeah. That's also, to answer your last question, going to be another part of the story. Like, where is it that the consumer is willing to spend on software?
Ed Ludlow, thank you so much for being with us. And Matt Miller, you pay for it, don't you?
I have my corporate subscription. I also pay for a private subscription because I don't need to mix those two things. And I pay for Gemini as well.
There you go, an equal opportunity user. Yeah. Have you ever done me about myself, and it gives you like a profile based on everything that you've looked at? It's really quite interesting.
I never will.
Yeah. Well, it's like a ChatGPT horoscope. Coming up, RJ Gallo of Federated Investment Management, with U.S. Treasuries extending their gains after their best year since 2020. Plus, Lizzie Burden with your morning movers, Wayfair and RH up as President Trump delays some furniture tariffs. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
I'm David Weston. Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. We go on the road for a look at what lies behind the headlines of today and what will likely be the headlines tomorrow.
We need more transparency.
Oil and gas is still important.
They said every citizen should be investing in the market.
In all fields of science.
Watch Wall Street Week right here on Bloomberg. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Of some of the world's biggest stories.
And we're here where the action starts in Sydney.
And in Tokyo, get ahead as the global trading day begins.
The Asia Trade, weekday.
It's a multi-trillion. What's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
Technology is embedded in
and laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment.
And from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape.
Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg Television.
Seeing a lift to start 2026. Good morning. Led by big tech, finishing off picking up where we finished off in 2025. NASDAQ futures up about 1%. S&P futures up by about 0.5%. You are seeing a bit of a bid in last year's rally. We'll get into that in just 1 second. Still, 10-year yields at 4.16%. The euro losing clout versus the dollar. A bit of dollar strength after the worst performance for the greenback going back to 2017. Still 117.21 on a euro-dollar cross. And crude declining once more, down 0.8%, $56.94, despite some geopolitical tensions. 1 hour away from the cash open, here are your morning movers with Lizzie Burton. Lizzie.
Hi, Lisa. Well, I want to start with the furniture names because, of course, President Trump has delayed his higher tariffs on upholstered furniture and kitchen cabinets and vanities until next year, New Year's Day 2027. They were meant to announce this on Wednesday, and so you're seeing the relief for the likes of RH up more than 5%, even though those 25% tariffs that are already there will remain in place. Turning over next to Baidu because it's picked Hong Kong and filed for Hong Kong to have its listing for its AI chip unit. Now, this is backing the theme of China tech that it's expected to see in this year, and lots of names expected to be listing in Hong Kong this year as well. So getting the ball rolling there. It's already up in Hong Kong, its highest level since 2023 September, and it's up in the US pre-market as well by nearly 10%. Just finally turning back to Tesla, I've mentioned it all morning, but all eyes really on this Q4 production and deliveries report that is expected later on today. We have had the average analyst estimate saying they're going to have an 11% drop when it comes to global vehicle deliveries, but compare that to what Tesla itself said earlier in the week. It took the unprecedented step of releasing the average estimate according to its own average, and that was a 15% drop. So more pessimistic, and that disparity perhaps explaining why it's up in the pre-market, Lisa.
Thank you so much, Lizzie. We are getting delivery numbers across the board. We're getting Rivian fourth quarter delivery and production numbers coming in around 10,974 in terms of production. Deliveries just under 10,000. Those shares also up by about 1.3%. Turning to the bond space, RJ Gallo of Federated Investment Management writing, U.S. Treasury yields seem likely to remain constrained in a narrow range to start the new year. As the U.S. economy continues to expand, RJ joins us now. RJ, I'm really glad you're here. Thank you so much for being here, because this is, to me, one of the most confusing parts of the market. A lot of people think that there is going to be very muted action in Treasury yields, at the same time that a lot of people are saying inflation is still very much a risk. Why do you see those two things as compatible?
Well, good morning and Happy New Year. Those two issues on the surface are not directly compatible, obviously. The fact is that the inflation pressures that we had experienced have substantially diminished. They have not diminished enough to restore the Fed's 2% target. And I do think that were it not for the inflation concerns, the 10-year would be below 4 right now, and it's obviously not. So, we're coming off the tail end of a very bullish year for fixed income, but the threats looking forward continue to be the sort of dichotomy between a weakening labor market where job creation has slowed to a crawl, might even be negative, and inflation continues to be an issue because you have fiscal stimulus, you have the effect of Fed easing, and you have the AI capital spending all going on at the same time that high-income households keep spending. So the Fed's in a tough spot. I think the inflation risk has not been diminished substantially enough for a real bond market rally, and I think on net, we might be hemmed in on both sides from that dichotomy.
RJ, if we do get a Fed that is incentivized for a variety of reasons, most of which is the labor market that you were just talking about, to cut rates significantly this year, or even just by 75 basis points, do you think that the 10-year and the 30-year will rally, or will we see an ongoing steepening of the yield curve akin to what we saw last year?
Our highest conviction bet in 2025 was a steeper yield curve that worked extraordinarily well in our portfolios. It remains our highest conviction bet as we enter 2026. It's interesting, Matt, I think, mentioned earlier that since the Fed actually started its easing I think it was September of last year, over that time period. Now, on net, the 30-year ended the year up 6 basis points, even though the 2-year fell almost 70. So I think the engine of steepening persists. If the Fed eases a couple more times as they struggle with this slow job creation yet lingering inflation challenge that we just touched upon, it's quite likely that the curve will continue to steepen with the short end going down, and you might even have some cheapening at the long end. The term premium is heavily linked to the fact that Fed independence is in question, and fiscal stimulus is coming through the pipeline as we get into next year.
What does that mean for the U.S. economy, RJ? I mean, a steeper yield curve sounds like good for banks, but how is it for the industrial economy?
Well, borrowing costs in the corporate space, spreads are very, very tight, and corporations have done well. Earnings have been relatively buoyant. AI is all that anyone wants to talk about, but generally speaking, really well. And what was a pretty volatile 2025? Corporate bond returns were strong, spreads are very tight. In our opinion, a little too tight, so we're a little underweight in the corporate space. Nevertheless, a steeper curve, I think, will create a challenge for the Trump administration's priority to fall substantially. Housing has been struggling. It's detracted from GDP now for most of the last 8 quarters. And that's because mortgage rates are so high. Mortgage rates are not set off the 2-year. They're out the curve, set off the 10-year. So that steepening curve will probably continue to be a bit of a challenge for housing. I do think corporate financing is holding up just fine. Even though the absolute yields are relatively high and the spreads are tight, corporations are certainly hungry for more and more capital, as we've seen.
There was a little bit of a concern about cockroaches last year. It seems to have abated. Still interesting to see that the non-bank lenders are doing so much worse than the big Wall Street banks. Lisa was pointing that out earlier this week. How do you expect that to play out? I mean, are the bankruptcies that we saw, you think, idiosyncratic?
Well, the business development companies are probably like a nice lens. The equities of business the business BDCs are a nice lens on what's going on in private credit, and obviously they've done rather poorly. Jamie Dimon's comment about cockroaches, I think there's probably some truth to that. I don't know if cockroaches are going to ruin the house. It might be a problem in the kitchen, and it might need to bring in some exterminators. But generally speaking, our view on securitized credit, from what we can tell, and on private credit, is one of a bit of concern, but I don't think we're about to run out of the house because of a few cockroaches in the kitchen. So I think it continues to be a risk. We are watching that risk. I think generally speaking, spreads are tight throughout the private capital markets. A little cautious on the corporate side. Now, on the asset-backed side, I think we're more constructive and think that some of the problems that we saw were somewhat idiosyncratic. Even if you find a few more, it doesn't necessarily mean, like I said, they need to run out of the house.
RJ, a lot of people have been saying this, that credit spreads feel too tight for a couple of months now, and I'm looking now at high-yield bond spreads, and they're at some of the lowest levels that we've seen post-financial crisis. At what point is this just a factor of money looking for places to get yield, right? And at what point do the technicals overwhelm the fundamentals that might say it feels just a bit rich?
Well, that's a great point. I think that the absolute yield buyers, after like a decade of suffering from low absolute yields, have been very attracted to the simple fact that absolute yields are much higher, even if spreads, in fact, are very, very tight. You mentioned technicals. The technicals have been on the side of tightening. You sort of wonder, are we going to flip that script in 2026? You have large structural deficits in the United States, other developed countries as well. You've got a huge capital expenditure need with more issuance to come from the private sector. The cumulative effect here might actually start to go in the other direction. For quite a while after Liberation Day, if you want to rewind to April, it felt like a recession was the odds-on bet, and that would widen spreads. That didn't happen. A lot of people overreacted on that front. It was very common in the markets. But now it's quite possible that we would just see a spread widening on the simple deterioration in the supply-demand mix, in addition to the fact it might just take a couple of bad earnings prints on the payoff and the returns on AI that could cause a real reevaluation on credit risk, and spreads could widen in tech in that space. And that would be enough to cause some meaningful widening on the corporate space. Then we would have to reassess if we get that event.
Given the international focus this year and the fact that spread widening as well, I mean, with respect to sovereign bond yields, the idea that longer-term yields have risen so much, it really has been a global story. How much do you think that the U.S. is going to really underperform the rest of the world? Or do you think that the U.S. could even outperform, even with yield curve steepening, because of the Fed remaining in play?
Well, the central bank divergences have been pretty stark of late. We were talking earlier about the weakness in the dollar. That was in part contributing to the weakness in our currency. There was obviously other big factors going on there as well. Our views for fixed income total returns in the U.S., mid-single digits is probably the best you're going to get. We just got off a period here where we had the Treasury index, the Bloomberg Treasury index was up 6.3%, best in many years. The aggregate index, you throw in some corporates and mortgages, 7.3%. These are very nice and attractive bond returns, numbers that often get eclipsed by the double digits in equities. But there are plenty of Americans who own fixed income to complement their equities. And guess what? They've both done extraordinarily well. I think the outlook for returns in the coming year in the U.S., a little bit diminished relative to those levels, yet still more likely than not significantly positive. Relative to the rest of the world, it's a tough call. I mean, I think that the inflation threat here is a lingering challenge. The Fed is apt to ease, especially with its change in leadership coming as President Trump gets to put more of an imprint on the central bank. That should be good for fixed income, but maybe not all fixed income, as that steepening curve will mute the overall total return. The 2-year fell almost 70 basis points last year. The 30-year went up 6. We could see more of that dynamic, and that would mute the return profile somewhat.
We had a guest on earlier, Catherine Rooney-Vera, talk about profligate spending, which I love. And we have, as you mentioned, kind of a threat to the independence of the Federal Reserve. Is that apt? Are those two things apt to drive yields much higher from here? Because I haven't seen the bond vigilantes really flash their whites of their teeth yet.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about the bond vigilantes, and it seems like, where are they? I think there's a couple things to note. The Treasury index ended the year at 389. It started the year at 445. Meanwhile, the term premium, which is a model-determined concept, but the term premium steepened out pretty substantially last year. If you look at the New York Fed's term premium, it's risen up over 70 basis points. It wasn't that long ago that it was at 0. So I think that I don't know if it's vigilantism as much as it is conservatism. That bond investors, often a little more cynical or skeptical than our equity colleagues. And the threats that you just described, continued fiscal profligacy, the simple fact that the central bank is getting, a complete changeover in control after what have been, complete aggressive attacks from the administration on the central bank to a degree that you don't typically see. You'd have to go back to LBJ shoving the Fed chair up against the wall at his Texas ranch to come up with anything quite as close, even though I don't think President Trump assaulted Jay Powell, but he certainly has verbally. So when you look at the threats to the central bank and the fiscal side, that you should see higher term premium. That's steeper curves. That's more muted returns at the long end. That is fiscal. That is bond market conservatism. Maybe not vigilantism, but conservatism.
RJ Gallo of Federated Investment Management, thank you so much for being with us this morning. Have a wonderful rest of your weekend. Happy New Year. Right now, let's get you an update on stories elsewhere this morning. Here is your Bloomberg Brief with Lizzie Burden. Lizzie.
Hi, Lisa. The U.S. continuing to ramp up the pressure on Venezuela. The Trump administration sanctioned Chinese companies and oil tankers linked to Venezuela. This coming as the U.S. launches more strikes on purported drug trafficking boats. Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro says that he's open to negotiating with the U.S. to combat drug trafficking, but said that the U.S. is trying to force him from power and gain access to Venezuela's oil reserves. Elsewhere, we have Rivian shares rising in the pre-market after its delivery numbers slightly beat estimates in the fourth quarter. The EV maker produced nearly 11,000 cars in Illinois and delivered over 9,700 during the same period. Rivian also announcing that it'll release its fourth quarter and full-year financial results on February 12th. And in sports, the college football quarterfinals took center stage over the holiday. In a New Year's Eve stunner, Miami shocked the defending champs Ohio State 24-14. Meanwhile, top-seeded Indiana remained perfect, crushing Alabama 38-3 in the Rose Bowl. Elsewhere, Oregon shut out Texas Tech 23-0, and I'm going to get it right this time, Ole Miss outlasted Georgia in a 39-34 thriller. Olé! That's your Bloomberg Brief, Lisa.
Thank you so much, Lizzie. Olé, indeed. Up next, setting you up for the day ahead, including a preview of Tesla's sales numbers after, as Lizzie was mentioning, we did just get Rivian from New York. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
We have two crises, two essential crises, and for both it's now or never: democracy and climate, and they are absolutely interlinked. And we have to solve them together. We're losing the democratic infrastructure and norms to deal with the climate, and we're losing the climate stability that is essential for a democracy. We have to solve them together. We've never faced a threat like this to our democracy at a time when it's a perfect storm, at a time when we're being told by climate scientists, some of you may be in this room, that we have to cut our emissions, fossil fuel emissions, in half in 5 years now. You know, when I started to realize what was happening, it was 12 years, and we haven't done it.
The Middle East and Africa regions are home to some of the biggest deals and fastest growth in the world. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. I'm Jumana Versace. Join me on Bloomberg Horizon's Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insights shaping the decisions of traders across this exciting region.
You had heightened levels of volatility.
There's still room to maneuver.
Reduce the opportunities.
It allows you to increase significantly your net income.
Every trading day, only on Bloomberg.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you the world's business and financial news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Michael McKee at Mount Everest, and this is Bloomberg.
We are just at such this early stage of people really thinking about ProSec or production for security or resiliency that there's a lot more going on. We're going to see this. We're going to see this through the electricity industry, whether it's nuclear. I just think, and again, this is an administration that is well aware that if stocks are not doing well coming into the midterms, it does not bode well. So look for lots of pushes to get the stock market going.
That was Peter Scheer of Academy Securities in a brilliant look at what he's looking for this year, particularly start 2026. Taking the charge here up about a 0.5%. Be another year of dollar weakness. Euro 117.21 versus the dollar. A bit of a bid into bonds, but fading as the market grows older. 10-year yields 4.16%. Silver, another fantastic day after a fantastic year of 148% gains, 3.2% gains this morning in early trading. Counting down to the opening bell, here's the trading diary for the week ahead. On Tuesday, CES kicking off in Las Vegas. Watch some of the innovations. Wednesday, ADP data, JOLTS and ISM services. Finally, the data comes Thursday. Another round of jobless claims and the trade balance on Friday. The big one, the December payrolls report, the first clean read since the government shutdown. Also, University of Michigan sentiment survey. Before we get to all of that, Tesla set to follow Rivian to report its global fourth quarter sales shortly. Analysts expecting deliveries to fall 11% from a year earlier, while Tesla is even more pessimistic, calling for a 15% drop. Joining us now is Bloomberg's Craig Trudell. Craig, thank you so much for being with us. First, can you just give us a sense of what happened here, why Tesla tried to get out ahead of analysts that were surveyed by Bloomberg by giving a pessimistic outlook before this number?
Yeah, this was quite a curveball. We're used to getting those from Elon Musk, to be fair. But for the first time, the company posted on its IR website a consensus. So they put out averages both for the fourth quarter, for the full year, and actually going out a few years. And consistently, whether you were looking at fourth quarter or for full year 2025, even out the next couple of years, you actually saw the company compiled consensus that Tesla put out was more pessimistic than what the analyst averages that we compile on the Bloomberg terminal. So this was a bit of a surprise, and I think was sort of widely perceived as the company kind of lowering the bar for itself going into today's print.
So if we see a drop of, 15% as the most pessimistic average would suggest, or even 10%, it makes me wonder about EV sales growth in general, beyond Tesla, both in the US and globally, aren't we still seeing gains?
I think, when you look at BYD, which actually just reported yesterday, we are both seeing, their sales continue to grow, and yet some softness in their numbers relative to the last couple of years. So I think globally you're seeing the momentum in battery electric vehicle sales growth, really sort of losing steam. In the U.S., I think it's going to be a different story. Rather than just losing momentum, some possibility that you actually see sales declines. And I think, certainly in the near term, that feels likely, just because in the third quarter we saw such strong demand to try and take advantage of the federal tax credits that went away after the end of September, and we are widely expected to see huge payback for that in the fourth quarter, and that probably will carry on into the early part of this year. I think in terms of in Europe, it's maybe a different story where, we've seen Tesla be really weak in this region, and the Chinese players led by BYD are really sort of taking off, even despite, some trade protectionism, some tariffs that went into play in late 2024.
What does this mean, Craig, for EV sales, beyond Tesla and this quarter, for the world over the next 3, 4, 5 years? Because we've started seeing a rollback in regulations as well. I thought, Europe wasn't going to allow any more new gas vehicles to be sold after 2035, but that apparently is changing as well.
Yeah, and that was another big development in December that was very interesting to see. I think it was somewhat incremental, and at least on headline figures, where instead of aiming for 100% reduction in new vehicle CO2 emissions by 2035, that number is going to go down to 90%. But there's, little ways in which you can sort of fudge that number to some degree as well. So I think, in short, we're going to see a longer leash for hybrid vehicles, particularly plug-in hybrids in Europe. In the U.S., I expect to see more conventional hybrids that don't even have plugs. You think of this sort of base Toyota Prius. Those have been selling really strongly. You have a sort of situation where more and more manufacturers are sort of throwing in the towel on battery electric vehicles because they have struggled to make them pencil. And Ford, I think, was probably the biggest example of that late last year to announce that they were going to take $19.5 billion in charges related to unwinding various electric vehicle projects, doing away with the F-150 Lightning. That was a huge development, and we should probably expect more of those sorts of announcements to come from some of their competitors that similarly are going to struggle to sell EVs in this new environment without those federal tax credits.
Craig, just quickly, taking a step back and looking at 2025, how much of some of the sales declines for the likes of Tesla were because Elon Musk is such a lightning rod versus just the incentives went away? And you're seeing Rivian also with declining sales and deliveries versus last year, versus 2024.
I think no doubt Musk hurt Tesla last year. I think, there are some questions about whether or not some of the, revolt against Musk has dissipated somewhat. We're going to see in the months to come, I guess an easy comparison for the company. So if we continue to see declines for Tesla, in the next couple of quarters, it's going to be really troublesome in terms of, the state of this company's sort of here and now business. Thus far, he's managed to keep everybody focused on the future and on robo-taxis, but there too, I think there's been some letdowns in terms of execution and, some questions about how much that can continue in the months to come.
Craig Trudell of Bloomberg, thank you so much for being with us. And Matt Miller, are you didn't look for an electric motorcycle as you Google ChatGPT or ChatGPT some of the new details?
I have ridden some pretty impressive electric motorcycles. I mean, 10 years ago, I started riding electric motorcycles. I haven't bought one yet, but we are going to see electric motorcycle racing manufactured by Ducati in MotoGP, which is the top class in the world. So it could become something that you see more and more often.
But you don't hear because they're silent, which is kind of a lovely feature here. Matt Miller, thank you so much for being with us this week. It has been such a delight to have you. Coming up on Monday, Lori Calvasina of RBC Capital Markets, Ed Yardeni of Yardeni Research, Lisa Shallett of Morgan Stanley, and Aditya Bahave of Bank of America Securities. This was Bloomberg Surveillance as we bring you into the new year. Year. Happy New Year. This is Bloomberg.
World of decentralized finance.
Why is it that NFTs have not recovered in the same way that, say, Bitcoin has?
Bloomberg is covering all things crypto.
It's a pretty spectacular story.
The people.
This is the future. This is the 21st century economy.
The transactions.
It snapped up nearly $1 billion of Bitcoin.
And the technology.
We need to build a digital Fort Knox.
That gives people financial freedom, and that's a wonderful thing.
That's extraordinary.
We ride the wave that is Bitcoin.
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays only on Bloomberg.
Tariffs, I think, are probably the first time in my career I've had to deal with like a fundamental change in government policy in terms of how we think about how markets work.
The challenge, especially within my supply chain, is now how do you have enough productivity initiatives to offset the increased cost of all the product?
Can you just move your supply chain out of China and into the U.S. or out of Mexico and up to Canada? Is it that easy?
It's not that easy, but we do have flexibility. And we had been, prior to tariffs, prior to any of this, we had been on a journey to diversify our footprint out of China. So probably 2-ish years ago, roughly 65% of our toy and game volume was coming from China. Today, as we entered into 2025, that was around 50%. All we've done is really accelerate the path to get down to roughly, call it 30% by the time we enter into 2027. For us, I mean, if tariffs stay, if tariffs go, it's never good to have so much of your manufacturing base centered on one geography. We think the diversification is good, but it does take a bit of time to get vendors and suppliers up to speed. Quality is a big deal, especially when you're dealing with toys and kids. It's not an instantaneous thing, but it's not also a 5-year, have to build a new plant from scratch.
This is a 15, 16 grams tuna. Then sushi rice is still a little bit warm. So take one, like a very, don't make it too tight. So from now, and very light, like a ball. Put wasabi in the middle. Then my process 1 to 6. 1. This is putting the between the rice air. Then make the 4 fingers curl. Make sushi shape. Then touch this. 2. Then turn. Now these 2 fingers, top to the bottom, make the sushi shape more beautiful. 3. Then, I'm not, looks like pushing, not pushing. 3, 4, turn, same way, 5, and 6. So this is 1 to 6.
Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Haslinda Amin in Bangkok. This is Bloomberg.
All right, good Friday morning from New York City. I am Paul Sweeney alongside Matt Miller. We're in New York. Welcome to a special edition of Bloomberg Markets on Bloomberg TV Radio. We are simulcasting one more time. Matt, we're doing this again for the next...
I'm excited.
You're here for the next hour, right?
Only an hour.
Because then you do something else?
No, I said, why don't I get to do the whole show? I wasn't given a reason.
Oh, interesting.
I think I was a little too energetic.
Too energetic?
On New Year's Eve. And they said, listen, we want to start 2026 on a little bit of a mellower note. So we can only deal with 1 hour of Matt Miller.
I did get a little feedback along that front, by the way.
Yeah?
Yes. so now we're getting Vonnie Quinn in for a couple hours, and we'll just see how that plays out. What could go wrong
I'll stay chill.
We got the futures market, Matt. We're looking to start the year on a good note here. The S&P up 36 points, 0.5%. The NASDAQ up about 240 points. Let's call that 0.9 of 1%. So starting out kind of where the year left off. Yields kind of steady here. Look, this smidge elevated here at 4.16%. 10%. But I'll tell you what's up yet again is gold, up another $37. I mean, talk about the precious metals continuing the trade there.
Not only precious, right? Aluminum went above $3,000 for the first time since, I think, 2022. And you know why I pay so much attention to aluminum.
Because cars and all
F-150.
F-150.
That's an aluminum body truck. You know, the average car, not just the Fords, 50 to 65% of raw materials costs for cars is steel and aluminum.
Yep.
It's a massive, massive cost input for these car makers. So when those prices go like this, especially
now, is this tariffs or is this just the market?
It's tariffs, it's the market, it's Chinese ceiling on capacity, it's the fire, you know, that Ford saw. So there's so many different factors coming together to drive these prices higher, and it's just not going to help us pay any less at dealerships.
All right, let's talk some Tesla.
Yeah,
do that. I mean, Tesla. I mean, the deliveries. The people in Europe are still not buying Teslas, folks. And Tesla, red headline crossing the Bloomberg terminal. Tesla fourth quarter other models deliveries 11,642. The estimate was 16,959. Model Y, Model 3 production 422,000 and change. The estimate was 452,000 and change. So
total deliveries 418,000.
Yep.
And the estimate was for 440.
Okay.
So coming in even worse than expected. But my question, which I look, first of all, I don't think much of this matters for the stock.
No, it doesn't.
Right?
It doesn't.
Who cares? It's a $1.5 trillion company. That's not what Tesla's about. It's not about building cars. But it does matter for the crown. For the last 2, maybe 3 years, depending on how 2025 proves out, the Model Y was the best-selling car model in the entire world.
Yep.
They were selling more of those than Ford sells F-Series trucks.
Now it's BYD. Let's be honest. Ed, let's check. Ed, what do you make of some of these auto numbers, delivery numbers from Tesla? How much does Elon Musk care? How much is this not really front burner anymore?
Well, the first thing to point out is that the fourth quarter delivery numbers aren't just below Bloomberg consensus. They're below the Tesla compiled consensus that they made the unusual step of publishing just before New Year's Eve. They always compile their own consensus. They just don't publish it. But you guys are kind of right that we got exactly what we thought we would get, which is a drop in deliveries year on year for the quarter, year on year for the year itself. But the stock and how investors value the company doesn't really have anything to do with that bread and butter business of delivering vehicles to consumers. Though I'd note, as I always do, in this compensation package for Elon Musk, the board does require him to continue to deliver vehicles to consumers going forward.
I wonder what you think about, we were just talking with Craig Trudell on Bloomberg Surveillance. You know, he's Bloomberg's global auto czar. He's covered cars in Detroit, in Tokyo, now in London. And he said he thinks there's a possibility that we start to see no longer EV sales growth in America, like that we sell fewer electric vehicles in total, not just Tesla, but also GM and Ford and everything else.
Right.
As the incentives have gone away, it looks like we could see shrinkage here.
Yeah, that $7,500 federal tax credit that went away in particular is very interesting. Just very quickly on Tesla, but it's to your point. In the last few days of December, I already leased a Tesla, but the volume of marketing material and discounting and incentive that Tesla was offering itself, which is typical behavior. The company always tries to sprint to the end of a quarter to boost those figures, but they were offering a lot of discount, trade-in deals, et cetera, things like that. You mentioned Ford. I mean, that Ford news just prior to the holiday was really big, right? That they're essentially saying there's no point in us, even in the medium to long term, going all in on EV because it's not what the buyer is looking at right now. And so they pivot to that back to combustion, but with the hybrid part as well. But not uniform, right? There's pressure in the Chinese EV market. There are pockets of Europe where momentum continues.
I have a viewer question at a Bloomberg client writing in. How many robots was the consensus and how many did they sell?
0 on the consensus and 0 that they sold. But, you know, again, I'll say it, I always say it, you know, Elon Musk is often missing his own deadlines. He does tend to get there in the end with whatever the company is in question. With Optimus, the plan was to integrate them internally as part of the manufacturing process. In the thousands of units, and he's made bold predictions of the volume that he thinks he can sell to the consumer next year and going forward. But yes, 0 and 0 is the...
It was a tongue-in-cheek question, obviously.
Yeah.
But listen, I do have a serious question about Optimus, and I was asking Dan Ives earlier, didn't get the straightest of answers. What is the intention for Optimus? Is it going to be on factory floors? Is it going to be a butler at my house? Like, B2B, B2C, what's the idea?
The thing with Tesla, different to the now quite crowded field of those working on humanoid robots, is them basically saying that this robot Optimus will do everything. You know, the way that Musk frames it is that it will be transformational for the global economy. I've written quite a lot about the idea that in certain sections of the US economy, for example, where there are labor shortages, you know, think about harvest season and things like that, some limited industrial use cases in the near term, that kind of makes a lot of sense. But Tesla's, you know, and again, a lot of this is Elon Musk posting on X and making claims on earnings calls. But, you know, they do see it as being like a babysitter, for example. Academically speaking, the industry more broadly, you know, they certainly see opportunity for the humanoid robot to assist in elderly care, for example. You know, imagine having that facility in the home of an elderly person. If they fall down, help them up, or literally just carry bags, you know, up and down the staircase, that kind of thing. I don't know if that answers your question.
No, it does.
The vision that Musk has, at least, is that it's very broad in all parts of the economy.
I hope it has the voice of Joan Rivers. Ed, great having you on this morning. Really look forward to your coverage from CES. Ed Ludlow there, co-anchor of Bloomberg Tech. He is, I believe, off to CES next week.
The first question I have for everybody is, where are you staying? Because that tells me a lot about you as a person.
I was going to ask him. I interviewed him on Surveillance this morning. I was going to ask him that question. I thought maybe not serious enough for TV, but it could fly.
Yeah,
on radio
sure.
and YouTube. Let's bring in Joyce Wong right now. She joins us from American Century Investments, where she's Senior Client Portfolio Manager. And Joyce, I want to ask you about Tesla specifically, or, you know, the lost EV incentive. But we did hear, and we are expecting many more tax incentives in one big beautiful bill for the beginning of next year. And you think that's going to keep us from much slower growth?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, anecdotally, I owned a Tesla Model Y. Unfortunately, it got in an accident and we had to get rid of it, but I replaced it with a combustion vehicle.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's it. Yep. Ed, by the way, I know drives a Tesla Model Y as well.
So,
he's a big fan because it's autonomous. It drives him.
I know. He's a little trouble with the Golden Gate Bridge.
You know.
What's the outlook here for 2026 here? Because we had fixed income. You guys had a great year in 2025.
Finally.
High single-digit return share. What are you looking for this year?
So as Matt was saying, you know, this time last year, we were actually much more negative. We were actually thinking there was a very high chance there was going to be a recession in the U.S. Clearly, the data so far has shown that that is not the case. We don't have Q4 numbers yet. Obviously, we had the government shutdown in the very beginning of that, but all signs are pointing to a re-accelerating or stable U.S. economy. That being said, we do think that the first 6 months of 2026 could be a little bit slower. We'll see how the holiday shopping season kind of pans out. But we're seeing this K-shaped economy where high-end consumers, the top 10%, represents 50% of consumer spending. So that bottom 90% of consumers likely to pull back, right? Especially in the EV market, they're not getting these tax incentives.
Right.
The top 10% was never qualifying for them, right? So in the second half...
I don't think they're buying any new cars, by the way, the bottom 50%, right?
Well,
New cars are too expensive.
I think the average car price is now over $30,000,
Over
right?
50, over 50.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's crazy. But listen, we have a K-shaped market as well.
Very.
I keep waiting for this broadening out. And when I came in this morning, I typed most U4 into my Bloomberg terminal. That shows you the pre-market movers. And the winners today are the winners of last year, right? Vertiv, Micron, Western Digital, Palantir, Tesla. It's just the same kind of like high bandwidth DRAM memory makers that are gaining ground again. When do we see this broadening out?
So that's what we're thinking. So I think this first half of the year is a great opportunity to start thinking about the opportunities to broaden out, because we expect that through this volatility in the market, there's going to be opportunities both in credit and in equities. There's going to be opportunities to buy, because the second half of the year, we're actually more optimistic due to the fact that there will be these tax incentives flowing through. We will have a new Fed chair in place. Some of the uncertainty around monetary policy will be settled with the new Fed chair. So I think towards the second half of the year, you're going to get more clarity, or you're getting a little bit of a more reacceleration. So I would say now is the time to really look at options that are undervalued, that have underperformed a bit, that might come back.
How much credit risk do I want to take in 26? High yield really paid last year.
It did. And we do like select high yield names, but you have to be cautious, right? Spreads are historically extremely tight. So absolute yields look great. So you're getting 7-8% in high yield. But in terms of credit spread, you're not really getting compensated much for taking additional credit risk. So, you know, you have to be cautious. We're active investors, so we are thrilled in this market because we're looking for these really special opportunities to find. We're not just buying beta. I wouldn't do that. But investment grade's also offering pretty attractive yields. You know, you're getting 5-6% there for, you know, A-rated bonds.
What do you think about the Fed, Joyce? I mean, do they continue to cut as the 10-year continues to rise? You know, because we've seen that divergence. And well, we only have 30 seconds left, so just that.
We do think that, you know, the steepening of the yield curve has been, again, very positive for fixed income investors. We believe that the Fed is likely to only have one cut this year, despite a new Fed chair coming in. The data, again, economy's resilient. Unless unemployment spikes considerably, one cut is really our call.
All right, very good. Joyce, thank you so much for joining us. Joyce Wong, American Century Investments, joining us in studio on the day of January 2nd. That's pretty cool, because you're like the only person in this building besides us.
I drove to work today alone. I was the only person on the sawmill.
Exactly right, and people are smart out there. All right, coming up, President Trump pledges support to Iranian protesters. We're going to be live from Washington, D.C. to get some reporting on that. S&P futures up 34 points. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
I'm David Weston. Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. We go on the road for a look at what lies behind the headlines of today and what will likely be the headlines tomorrow.
We need more transparency. Oil and gas is still important.
They said every citizen should be investing in the market.
Accelerate progress in all fields of science.
Watch Wall Street Week right here on Bloomberg.
More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Have you ever thought about, or would you make a movie for a streaming service? Would you make a Netflix movie?
Man, that's a great question.
I mean, I'm waiting for one where I ask and you go, that was a shitty question.
Yeah. I mean, you know, you good at your job, bro. Like, this is actually the first time anybody's ever asked me that. You know, I'm not here to say what I would and wouldn't do in the future. You know, but the theatrical experience is one that means a great deal to me. It means a great deal to us. Mm-hmm. I feel a certain responsibility. Like if Fruitville had happened a calendar year later, it probably would have come out on streaming. You know, I've been fortunate enough that everything that I've written and directed has been a theatrical release. So I feel a duty to try to protect that. You know, but that's where I'm at today.
Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
The trading day is about to start.
And you're already looking for that edge.
The opening trade brings you everything you need to know as markets open across Europe. I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Anna Edwards.
And I'm Tom McKenzie. This is your opening trade.
Only on Bloomberg.
All right, this is a special edition of Bloomberg Markets on Bloomberg Radio and Television. Locked and loaded. President Trump took to Truth Social yesterday to say that the U.S. is ready to rescue Iranian protesters if they are attacked by authorities as unrest spreads across the country. For more, we're joined by Bloomberg's Washington correspondent, Tyler Kendall. Tyler, where did this come from? I didn't know the president was focused on Iran and some of the protests and maybe even taking some action. What does locked and loaded mean?
Yeah, hey, Paul. Well, at this point, President Trump didn't specify which actions he was considering, and that could be on the table, though I will point out that Andrew Bishop of Signum Global Advisors this morning told Matt Miller on Surveillance that this could potentially look like the U.S. targeting the IRGC's domestic facilities in a bid to give protesters a leg up when it comes to tackling the security apparatus. Now, that's just one expert's opinion based off of this post from President Trump, but we haven't gotten confirmation or further details from the White House, though it really does mark an escalation in what has been a series of threats from President Trump in recent days towards Iran. Just earlier this week, President Trump, appearing alongside Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at Mar-a-Lago, vowed to strike Iran again if they start to rebuild their nuclear program. So it does feel like this really has been brewing. Of course, as you well know, the international sanctions on Iran's nuclear ambitions have contributed to the economic problems that are fueling these protests. And our own analysts at Bloomberg Economics do say that we could expect in the coming days Iran to take a more heavy-handed approach to these protesters if they do continue.
It does look like the White House is pulling back on some of the tariffs, especially the ones on furniture and, I guess, cabinetry, also pasta. Did you see that?
I did see that. That's big.
In order to address affordability, I guess, is the point of this, right, Tyler?
Right. It seems like this might be a implicit acknowledgement that something needs to be done when it comes to bringing down costs for Americans. President Trump has sort of shifted his rhetoric in terms of affordability. He's now really trying to call it pricing as the White House now officially moves into campaign mode, because today's the 2026. We're now officially in a midterm campaign year, and there's going to be a huge focus on this. We should say when it comes to the furniture tariffs, they're delayed a year. We're still expecting those rates to go up from the current 25% levy, except next January 1st, 2027. And the pasta makers did reach an agreement with the Trump administration, which is also probably worth mentioning just how much lobbying we saw from the Italian government, but also those private sector companies.
Tyler, presumably on Monday, most of the government will be back working back at their desks. I would think one of the things that will be on their agenda is keeping this government open. What's the status of that here? Because January 30th is another deadline.
Right, exactly. So as of now, Congress has passed 3 of the 12 spending bills for the year. It is our understanding that they've actually done a lot of the legwork for the remaining 9 bills. In mid-December, we saw the House and Senate appropriation committees come out and say that they had struck an agreement on the spending levels. That is typically considered to be the hard part to overcome. So it is a positive sign that they've done that. Now it's our understanding that they're really just drafting the legislation. There's a few other wonky policy things that need to happen, but the bulk of that negotiating has already been completed. When they come back on Monday, they're going to have 12 legislative days to actually get those remaining 9 bills through, which actually does seem pretty realistic, though, of course, with this Congress, we could see things held up. And that goes to Matt's question about affordability, because we know that one of the big things on the agenda is what's going to happen when it comes to health care. Though, Paul, if we learned anything from the last government shutdown, there was this prevailing sense in Washington that shutdowns don't actually lead to policy changes. So perhaps we're going to see some sort of other agreement come up when it comes to healthcare down the road, but it might not be enough to ultimately close the government come that funding deadline.
One of my favorite stories of the last couple of weeks has been an oil tanker that the U.S. military was apparently tracking and couldn't catch and board, which I don't
understand how that happened.
You know, the U.S. military has to be the most capable, powerful military on the face of the planet. Like, boom, if they want to get on a tanker, they're on the tanker.
Yes.
Now we find out that Russia is giving that tanker protection. Maybe it is out of Sochi. It went from Iran to Venezuela, and now it's headed back to the motherland. Are we going to leave that tanker alone now?
Well, so we won't get too in the weeds, but what happened with this tanker you're referring to, I believe it was called Bella 1, was that it wasn't flying a flag, so it was considered stateless, which does make it susceptible to boarding under international law. And there had been some reporting first from the New York Times that Russia was now lobbying the U.S. government to leave that tanker alone. I don't believe that we've gotten confirmation quite yet from the White House, but it does come, Matt, against the broader geopolitical backdrop here that the U.S. is, of course, trying to lobby to make progress in terms of the war with Ukraine. And we know that the U.S. wants to get the Kremlin back to the negotiating table after we really saw a setback this last week after what we thought was progress from last weekend. So it's something that we'll watch really closely, but it is really interesting to watch all of the geopolitical tensions sort of converge here, right? When we have Russia, the Venezuela tankers, and then, of course, the news earlier today that the U.S. was moving to sanction Chinese companies related to sanctioned oil tankers.
Tyler, thanks very much. Tyler Kendall there from Washington, D.C., wrapping up all the political news that we can fit in a couple of minutes. That tanker, Bella 1, according to the New York Times, has been renamed Marinera, which is
okay. And I think somebody just painted the Russian flag on the side of the ship, and there you go.
That's apparently the case. That, according to NYT reporting, as Tyler said, still has to be confirmed. Meanwhile, here in New York City, Zoran Mamdani rang in the new year by pledging at his inauguration ceremony to lead New York City as a democratic socialist, and he put emphasis on the second half of that term, a warning to those who believe the new mayor might moderate his views.
I was elected as a democratic socialist, and I will govern as a democratic socialist. I will not abandon my principles for fear of being deemed radical.
And he invited the most radical guests he could to speak at his inauguration as well. The lefties in Congress, AOC was there. He had Bernie Sanders there as well, Senator Sanders, and really pushed a lot of his platform that seems terribly unlikely to be able to put into action. Miles Miller joins us now, senior reporter for Bloomberg News. Miles, I think specifically of the childcare, free childcare for New Yorkers, something that I've heard would cost about $6 billion a year. How is he going to fund that?
Yeah, you know, the governor's going to work with him on figuring out the funding source, right? He thinks the funding source for that right now should be raising taxes on the wealthiest New Yorkers. The governor, obviously, going into this re-election year, has no appetite for that. So they will find the pay-fors together, working with the state legislature to get that done. But, you know...
So you think it's likely that they get that done? Free child care.
It's possible they could get it done, especially because so much of the child care money comes from Washington. When you talk about Head Start, when you talk about subsidizing child care in New York State, it is possible that they could find the funding to get that done. The governor has signaled she wants to get that done. It's the other stuff that he mentioned that seems less likely to get done immediately because the governor is facing that re-election fight right now.
One of the other ones would be, I think, of interest to New Yorkers, free buses.
Right. Free buses is something that he ran on. If that is actually a possibility, it remains to be seen. The reason is because, of course, you know, people watch Bloomberg to know about how the bond market's doing. The MTA, we're listening to Bloomberg too, right? We're simulcasting today. The MTA runs based off of these bond obligations. And, you know, if they are to offer free buses, then they cannot meet these bond obligations. So all of this has to be paid for in some way. Finding that funding stream is the most important thing. It is worth noting he did have a broad coalition at the inauguration. Matt, he had Chuck Schumer there. He's as moderate as they get, I think.
All right, very good. We'll see.
He said it was all radicals, but
so he had AOC, right? He had Bernie Sanders, Letitia James, and Chuck Schumer.
Yes. Hey, listen, you know, one thing I wanted to note, you know, among the interesting things that he is doing, you know, as he talks about these socialist things, is he is looking to figure out how to take city-owned land and build more housing.
All right.
That's interesting.
That's interesting. All right, Miles, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Miles Miller, Bloomberg News, giving us the latest reporting on Mr. Mamdani. Day 2 of his new term. Coming up, Carol Schlief, BMO, Private Wealth Management. What's your market call for 2026 after very solid results in 25? This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering.
We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate.
More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
I'm Alex Rodriguez.
And I'm Jason Kelly.
And we're back with another season of The Deal.
With athletes and entrepreneurs who are changing the game on and off the field. Jerry Jones. Some good-looking trophies.
1 and 1 is 3 in sports, not 2. And it's because that 3 is imagination. That 3 is putting yourself in a way, having yourself hit the home run.
Erica Ayers-Badon.
I'm a high-energy board member. I'm very passionate. I have a lot of opinions.
Robin Arzone.
I want to light fires in people's lives, and that is still one of my core mandates for all of my businesses.
Justin Tuck.
I tell all of my friends that play in leagues now, make these relationships now while you're hot. Don't wait till you're like your 12th year in and you're just hanging on.
Stay tuned. You won't want to miss it.
Astonishing day for US technology.
It's shaping the region's technology ecosystem.
Asia's biggest tech news and innovation.
Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
The new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg.
Trading day is about to start.
And you're already looking for that edge.
The opening trade brings you everything you need to know as markets open across Europe. I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Anna Edwards.
And I'm Tom McKenzie. This is your opening trade.
Only on Bloomberg.
All right, welcome back to the special edition Paul Sweeney, Matt Miller simulcast. We are on Bloomberg Television, Bloomberg Radio, and maybe most importantly, streaming live on YouTube. Looking at futures higher to start the year. This is, of course, the first trading day of the year in the United States of America, and you could read some optimism into this. I look at the close lower on New Year's Eve and think, we're just making up for what we lost on Wednesday.
Maybe. But we had some good performance in Asia and Europe as well. So
you had the 10-year yield jumping up to almost 420 this morning. See that?
Yep, absolutely.
Coming back down a little bit right now. You hear and see the opening bell there in New York Stock Exchange, NASDAQ market sites this morning on the NYSE. Robinhood ringing the opening bell, and talk about a stock that's been an absolute rocket.
Yep.
Robinhood is up over 800% in the last 2 years.
Is that right?
That's
Where am I on that?
insane.
I'll have to check my portfolios.
Yeah, I mean, and once again today, I mean, the winners of last year just soaring again today. See S&P cash trade up 0.6%, NASDAQ up more than 1%, but of course it closed down the NASDAQ 100 0.9% on Wednesday. The Dow Jones Industrial Average, Index, 48,176, and the U.S. 10-year right now at 416. We got to 419 this morning, so it basically soared on Wednesday, and then this morning came back down. Now people are buying those treasuries. Take a look at commodities, Paul. The metals trade to me has been fascinating, not just gold, but silver more so, and it's back up a little to $74 today. It had been 84 at its highest intraday over the last week or two. Then copper, last Wednesday up over 13,000, now at 12,518, and New York crude 56.90 a barrel. So NYMEX crude coming down 53
People
cents.
in the oil patch are not happy with $56 oil because their cost of production is basically right about there.
But what are they going to do about it? Like, it seems that there's a supply glut and an expectation of that to continue through this year. Nobody that I have spoken to on this program is bullish oil.
No, absolutely not. I mean, you go just filled up yesterday, $2.65 a gallon at the BP station, Route 35 in Wall Township. I mean, you don't see
$2.65.
$2.65.
So all right, so you're still putting regular unleaded gas into your luxury German automobile that requires at least 91 octane.
Because it's a rental, it's a lease.
Okay. Yeah.
So that's kind of how I think about it.
I mean, essentially, you're screwing the next guy that buys that car.
Probably,
right?
yeah.
Because it's not really great for your motor. I'm paying still, $4 and change a gallon in Westchester. And that's because I'm susceptible to marketing. I go to Shell because they have the Formula One sponsorship there.
And that's for the Scat Pack and the naturally aspirated.
That's right.
All right. Okay.
Speaking of, let's bring in our global autos czar right now. Craig Trudell joins us out of London. He covers all the car makers and has around the world, but focus is in because he also is the editor of the Hyperdrive newsletter on EVs, and we're seeing really a changing sea here in terms of EV demand, Craig, certainly in the U.S., and that reads out well in the drop in Tesla sales, doesn't it?
It absolutely does. I think, it was interesting earlier this week to see Tesla come out with its own company-compiled consensus for these delivery figures. It sort of turned a lot of heads because the average estimate that they put in their release was much lower than the Bloomberg-compiled average estimate. It turns out that Tesla came up short even of their own sort of lower expectations that they pulled together. It wasn't by much, and so we're not seeing a huge move in the shares, at least for the moment, but we did see the company's stock price kind of stumble in the last few sessions of the year, perhaps in anticipation of the fact that these numbers were going to be a bit soft.
What's the view out there in the marketplace, Craig, about how committed Tesla is to its core auto business vis-a-vis some of the other businesses that Tesla is involved in that seems to have attracted Elon's real attention and the attention of the marketplace in general?
Yeah, I mean, I would say, if we were to sort of break down, maybe use Grok, his chatbot, to break down how much he's talking about his humanoid robot Optimus versus, Tesla's sort of core business, I think it would be no contest. I mean, he does also talk quite a bit about robotaxis, and yet in terms of execution there, we have vehicles in Austin and in the San Francisco Bay Area that are operating still with people supervising up front. And, yes, the company did do some testing toward the very end of the year, some driverless testing, but, that would put them years behind Waymo on that front. You've not seen them scale up a quote-unquote robotaxi business the way Waymo has now in many cities across the U.S.
Craig, we had a Bloomberg client writing in earlier with a tongue-in-cheek comment about how many robots Tesla has sold. But it's interesting, the company is valued at $1.5 trillion, not because it sells 1.8 million cars a year, but because investors have faith in Elon Musk's, I guess, creativity and success in future endeavors like robots. What do we know about what else Tesla could do to make money?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a really good question. I guess I would focus that more so on the question of robotaxis. And I think, with Waymo, we know very little at this juncture about, just how profitable Waymo's business is. I think we can, make a pretty informed, assumption that they're losing quite a bit of money. The company is regularly raising a lot of cash primarily from Alphabet, and has not gone public, so we've not seen, what sort of figures they have internally. But, I think that's one of the things that's going to be interesting to watch play out in 2026 is, everybody's very excited about robotaxis, and for good reason. It's really neat to sit in a car with no one behind the wheel. The question I have is, of course, how quickly can we scale that capability in a way that's actually generating money? And I think, some people are willing to give Musk the benefit of the doubt, as you mentioned, and willing to also take him at his word that he can scale quicker, sort of over a longer time period. But in terms of, here and now, who actually has cars on the road that don't have human drivers behind the wheel, Waymo is ahead of Tesla, and it's not at all close because we've not seen Tesla actually commercialize that.
All right, Craig, thanks so much. We really appreciate it. As always, Bloomberg's Craig Trudell giving us the latest there on Tesla. Again, the numbers coming in a little bit lower than expectations, but the stock's up 1%, so once again, the market doesn't seem to care a whole lot. Market starting off the year kind of a little bit mixed here, red and green on the screen here. Joining us now is Carol Schleif. She is the Chief Market Strategist at BMO Private Wealth. Carol, investors had a heck of a 2025 in the equity markets, in the bond markets, in international markets, even in particular, outperforming the U.S. equity markets here. How do you frame out for your clients 2026?
Well, first off, thanks for having me and a happy new year to everyone. And yeah, it was definitely a great year to be in capital markets last year, including in a lot of the metals as well did very well last year. So it was going into this next year, there is a lot of trepidation. There has been for the last 6 or 7 months about, are we in a bubble? Can it do it again? But actually, if you focus on the fundamentals, which is what we've continually gotten people to focus on all through the year, the fundamentals are very constructive going into next year, not just in the U.S., but globally again. And so we tend to frame out, and the biggest drawback for me as a longtime strategist is I hate being in consensus, and the consensus seems to have a very constructive framework. And if anything, we suspect that consensus could be a little too reserved, if you will, for the way the economic fundamentals could play out this year.
Yeah, I was just going to ask Carol, and by the way, Happy New Year to you. Thanks for joining us. If it makes you nervous, not only being in consensus, but that the consensus is so tight. I mean, everyone is a bull. Everybody thinks we're going to get to essentially 8,000 at the end of 2026. Does that worry you?
Yeah, it does worry me. And I do think one of the other things we're putting in that framework to get people's psyches hopefully in shape is that part of getting there needs to be that focus on fundamentals, which are broader than just the Magnificent Seven, but getting the market leadership to hand off from those 7 to the other 493 could be bumpy. We've seen that happen before where there's some bumps. Pullbacks are normal. A 10 to 15% kind of pullback in markets is normal, but it's never fun to live through. And so we think you could see some volatility moving that focus broader, and maybe it comes from earnings. Maybe it comes because they don't knock the cover off the ball to sufficient degree, and people get frustrated about the narrowly focused AI trade. There's a lot of other really interesting things going on out there in quantum, in broader technology usage, in robotics, in the way companies are remaking themselves to this new industrial revolution.
International markets, equity markets outperformed some by a large amount vis-a-vis the U.S. markets. Are you having clients now calling you saying, hey, where's my international exposure? I want to up my international exposure. Do you have those conversations?
We don't necessarily. I mean, having clients do have international exposure has been a very long-term theme of ours. It hasn't worked for a very long period of time to the same degree it has in the U.S., but we don't necessarily, we still get pushback, especially from individual clients, on investing outside the United States. But when you look at ACWI and you look at where the U.S. representation is, you're basically underweight the rest of the globe if you're less than 25 or 30% of your equity exposure international. And that's been a push for many clients, although that global diversification, especially when you start laying out where the technological innovation is coming in and some of the fiscal stimulus that's happening, particularly in the European Union, is impactful too. So, and reminding clients that even while the U.S. did well, to your point, those global markets did a lot better last year.
I was talking to Peter Cheer this morning on Bloomberg Surveillance, and he pointed out one of the great hopes is deregulation. We've known that for 2025, but in the sort of AI battle of the continents, Europe seems to only shoot itself in the foot with regulation, whereas the U.S. and China are the G2, as President Trump put it. How do you see this playing out, Carol?
We do think that the administration putting a macro policy around and being very focused on not only artificial intelligence, but quantum fusion, owning these other categories and picking key industries that they want to be supportive of is very important and impactful. And we do think it comes down to a race between those two superpowers. And it definitely is a race. I think as an investor, the one thing we watch and listen for is when companies start talking about it being an existential threat, that means they're willing to spend whatever it takes to get there. So you have to watch that, and you have to watch how it's financed. There's a lot of things in getting to a more constructive market, but the deregulation in general, the removing barriers to getting plants built, getting a lot of what was in the One Big Beautiful Bill implemented and through, that's very important. And it's the first time it's in a very long time for a lot of corporate entities that it's breathing a breath of fresh air.
All right, Carol, great to have you on the program. Thanks so much for joining us. Carol Schleif there from BMO. We're going to look at these markets, I guess, as mixed right now because the Dow Jones Industrial Average is down. But the S&P and the NASDAQ are gaining here. Not the same kind of gain that we saw in futures. When we come back, we're going to talk to Shauna Smith of Global X about, I guess, we'll focus at least a little bit on ETFs because that's what they do and the incredible explosion that we've seen in that wrapper. This is Bloomberg.
Estava sitiada.
Nisso, ao começo, eu tremia, não sabia o que fazer.
Foi a mais terrível que eu passei na minha vida.
Eu temo, né, que o Brasil se torne, num futuro próximo, um narco-estado.
Porque no final, tudo é dinheiro.
People back home, they are suffering. And someone is driving a Range Rover with their money.
Where is my money?
I think she's a scam up to now.
It's some of the world's most desperate people who are getting ripped off.
Repeat after me. I am a winner.
I didn't know how big it was. I didn't really understand what I was getting myself into.
If you tell me you have a vision of being $1 billion business, then you're going to have to do what it takes. And if you're not going to do that, everybody's going to suffer.
Una batalla a muerte.
Money can do a lot of good. It can really transform people's lives, but it can also hurt them.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Amin, only on Bloomberg.
U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg.
Matt Miller here with Paul Sweeney. We are simulcast on both Bloomberg Television and Bloomberg Radio, as well as streaming live on YouTube. Get in the live chat there, Paul.
Yeah.
little bit of an interesting, little bit of a debate going on. Someone said childcare isn't that expensive.
Oh, dude.
Which tells me that person does not have children, right?
Yes, exactly.
Because it is brutal. Probably the most expensive. Childcare costs me more than my car payments cost.
And you've got many cars, let's be honest.
That's right. That's right. So, yeah, it's like my #1 expense past mortgage. It's just insane. I don't see how we're going to do free childcare in New York City. That seems like an
you can
enormous
do it. It's just
endeavor.
who's going to pay for it. That's the simple answer.
Yeah.
That's a question.
It just seems like buses would be so much cheaper. We got to get Miles Miller in here again to talk about what's going on here. As I said, a special edition of Bloomberg TV and radio, open interest and Bloomberg Intelligence. We are kicking off 2026 on a positive note, but following a little bit of a pullback in these markets. It looks like the same winners in 2026, at least on the first trading day, as in 2025. It's all about optimism around AI. Dan Ives of Wedbush Securities, global head of tech research there. You know him well because of his
That was a brutal sports coach.
Fantastic sartorial taste. Was on this morning, says this is an inflection point for the AI revolution on Bloomberg surveillance this morning.
To me, it's about the second, third, fourth derivatives playing out across AI. Look, it's monetization. And you talk about Tesla, it's the next phase in terms of autonomous, robotics, consumer AI, especially when it comes to Apple, and I think what we're going to see. Look, I think it's a prove-it year, but that actually makes me more bullish because I think now we go into the next phase of AI. I think tech stocks are up 20, 25% in 2026, but it's not just big tech, it's about second, third, fourth derivatives playing out.
I will be fascinated to see. I don't think anything is officially expected, but you're going to CES, right, which is not only the biggest tech conference in the world, but has become the most important car maker conference as well. It'll be fascinating to see if Tesla comes out with any other products there, or if we see a lot more robotics and automation products.
Yeah, and to your point, look, it all starts with the godfather of AI, Jensen. He'll be there with the black leather jacket, because when his speech, to me, is just so important on Monday, because it really starts off strategically what AI is going to look like. He's going to talk about physical AI in terms of autonomous robotics. I think the two best physical AI plays in the world today, it's NVIDIA and it's Tesla. And I think that speaks to, you talk about like Tesla, what everyone's focused on. This is autonomous chapter now coming to Tesla. I think you see Musk right now, wartime CEO. That's the focus when it comes to AI, but also it's the monetization. Remember, only 3% of U.S. companies have gone down the AI path so far.
Are these robots expected to be like B2B robots, so building things in factories, or like a Roomba for consumers? What kind of products do you expect them to monetize?
Yeah, especially at CES. Look, humanoid robotics is going to be front and center, autonomous. You're seeing flying cars. A lot of the presence, you talk about a lot of the tensions between U.S. and China. The presence of Chinese companies is going to be, it's going to be a monster in terms of what we see there. I think doubling, over the last few years. But I think it's really going to be about humanoid robotics. It's going to be about autonomous, but this is also going to be about more embedded AI devices that consumers are going to see. CES, we're not just talking about flying drones and refrigerators that talk to you. Now these are much more sort of front and center in terms of it's a who's who. Every big tech player is going to be there, even if they're not unofficially there. They're there to look for acquisitions.
I love the idea of opening the refrigerator and having it say, do you really want that? I mean, I can just imagine the future for, move over Ozempic. So there's this question here also about what some of the moves in late 2025 mean. And I'd love your take on this, because we saw some acquisitions made by the likes of Meta and NVIDIA. And I just wonder whether there's more cost consciousness and more of a competitive advantage that they're looking to solidify at a time where suddenly companies are saying, hold on, what are we paying for this, and what are we actually getting?
Look, I think you hit on a great point, because the reality is it's an arms race. That's what's going on with big tech, and right now, at the top of that mountain is big tech, and when you look at like Google's win versus DOJ, antitrust, I mean, this is sort of go time for big tech, and I think you're going to see more and more acquisitions, and we've talked about not just on enterprise, on energy, and I think really across the board. And it speaks to really what we're seeing right here is that it's not just about big tech getting bigger and bigger, doing acquisitions, spending. You're going to have $600 billion in CapEx in big tech, but it's also you're going to see other players being like, don't forget about me. Look at AMD. You know, you're going to see like, look at Cisco, look at IBM. I mean, there's going to be a lot of other players saying like, hey, we want to get into that AI party.
All right, that was Dan Ives and his highly disturbing wardrobe. Speaking on Bloomberg Surveillance this morning with Lisa and Matt. Let's get back to these markets here. Joining us for more on the AI trade is Shauna Smith, Senior Investment Strategist at Global X, which is a provider of exchange-traded funds, coming into our studio. We appreciate that. Get an extra gold star there, Shauna. Boy, 2025, heck of a year for investors. Anybody taking risk out there seem to have been really rewarded. How do you see 2026 kind of stacking up against?
We see a very constructive setup as we look ahead to 2026. I think just in terms of the momentum in the market for 2025, obviously very impressive. We just heard Dan Ives talking at length about the AI trade and the excitement and that future growth. We think that is going to be a big driver for markets looking ahead to 2026. And then coupling that with a very resilient economy. You take a look at the growth that we are expected to see and continue to see over the next couple of quarters. We think that paired with an accommodative Fed most likely is going to be very supportive of the markets for months to come.
Do we continue to see this kind of explosive growth in ETFs? And what are the trends now? Because I guess last year, maybe the last couple of years, it was active, right? Does that continue to outperform even if we get, index funds beating everybody else?
That is the question. But the explosive growth of ETFs in general has just been astonishing, and it's been really exciting to watch. As one of the leading players within this space, we're obviously very encouraged by the inflows that we continue to see year after year, expecting another very, very strong year as we look ahead to 2026. In terms of what's going to be driving it, I think it's a number of factors. When you take a look at ETFs in general, obviously one of the big, or a couple of the big attractive or enticing factors is the transparency, the lower fees, the tax incentives that you can sometimes get. So we think that is going to drive a lot of the interest within ETFs. You mentioned active ETFs. That clearly has been a huge area where we have seen explosive growth. We continue to expect to see more interest there. But I think even beyond, when you take a look at digital assets, when you take a look at the innovation taking place within this space, the ability to play themes in general, that's one of the areas that obviously has been a strength for Global X.
Well, and to supercharge them. Like, I look at the biggest winners of the year in ETFs. ETF Go is a fantastic function on the Bloomberg terminal. And obviously gold and silver play in the top 10, but then I see like 2x Micron and 3x Palantir. Like, these seemingly dangerous derivative trades have done so well.
Yeah, a little risky. So it is important to point that out. Obviously, if you get on the right side of the trade, it can be very, very rewarding. And that's been kind of the critics out there who've been talking about the leverage ETFs, whether or not that they are a good idea. Clearly, the one warning that I would say is obviously you can win big, you could also lose big. So you got to know that going into it. In terms of what's going to be the driving force here, I just think overall the path of least resistance continues to be to the upside. When you take a look at what is going to drive some of that trade, obviously lots of talk about AI. We just heard Dan Ives talking about phase 2, phase 3 of the AI adoption curve. We think it's going to be a prove-it moment for AI in 2026. We talk about monetization. Obviously a huge opportunity with the chip makers, with the semiconductors, with the compute hardware side of things. The data center growth is something that's not going to be slowing down anytime soon. So we have exposure to a lot of those areas throughout our funds, and we think that is going to be an area of outperformance here for the next year.
All right, Shauna, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Shauna Smith, Global X Senior Investment Strategist. Coming up, Sarah Henry of Logan Capital Management joined us to discuss the economic trends that may determine the direction of markets this year. Matt, I am looking at those ETFs. I mean, those are the 2X, the 3X kind of global gold trade, silver trade. I mean, people are just out there ripping it.
Yeah.
It feels like the Wild West out there.
I mean, it's interesting. I wonder how many of the members of your chat room, right, are using these leverage ETFs, because, I mean, they're not stupid. They're not holding them overnight, right?
Yep.
But they're getting in to make a trade during the day. They're getting in to play the market. And it probably is the kind of crew that watches this program. It's been a pleasure, Paul Sweeney. I'm out of here.
You're out of here? What, only 1 hour?
Well, I did surveillance. That was 3 hours.
Well, I did
And I've got to do the childcare thing.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
The nanny has the week off.
All right, well, thanks, man. And we'll see who comes in your stead. We appreciate it. We're going to have more Bloomberg Markets, Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg TV coming up in just moments. This is Bloomberg Good Morning.
At what point do you say, we made a mistake and we're getting out? How long do you give it before you say, this isn't working?
That's one of the most critical differentiators between great investors and just mediocre investors. Because on one hand, you have to have confidence and conviction in all the work you've done, the decision you've made, that if you have a little stumble here and there, if you immediately are selling out, you're never really going to fully realize that the depth of potential long-term success. And yet, on the other hand, if you're stubborn and you refuse to admit I'm wrong, you continue to think the market's wrong and I'm always right, then you'll get caught in some very, very difficult positions over time. So that ability to have a fresh perspective, take in the new information, even when things aren't going the way that you'd expect or to hope, and to really understand from this price point today, is this still going to be one of the most compelling investments or not?
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
Why is it that NFTs have not recovered in the same way that, say, Bitcoin has?
Bloomberg is covering all things crypto.
It's a pretty spectacular story.
The people.
This is the future. This is the 21st century economy.
The transactions.
It snapped up nearly $1 billion of Bitcoin.
And the technology.
We need to build a digital Fort Knox. That gives people financial freedom, and that's a wonderful thing.
That's extraordinary.
We ride the wave that is Bitcoin.
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute global economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Lizzie Vernon in Florence, Italy, and this is Bloomberg.
We're at the epicenter of a global realignment on a scale not seen for decades. At the intersection between markets, economics, and geopolitics, a forum for sophisticated conversation. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics, and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets, Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this a new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacroix, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
Used to be, one would say, what's that got to do with the price of tea in China?
Good Friday morning. This is a special edition of the Bloomberg Markets program special because we're simulcasting on radio and television. And don't forget, we're also streaming out there on YouTube. Head over to YouTube and search Bloomberg Podcast, and that's where you'll find us.
Happy New Year.
Yes, Happy New Year.
2026.
All right, folks, there are upgrades, and then there are upgrades. This is a serious upgrade. Matt Miller out of the power chair. Vonnie Quinn in for the next 2 hours.
Initiation. Let's call it an initiation, not an
Very
upgrade.
good. So we got a lot going on here for the next couple hours of this Bloomberg Market Special simulcast, Bloomberg Radio and television. Just looking at the markets here, it's red and green on the screen here. We've got, oh no, we're all in the green here. How about that? S&P up 47.7 tenths of 1%. The NASDAQ up 300 points, 1.3%. 0.8%, and the Russell's also higher here, up about 0.5%. So market's definitely moving higher to start the trading year here. 10-year Treasuries holding steady, but a little bit higher at 4.17%. We'll keep an eye on that. Gold higher yet again, keeps moving higher, making new highs here. So we'll keep on top of that. Let's get a look at what's happening in the marketplace. Some movers in the stock market. We can do that at the opening bell with Bloomberg's Natalia Kenichevich. Natalia, what are you looking at?
First, let's look at Tesla, guys. So shares are flat today. The company posted delivery numbers. So sales are down 8.6% last year, 16% decline for the fourth quarter. And then we also see that this number came below Bloomberg consensus and below consensus compiled by the company itself. Meanwhile, BYD, in contrast, a Chinese competitor, increased sales both on a year-over-year basis and on a quarterly basis. But many analysts are right now looking for other opportunities for Tesla to grow. So Dan Ives, who was on TV earlier today, and he published a note also saying that Tesla could reach $2 billion market cap for the coming quarter. Bull case, $3 trillion market cap. But he says as autonomous production could potentially ramp up, right, if we see favorable regulation. And of course, people are looking at different news on the robotics side. But he said that AI is worth at least $1 trillion alone for Tesla. So, but then Ives is pretty bullish on Tesla overall, so not a huge
He's
surprise.
bullish on life.
That's true, that's true.
Good approach.
I'll tell you what's getting a nice boost this morning after a sort of reversal by President Trump is some of the furniture companies.
Exactly. So we are looking at furniture stocks. So a couple tickers for you, RH and Wayfair. The stock to buy from sell. They also increased price target to a street high. So they expect higher demand for EUV, ultraviolet lithography, and also deep ultraviolet DUV, driven by orders from China for the full year in 2026. Now they also expect that sales growth would be somewhere in mid-teens for 2026 and mid-20s in 2027. Wow. And the latest earnings report also was really, really bullish, showing the highest bookings for EUVs since 2023.
Wow, that is just phenomenal. I mean, so much news out of Asia as well. Natalia, thank you so much. Natalia Kenichevich is going to join us again later on, but we want to talk more now about these markets. Do they continue their bull run in 2026? Joining us now is Sarah Henry, Portfolio Manager at Logan Capital Management. Sarah, I can't find a bear case out there. Well, I can find bear cases, but no one who seems to believe in them. That tells me maybe it's time to run for the hills.
Yeah, we're definitely coming into this new year with some baggage, but there are reasons for optimism, and they're real. We're wrapping up what ended up being a really exciting year, and we expect another year of opportunities here. We have these generational technologies, stimulative tax policy, and the impact of the One Big Beautiful Bill that has been delivering GDP growth in spite of this baggage, which we heard about with tariffs this morning, some of them being walked back. So the K-shaped consumer economy continues. We have, of course, GDP is made up 2/3 of the consumer spending, and that we expect to continue.
You know, the closest I can get to a cautious I'll say cautious strategist from a big shop is Christina Hooper at Man Group. She's actually thinks there's a reasonable chance of a recession this year, and she actually thinks the risk assets are going to be a volatile year, maybe little to no growth.
But that's the funny thing, because BCA Research also sees a recession, but it doesn't say get out of stocks. It says stay neutral at least.
Yeah, exactly. So it is consensus to the nth degree out there. Sarah, one of the drivers that a lot of folks are hanging their hats on for 26 is earnings growth. That even if you just leave the multiples steady, maybe even let it contract a little bit, if the AI trade fades at all, you're still looking at kind of low double, low teens, 10, 11, 13% kind of earnings growth. Is that enough to support this market?
That's a good question. I think there are reasons to be optimistic about earnings support, and I'll tell you why. These advanced AI technologies are now being delivered throughout the economy, these compute-intensive tools that all these companies have been making investments in, especially the ones with scale. Walmart's the best example of that, that's had a real intense sort of revaluation, and adding machine learning systems throughout their whole processes. And these capital expenditures have contributed already between 50 basis points and 130 percentage points to U.S. GDP growth in 2025. And we think that AI could permanently raise GDP and productivity over the long run by 150 basis points by 2035 and nearly 3% by 2055. So this is sort of a secular tailwind of productivity that should continue over medium and long terms.
That would be phenomenal. Does it come with some labor market weakness, maybe in other parts of the labor market, Sarah?
Yeah, I mean, there's no question. We have seen some labor market weakness this year, but those things are going to be supported more as the year unfolds in 2026, because we have this really accommodative tax policy accounting for expensing of CapEx and lower rates. And so there is some firepower here to the economy as a whole to offset what we have seen on the margins with labor, for sure.
One of the areas that still stubbornly not coming back and not helping just the overall economy is the housing market. We still got the 30-year mortgage at 6.2 or something. That's better than it was at the beginning of last year, but still a little bit high. But just the housing affordability is brutal, particularly for new home buyers. How do you think that impacts the economy and maybe just the markets going forward?
Yeah, there's no question. Housing has been a rough ride this year. It should improve out of trough conditions. I mean, working through these high levels of rates, Home Depot has said, for example, that a 6% rate will get things going again, but there's people captured in these really low rate mortgages that are very reticent to move out of their homes. So it's kind of making everything stagnant. But, the reality is that the housing market is very stable and it's aged. So there's not much supply. So the price of housing is necessarily going to increase and increase equity that people have in their homes. In fact, a record 40% of home owners have homes entirely paid off. So that's a cohort with a lot of money to spend in the economy. And these customers have seen home price appreciation of over 30% in the last 2 years, with just sort of the changes that came out of COVID, and home equity alone has increased by 40%. So the fundamentals are strong. It's just a matter of rates getting to a point and time to unlocking all of this cash flow that could come out of housing.
So you're seeing Home Depot as a big beneficiary of this, Sarah, but typically we think of Home Depot as a stock that does well when people aren't maybe moving houses, when they're trying to redo the houses they're already in or stuck in.
Yes. One thing that's important about Home Depot is that there's been a pivot strategically to adding the complex pro and serving larger customers. So if you think about it, they have this huge base of assets across the country, and they have been building out their pro capabilities. And that has included some of this AI and operational spectrum within the benefits of that. And now they have 17 sites, and they've added an incremental $1 billion of sales from this complex pro strategy. So there's really a lot of economic leverage to be had that I don't think is fully appreciated, that should unlock over time.
Sarah, U.S. equity investors did really well in 2025, but equity investors outside of the U.S. and a lot of big markets did even better. How do you think about the U.S. versus non-U.S. allocation this year?
It's a good question. It's always hard to see how that's going to play out, but we think that both can work. We like companies that have a balanced view, that have these high dollar cash flow assets in the U.S. and also growth in emerging markets and these industrializing regions where consumers are having new tastes for types of goods that we enjoy in the U.S., packaged food, beauty products, all of these things that have become, frankly, more important as we're over Zoom. And, I think a name like that is Colgate, that has some assets in the U.S., but also tooth care and skin care in things that are important to people as these environments industrialize globally.
Well, speaking of care and wellness, obviously the ACA subsidies have expired, but there are still as many as 12% of Americans on GLP-1 drugs, Sarah. What do you think will happen with those? Will insurance still cover them for people? Will those stocks, continue to do well even when we see, new types of competition from pills and so on to the injections?
Yes, so this is another underappreciated tailwind for the consumer. This is a super-powered consumer that has a lot of technology, including GLP-1s, that's going to evolve how people consume things, what they wear. Yes, so late in 2025, rules were changed and projections were changed in terms of the ability for Medicare and Medicaid patients to access these drugs affordably. This is going to make the types of people much more meaningful in terms of impacting consumptions of other things. And you're right, 12% of adults are currently taking GLP-1s, but projections are 15 to 20% by the end of 26.
Wow.
All right, Sarah, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Sarah Henry, Logan Capital. Coming up, DeepSeek publishes a paper outlining a more efficient way to develop AI training systems ahead of its next generation model. We'll have more details on that coming up, with the S&P up 26 points, the Dow down 7, the NASDAQ up 170. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
Welcome to Bloomberg Markets, the first edition of 2026. I'm Bonnie Quinn along with Paul Sweeney, taking you through the next hour and 45 minutes. Let's talk about DeepSeek. Yes, it is back in the news. DeepSeek is going to soon release a new AI model that could upend the sector like it did just a year ago. The company just published a paper that outlines ways to develop AI that improves scalability while reducing the computational and energy demands of training the model, or so it claims to. Let's bring in Bloomberg Tech co-host Ed Ludlow, who's in San Francisco. Ed, is this going to do the same thing as last February when the market saw ructions, or are we sort of used to the fact now that other people can do AI too?
Yeah, it's certainly kind of a repeat of the format that DeepSeek is kind of utilized, where they publish a white paper, and the white paper or research note kind of explains that because of constraints on Chinese technology companies, principally a lack of access to the lead edge AI chips, they have to get clever from a computer science perspective on the architectures, how a model is weaved together, how it is trained, the data it uses, etc. And again, they've just published a white paper that would suggest they've found another way of doing that, as you pointed out, is computationally and sort of from an energy perspective, much more efficient, but it's often a precursor to the release of a wider model. So what we're waiting on is what most people refer to as DeepSeek R2, the kind of next large-scale frontier model, and the expectation is that that will come in February or March, and depending on how it performs and ranks in the tables, could potentially upend the kind of marketplace right now, which includes competition with American frontier labs for models.
So, boy, we had that DeepSeek news again a year ago, and it really upended the market.
Yeah.
Is it just me that I haven't really heard too much about DeepSeek since then? I mean,
yeah,
I don't know.
I mean, two things. The first is that DeepSeek has continued to work on smaller models with fewer parameters, and it takes time to train very, very large models. But kind of what happened in the kind of eruption of February, March, and April of last year in the financial markets is when DeepSeek started publishing its evidence and the performance of its models and what it took to train them, everyone was like, well, hold on a minute. It didn't cost you guys very much. It was a lot cheaper than what the American companies are doing, and you didn't have access to all this technology that is propping up the entire market, right? And so it kind of raised the question, why are we so bullish on all of this in America's context? Like, all of our evidence for this market rally or to that point, because remember, like with NVIDIA and the Mag 7, this was a multi-year thing, was because of all the spending and the performance of those chips. But the present day, the way that we compare the performance of different models is peer review and performance tables. And the kind of free, lower-cost Chinese models are up there. And so that's why we're kind of bracing for R2 and what it might show us in terms of performance.
Ed, what do we know about what chips DeepSeek is using? And wasn't there just a little bit of skepticism that maybe DeepSeek might be using some kind of NVIDIA chip at one point?
Yeah, there have been media reports that DeepSeek and other Chinese firms were able to get access to the latest generation of NVIDIA GPUs by acquiring them from data centers in permitted countries, disassembling those data centers, and then essentially smuggling them through a third country. Go onto Bloomberg.com or the terminal, read the very detailed reporting on that. There was also a lot of skepticism about that reporting because right now, NVIDIA is severely supply constrained. Any demand that's out there accounts for all the chips they're ever going to make. And as one source put it to me, you don't just sort of see thousands of Blackwell chips go missing. Such is the demand for them. So it was something that at the time, NVIDIA issued a statement straight away and said, we don't see any evidence of sort of these missing chips that are being smuggled through different countries. But therein lies the point of why you're asking me about DeepSeek and its white paper. It's what China's technology companies are able to do without access to those chips that is the main focus.
Ed, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Ed Ludlow covering all the tech out there in Bloomberg Television out there in San Francisco, right smack in the middle of Silicon Valley. So he has his finger on the pulse of what's going on there. Let's continue the discussion with the U.S.-China AI race and more with Lindsay Gorman, Managing Director and Senior Fellow of the German Marshall Fund's Technology Program. She served as a senior advisor in the Biden White House. Lindsay, thanks so much for joining us here. I'd love for you to kind of frame out how you see this technology Cold War between China, and maybe just broadly defined the West, certainly the U.S. as it relates to AI and other technologies? What should we look for in 2026?
Yeah, thanks so much for having me. I think in 2026, we are actually going to see a polarization towards a more bipolar Cold War, if you will, on technology between the US and China, particularly when it comes to the race to adopt AI, which both countries are trying to push out their versions of an AI stack. You have the Trump administration's AI exports program, which is going to help companies and consortia of U.S. companies promote AI technologies for a U.S. AI stack around the world. And at the same time, as you were just talking about, China has really doubled down on an open source model, making many of its AI models free for countries around the world to use, and trying to build AI technology even in commercial contracts into some of the systems it's already deploying in partnerships around the world. Things like electric and automated vehicles are getting a boost with AI technology coming from China, from DeepSeek. So I think 2026, we're really going to see on AI in particular a race for adoption, even as we see shifts when it comes to the compute landscape with changes in U.S. export control policy.
I have to ask you about TikTok as well, Lindsay. What happens into the new year with TikTok now that we sort of have some resolution there?
We sort of do. January 22 is the date by which this deal will close. And what's happened now over the course of many, many years and finalized, hopefully, I guess, in the next couple of weeks, is that a consortium of U.S. investors, or a U.S.-led consortium of investors, which also includes investors not from the U.S., but from countries that include that are other than China, have decided to purchase the U.S. assets of TikTok and implement a monitoring scheme for its content moderation policies and its data. Now, the big question still remains, and I think we'll get some answers for this in 2026, finally, after maybe 5-6 years of not having answers on what's going to happen with TikTok and its national security concerns. But we will get some answers on just how good this deal is at resolving the national security issues, because key to this consortium of investors is that ByteDance, TikTok's Chinese parent company and owner, and the source of all these issues around TikTok in the U.S., is still just under 20% of ownership. And crucially, it's not actually clear that the algorithm, the key secret sauce, what decides what content American users are shown, whether they're on political issues, whether they're on topics that the Chinese Communist Party might not want us to really be talking about. That algorithm that makes all these crucial decisions is likely to be still developed by engineers in China. Yeah. This is one of the questions we'll get answers on. Who's actually controlling the development of that algorithm and what content American users see.
Hey, Lindsay, 30 seconds left. Give us your thoughts on quantum computing and kind of where that competitive landscape stands now.
2026 is going to be the year that quantum turns from an emerging technology that we see as futuristic, cool, might be, to something that is a heated place of geopolitical competition. You're going to have the EU coming out with its Quantum Act. We have rumors of the Trump administration coming up with a quantum action plan, like its AI action plan last year. And we're going to just see much more movement in terms of nation states really pushing to own this technology of the future.
Yeah, and so many companies involved in it as well, and each one involved in their own little niche, as I understand it. Thank you so much for joining us and giving us so much context this morning, Lindsay Gorman, GMF Technology Managing Director and Senior Fellow. Really appreciate it. So we are off to a nice start and getting nicer this first trading session in January, although very low liquidity out there. We're only at about 10% of the 30-day volume. As I say that, we're actually erasing those gains. So we have the NASDAQ just up 0.1% now, and the S&P is actually flat. The dollar index is flat as well. Crude oil at 56.66, and that 10-year yield at 416.71.
And for Tom on the upper side, I'm going to call out the VIX, 15.3. There you go.
The VIX is rising as stocks fall. Imagine that. All right. Well, we're going to talk something very important next. Dry January. Is anyone out there observing? We're skipping the beer, not the party maybe. Bill Schufeld, co-founder and CEO of Athletic Brewing, will join.
Thanks for walking us through the plan.
Have fun with Lizzie this summer.
Doors connect us to what's important. A dedicated Fidelity advisor can help you open those doors. Backed by a team of specialists, they'll help you build a personalized investment strategy. Doors were meant to be open.
Well, that's the holiday over.
The kids, the millennials, they now all of a sudden have to pay back their student loans again.
Part of the millennial generation, when we also graduated, you were dealing with the aftermath of the financial crisis, and you also had this problem of finding jobs.
Weakness in the labor market is not just the young people, it's also my generation, the baby boomers. 67% of companies said, we're not thinking about hiring right now. That will change. This is a great time to be alive, I think.
Don't miss Open Interest, live weekdays.
Bringing you up to them in the news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Shevrian in Seoul, and this is Bloomberg.
In case you missed it on Bloomberg Crypto.
Well, we certainly understand needing to pay back the debt. That certainly makes sense. But on the dividend, why are you so committed to paying this dividend? Would you ever consider suspending it? Companies do suspend dividends from time to time.
Yeah, companies do suspend the dividend, but it creates fear, uncertainty, doubt in our preferred shareholders, which will impact our convertible shareholders, which will impact our equity shareholders. So I think preserving the payment of the dividend, even if our board has the rights to suspend it, it's the right thing for the short term, for the next 1, 2, 3 years, and it's important. It's also important for the Bitcoin asset class, and we realize we play a role bigger than just strategy in the Bitcoin world.
So would you say investors should think you will never suspend that dividend?
Never say never, but yeah, our objective is to pay the dividend into perpetuity.
Don't miss Bloomberg Crypto, live Tuesdays.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade. Watch Bloomberg Tech. This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg Television.
I'm David Weston. Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. We go on the road for a look at what lies behind the headlines of today and what will likely be the headlines tomorrow.
We need more transparency.
Oil and gas is still important.
They said every citizen should be investing in the market.
Accelerate progress in all fields of science.
Watch Wall Street Week right here on Bloomberg.
More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Amin, only on Bloomberg.
We are back. Vonnie Quinn, Paul Sweeney in New York City. Special edition of Bloomberg Markets. We are simulcasting on Bloomberg Radio and Bloomberg Television. And we're also streaming live on YouTube. So head out to YouTube and search for Bloomberg TV, Bloomberg Podcast, anywhere. You'll find us there. So we're everywhere here. Looking at the markets here, kind of red and green on the screen here. You can't look away too quickly here. S&P up 5 points. The Dow minus 94. And the NASDAQ is up about 50 points here. That's about 0.2%. Yields up just a tick here. We got the 10-year Treasury around 4.16% on your 10-year gold. Guess what? Higher yet again, but not as high as we were intraday. So still moving higher on gold. So we'll keep an eye on that. Dry January. The kids tell me it's a thing. I don't know. The booze-free boom is in full effect. Gia founder Melanie Masserin joined us to talk about why non-alcoholic drinks are going mainstream and how her brand is capitalizing on Dry January.
People are drinking less. I think across generation, people are wanting to sleep more, sleep better. People are wanting to live longer and better lives. And in general, there's just like a million different reasons to sort of cut down on alcohol. The research, is there. We can't really say that a glass of red per day is good for you anymore. And so you're definitely not alone.
So, Melanie, The no and low alcohol beverage market is valued at $18 to $20 billion globally in 2025. I had no idea. With North America as the fastest growing region, what's your market research telling you? What are your customers telling you here?
I mean, it's absolutely crazy. And, you know, like I said, I think that there's just so much research now that basically explains that there's no amount of alcohol that's good for you. And people are so focused on wellness that there's a million different reasons to kind of try these drinks. Now, it's interesting because Gia's customer, if you layer it with the market data, Gia's customers, 90% of them are drinkers, alcohol drinkers that are looking for moderation. And so I think that where, you know, people are just trying to drink fewer alcoholic drinks that are better, and then just feel better outside of that.
You know, a lot of people who have given up drinking in the past few years have done so because they can easily switch to THC. You take a gummy, you hit a vape, and you go to the party and have just as much fun. Then maybe you're looking for a Gia instead of a seltzer. Do you actively market to that crowd, to the weed crowd, because they are more likely to reach for one of your beverages?
You know, not really. There's this really popular trend right now called zebra striping, which is basically alternating either something that will give you a physical effect like alcohol or THC, and then something that doesn't, just to sort of moderate your consumption, but still, you know, have a fun night or a night with effect. And so that's definitely something that we use in our messaging. But outside of that, I think that THC is still quite controversial, and people honestly don't need me to figure it out. If they're already exploring outside of the alcohol world, it's like we're pretty easy to find. So in general, we try to have a broader message.
Melanie, can you talk to us about the product, Gia, that Matt liked so much? Tell us about that.
Makes me so happy. So, you know, I'm French and Italian, and this is a very classic Amaro. So if you think of a Campari or an apple spritz, Gia would sort of be their distant cousin, 100% natural, made with only pure juices and extracts. It has no added sugar. It's a very satisfyingly bitter. It sort of gives you that signature dryness that's really hard to recreate when you don't have alcohol, when you don't have the tannins of a wine. And so, you know, the Negroni lovers will love it, but it's definitely much better for you. And we have a concentrate, and we have spritzes, and you know, we're now pretty widely available because we just launched at Whole Foods, Rayleigh's, Harris Teeter, a lot of retailers. So we're super excited for the growth that will hopefully come out of Dry January this year.
How do you get to, I mean, obviously being in Whole Foods or you know, one of these high-end grocery stores, I'm sure is very helpful to your brand, but you do want to get to sommeliers, right? You do want to get into the kind of luxury restaurants where Paul has dinner every night. How do you woo that crowd?
You know, it's very difficult, and we are in over 1,000 menus in America right now, and that's one of my, you know, prides and joy, and it was also one of the hardest things for us to do. It's a lot of relationship building. It's a lot of sampling people that maybe today are more open to it because I think the supply has sort of driven the demand for these drinks, but 5 years ago didn't, you know, we're not interested in hearing about us at all. So it's
And that was Melanie Mazarin, Gia founder and CEO. Let's continue this conversation now, because from January to year-round moderation, non-alcoholic beer is booming. Bill Schufelt is the co-founder and CEO of Athletic Brewing Company. I'm sure you've seen those cans in the stores or perhaps your local bar. It's one of the nation's top non-alcoholic beer brands. He joins us now in studio to talk about what's on tap for boozeless suds. So Bill, this is an insane growth story that you've just been telling me. So you started actually, what, 10 years ago? And now you're 10x, or the market is 10x. Explain what you were just telling us.
For sure. It's been a really fun ride. We started, the non-alcoholic beer market basically had flatlined for 30 years before 10 years ago, where we came in and like to think we reimagined both the product and the marketing of the category, taking it out of the penalty box into the mainstream with delicious flavors. And we've taken it as a category from about 100 million to passing $1 billion in the U.S. market this year. And we think that could continue to grow. We expect it to 5x in the next 10 years, with Athletic being 25% of that market. Right now, Athletic is about 18.4 share of the total category. The next biggest is about 14.5 share, and then it's another 4-point drop to the next brand behind that. Athletic's also 52 share of the non-alcoholic craft beer category, which has well over 100 brands. So we're outselling the next 100 plus combined, and it's really meeting that next generation of consumers where they're at.
What's been the response, competitive response from some of the big brewers, which I can't even know their names now. They've all merged into like one big entity, I think.
For sure. So as you've heard on the segment before too, over 40% of consumers are doing dry January this year. Over 50% of consumers now view 1 or 2 drinks a day as unhealthy, and a record low number of Americans are also consuming alcohol on a weekly basis. So this is a huge growth opportunity for the adult beverage market. And a lot of companies were late to that, but over the last 5 years, basically every major brand has entered that category with an alcoholic analog to their, or non-alcoholic analog to their full-strength version. And we really appreciate that support in growing the category.
It's so funny to me because I didn't have an alcoholic beverage in my life until I was nearly 30, I think. And I wonder what makes somebody reach for a non-alcoholic beer when there are so many other drinks that are already non-alcoholic out there.
For sure. It's so when we started Athletic, and I would try to get people to taste samples or buy one of our beers, getting people to cross that barrier was so hard 7 or 8 years ago. But I think the light bulb that goes on over and over again for people is that it is such a delicious meal pairing at a fraction of the calories as a full-strength alcohol equivalent. For example, we were just talking about before I came in how our Athletic Light is 25 calories, no sugar, light in carbs, but a full taste. That's like a perfect guilt-free weeknight beer. And then we brought a ton of innovation to the market too. For example, we're now launching an excited lineup of non-alcoholic brewed cocktails this January at select retailers like Target, and all these different fun flavored
like what? Give us a foretaste.
Yeah, so we have off that Athletic Light Lager, we have an Athletic Light Lime and Salt launching this year. And in a typical year, we launch almost 50 different styles of beers on our website, athleticbrewing.com, where before Athletic Brewing, this category was a lager-only category. So from day one, we've really blown the lid off what taste and availability can be in this category.
Who's a typical Athletic drinker, customer?
So when we came into the category, this category was typically a lapsed alcohol drinker. It was very male heavy. It was an older population generally. And since we've redefined the product and marketing of the category, we've seen that drift younger and younger every year. We think 45% of our consumers are below age 45. Very heavy in Gen Z consumers. Really, as people have grown up in this digital generation where you have your work in your pocket at all times, everything in your life is filmed and recorded and on record, and people still like to drink, but then they like to zebra stripe and work in non-alcoholic options
What's
too.
zebra striping? And I heard that and I forgot it already.
Yeah, sorry, I jumped right over that. It's basically, and this has been shocking to me. I hear from bartenders all the time that people order alcoholic drinks, non-alcoholic alcohol.
Oh, okay, I got you, okay.
That's a brilliant idea. You could put food in there too. That would actually be an even better idea. Curious, how do you do it? You have so many options, and as you say, you're trying out different ones all the time. I mean, are you very non-profitable, or how does it work? That costs a lot of money.
Well, at the end of the day, in our retail lineup, we're very focused. We have a core group of about 5 beers, which are very popular and highly awarded. We won 33 Taste Awards last year alone, and have won about 185 Taste Awards since. You know, there's been a plethora of entrants into this category, from major brewers to there's been 10 celebrity brands with more on the way. And almost none of these companies make their own beer. Where Athletic has gone the other way, we invested $130 million into our own manufacturing, our brewing quality teams, and ultimately consumers like to know they want to get the best products and like to know what's behind their products. And after that celebrity hype, they've really loved what they found in Athletic. And so we really try to stay focused in our retail lineup and bring people the best beers over and over again.
I got to put my investment banker hat back on. How do you capitalize your company? I'm always fascinated to see how these private companies, entrepreneurial companies, how they finance themselves.
Yeah, it's such an interesting, like I came from the financial world, it's such an interesting world these days between private and public capital. And we have been so fortunate to have great access to private capital, from angel investors to private equity investors like Alliance Consumer Growth and General Atlantic, and an institutional investor in Keurig Dr. Pepper. And that's afforded us the opportunity over the past 8 years to invest $130 million into our U.S. manufacturing base. Non-alcoholic breweries and tap rooms weren't a thing before Athletic in the country. We built the first one, and since then we've built them that are 100 times the output of the original brewery on both coasts. And in that world, we have found really good access to capital in the private markets, but ultimately it is really exciting for us to think about potentially being a public company or running a long-term private company.
Yeah, I want to ask you more about that, but first I have to say the marketing is brilliant because you're a non-alcoholic brewery, but you're targeting athletes and people who go for hikes and serious mountaineers and dog lovers and outdoorsy people. I mean, it's amazing. So what is the trajectory that you see before going public? I mean, are you going to open breweries around the country? Are you going to have bars? Is that something that can be profitable and add to the bottom line, or is it better to have people just subscribe and sort of have it as beer as a service as opposed to software as a service?
Yeah. Well, in terms of our target customer, I basically built the target customer around my lifestyle because I was authentically living this as a busy professional, love the outdoors. 70% of the population considers themselves an athlete, even though you'll never find me on any podiums anywhere. I love being out there and participating. And so it was really about that health and wellness trend. And then, beyond that, our awareness is still very low. It's about 25% nationally. So we have, and our distribution is only about 39% with our top product, where a lot of the major beer companies, even in our category, even though Athletic's the number one, have double our distribution. So we have a huge amount of awareness and distribution to go over the next 5-10 years. And that allows us, we also are trying to open the aperture to who drinks beer, where beer over the past 30 years had been marketing to smaller and smaller audiences. And so this January, we're bringing plans to, we're working with Open Table with a big partnership to expand into the culinary world, chefs and athletes and stuff.
Bill, awesome stuff. Great story. We really appreciate you taking the time out, come to visit us. Athletic Brewing's Bill Schufelt joining us here. Coming up, Wall Street is still laser focused on AI this year, with some saying the biggest risk is not having enough exposure to the technology. More on that big take story coming up. This is Bloomberg.
Here is understanding. These digital assets have the ability to change the payment landscape of the world, and we need to be ready. We, the regulators, the world needs to be ready for a new wave of technology.
Stablecoins are almost entirely used in the mechanisms of trading cryptocurrencies. What we saw is the opportunity for digital assets broadly, stablecoins in particular, to be used as a medium of exchange outside of the crypto world, what is today the fiat currency world. At some point, I think these digital asset wallets will be big enough and people will be comfortable enough using them. I think we'll have a flip from conventional payment mechanisms into stablecoin-based mechanisms.
Does that mean banks such as yourselves issuing stablecoin?
We could. We are issuing Hong Kong dollar stablecoins today. We're in a sandbox for tokenized bank deposits in Hong Kong. We're effectively issuing tokens related to trade finance in Singapore. So it's all on the table, but we're always going to tie it back to what our clients want and need, because if we don't get that one right, the rest doesn't matter.
The market capitalization of both type of instruments, crypto and digital assets, are both very low. Stablecoins today have $20 billion of flows a day. It's less than 1% of the flows of the payment system in the world. But because they have the ability to be very helpful in use cases, particularly in retail to begin with, but then potentially on the wholesale side, I think we will see a lot more of that.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance. Bloomberg is covering all things crypto, the people, the transactions, and the technology. Bloomberg Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute global economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Lizzie Burden in Florence, Italy, and this is Bloomberg.
All right, we are back. Vonnie Quinn, Paul Sweeney, special edition of Bloomberg Markets here. Special because we are simulcasting on Bloomberg Radio and Bloomberg Television. And, of course, we're also streaming it because that's where the kids are, streaming it on YouTube. So head over to YouTube and search for Bloomberg, and that's where you'll find us. It's a time of year, really for the last month, my inbox has been inundated from research from the sell side with forecasts for just everything out there that you can imagine here. And it's like, can't somebody just kind of put it together in one spot and kind of let us compare and contrast? Well, Bloomberg Big Take people did that because they're really smart and they do a lot of really great reporting there. So we appreciate that. So we're going to break into that coming up here in a moment. So we got Sam Potter joining us here from Bloomberg News. Here's almost everything Wall Street expects in 2026. Sam, thanks for joining us here. Kind of summarize kind of what you guys were trying to do here and what you found out.
Yeah, so this has become a bit of an annual tradition for me and for Bloomberg. We're basically trying to save everyone the trouble of digesting, figuring out what's in all the Wall Street investment outlooks for the year ahead. So I've gathered together almost 800 calls from more than 60 different financial institutions. Basically, we take the top level calls, so the really key things that firms say they expect in the year ahead. We code them together so that they can be compared and contrasted. And just trying to make it easier for an investor, for a reader to see what's ahead. The big standout this year, perhaps unsurprisingly, is talk of AI. Last year, there was a lot of Trump talk and a little bit of AI. And actually this year, the interesting thing is it's reversed. So there's a lot of talk of AI. Are we in a bubble? Are there more gains to come? And only a little bit of Trump as people look ahead to the midterms and to any potential tariff actions.
And Sam, on AI, people seem to be generally bullish for what it means for the economy or for the stock market or both, right? Which is surprising.
Absolutely, yeah. There's a lot of talk about how the benefits of AI are going to broaden out, so other companies are going to see increases to their productivity thanks to AI adoption. There's also talk about how the capital expenditure for AI is so large, so vast, that it's going to, on its own, drive economic and market gains. Reading between the lines, what I kind of took away from it is no one's quite ready to stand in front of the AI juggernaut just yet. There's a lot of talk about addressing, is this a bubble? Is it gonna burst? But of course, as we all know historically from bubbles, the last phase of a bubble is the most profitable before it all bursts. So even the most bearish firm on there, I think BCA Research was once again the most bearish firm. They are still even neutral on equities, even though they're bearish, because that capital expenditure for AI is just so huge. They're not yet ready to run for cover, as it were.
And folks, our listeners and viewers here, I call this out all the time when we highlight the big take stories, how great the technology that these Bloomberg News folks embed into the story to make it just the data and the reporting come alive. This one's no different. You can filter by institution to see what Goldman's saying or Morgan's saying. You can do it by region if you're interested in Europe or Asia. Just some great stuff to navigate around this story. So I really highly recommend it. Go check it out on the Bloomberg terminal or on Bloomberg.com/bigtake. What are the big risks out there that people are calling out, Sam?
So the biggest risk that people are concerned about, I guess, is inflation and policy error. So a lot of the expectation for the year ahead is about easier monetary conditions. We've still got sort of very loose fiscal policies as well. So there is a lot of worry that inflation may prove stickier than people expect. That could have an impact on future monetary easing. That's kind of the main thing, policy error. And then there's the usual geopolitical shocks. You know, the Trump administration is anything but predictable, so we never know what's going to happen there. And then there are firms who voice the possibility that maybe AI it doesn't fulfill its promise quickly enough to satisfy everyone. As we know, a lot of companies are very highly valued at the moment. There's a lot of big figures being thrown around the AI sector. And so there is some concern that if it doesn't start to deliver the productivity improvements soon, that investors could get nervous and that could trigger some declines.
All right, Sam, thanks for joining us today and giving us a breakdown of that. It's a long story, and as you say, more than 800 calls and sell-side analyst notes are really put into sort of digestible form here. That is Bloomberg's Sam Potter. And the big take is here's almost everything Wall Street expects in 2026. Do take a look at it. We're going to get a better look now, though, at hedge fund performance in 2025. Bridgewater's macro fund returned 34% last year. It was its best year ever. D.E. Shaw saw a 28% jump. Bloomberg hedge fund reporter Nishant Kumar joins us now with more. So, Nishant, that's those two, and I presume individual funds within those two shops. Can you give us just maybe a little bit more of the bigger picture? How did hedge funds do in general, and what strategies did best?
I mean, these are all very initial numbers. It's just day one of the new year, the first working day. So we still don't know many of the numbers. But looking at initial figures, it seems that 2025 proved to be a very, very strong year for some of the largest hedge funds in the world. Hedge fund as a whole, they seem to be heading to record their best returns in at least 5 years. And with some luck, it may be the best year since 2009 even. If they make on an average about 1 percentage point, then we are looking at returns which are best since 2009. And a lot was going in favor of some of these largest hedge funds who are very well risk managed. You had, tariff and trade war that induced volatility across markets. Stocks surged. You were just talking about AI, so that definitely helped a lot of hedge funds. Then you had precious metals doing well and bond and currencies swing. So all combined to create this sort of a perfect spring for hedge funds in 2025.
Yeah, I don't think they should be patting themselves on the back. I mean, everybody made money seemingly in 2025. Stocks, bonds, U.S., non-U.S. commodities everywhere. What strategies, Nishant, are kind of outperforming, and maybe what strategies are underperforming do we see in 25?
I mean, it's hard to say which strategy is underperforming. I mean, most of them versus their own history are doing well, but it's led by equities. Macro has done really well in most of the cases, especially the emerging market macro-focused hedge funds. They have done very, very well. Most of them are in double digits. So, yeah, I mean, and multi-strategy as well. I mean, they don't focus just on one share asset classes, but they invest across asset classes run by dozens of teams. And some of the returns that they have produced are really, really strong. Most of them are in double digits. And also, it's important to look from the lens of these macro hedge funds and multi-strat, which we have included in our table. They are all very large hedge funds.
Yeah.
So Millennium making 10% on $70-80 billion. Net is almost $8 billion in net profit. I mean, if you look at gross, it's double of that number.
Right. Nishant, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Bloomberg's Nishant Kumar. When I was making a career change, 2004, 2005, I spent a lot of time studying the hedge fund business, thinking that maybe that's somewhere I would pivot. I came to the conclusion back then, on an after fee basis, not worth it.
Really, Paul?
Yeah, and I've argued this for 12 years to the Duke board. And they come back with the asymmetrical returns and all this kind of stuff. I'm like, fine, but you can get all of that without the 2 and 20 fee structure. Yeah. I never got it, yet people continue to pour money into hedge funds.
Where would you have recommended people would put that money instead then?
ETFs now is a simple answer. Yeah. But, I mean, there are just other ways to get that asymmetrical return, I felt. But again, it doesn't matter. People keep pouring money.
And you're locking up your money for a long time. I mean, the story that Nishant has out today with D.E. Shaw locking up money and asking for more money as well at a time when you might want your money back. Chris Rokas is giving money back for the first time since his fund's debut in 2015.
Yeah, it's interesting. I just think there's so many ways to generate There's cheap beta, as Eric Balchunas will tell you, via ETFs. You can get alpha a lot of different ways and at a lot lower cost. I felt like, and that's why.
Well, not today in this market, Paul, because it is yo-yoing like crazy. We're back to flat again on the S&P 500.
Yep, absolutely. We'll keep an eye on that. The S&P up 11 here, the Dow up 91, and the NASDAQ up 43 on the first day of trading for 26. So it's so funny when you pull up your quotes and you look at the year-to-date, it's 52-week high if the stock is up, 52-week low if the stock is down. Coming up, Rob Thummel, Senior Portfolio Manager at Tortoise Capital, will give us his thoughts on these markets. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
The phone is, what's great about it is it's a well-developed gaming ecosystem, right? So, folks know to find games there, but it's also a highly competitive gaming ecosystem. So its developedness gives you both that upside and the downside. But what's exciting is that now we are moving beyond the phone to the TV. So I mentioned like one of the big gaming areas we're going after. One of the big gaming areas we're going after now is, social gaming experiences that will show up on your TV. So we are now announcing, we're going to announce here actually, that we're going to have these social party games that you can play on your TV with your phone as the controller. And it's things like, recognizable games like Boggle, you got Pictionary, we've got a Lego party game. We, basically are going to unleash this with a bunch of creators, and they're going to go figure out stuff that we didn't even imagine that they can do with that interactivity.
Good morning, this is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Lizzie Burden in London, and these are the stories that set your agenda.
Taking you from the U.S. market's close to the overnight session in Asia, we'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart Europe's trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market-moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in to Daybreak Europe, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything. Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets? We are seeing modest gains across European equity markets.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
The Middle East and Africa regions are home to some of the biggest deals and fastest growth in the world. I'm Jumana Versace. Join me on Bloomberg Horizon's Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insights shaping the decisions of traders across this exciting region.
You had heightened levels of volatility.
There's still room to maneuver.
We do see opportunities.
It allows you to increase significantly your net income.
Watch Horizon's Middle East and Africa every trading day at midnight Eastern Time, only on Bloomberg.
I'm David Weston. Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. We go on the road for a look at what lies behind the headlines of today and what will likely be the headlines tomorrow.
We need more transparency.
Oil and gas is still important.
They said every citizen should be investing in the market.
Accelerate progress in all fields of science.
Watch Wall Street Week right here on Bloomberg.
More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
All right, I'm Paul Sweeney alongside Vonnie Quinn here in New York. Welcome to a special edition of Bloomberg Markets on Bloomberg TV and radio. We're also streaming live on YouTube for the kids. Let's take a look at where the markets are here, kind of all over the place in this lightly traded session here. The S&P's down 6 points. The John Farrow Dow Jones is up 55 points, and NASDAQ is down 60. That's about 1/4%. So red and green there on the equity indexes. 10-year Treasury yield pretty steady here, 4.17%, so not a lot going on there. Gold just a little bit higher, giving up some of its gains, but still higher, $4,300 per ounce. And I'll tell you what, oil, you can't not look at oil. We're down again today, below $57 per barrel. I'm going to fill up the Beamer this weekend. I think at like 260 kind of handle. How about that? I can't remember the last time it was that low. So that's kind of where we are.
You know, it's funny. I keep looking for catalysts for why we're giving up our gains here, but I guess it really is just liquidity, you know, lack of it, lack of volume in trading, and maybe a little bit of geopolitical concern and risk out there, you know.
But Iran popped up out of nowhere. I wasn't even, that wasn't on my bingo card for today.
No, and we'll just have to wait and see what President Trump says next and what he really would do if it comes to it. Let's, though, get some individual movers this morning, because there are some. President Trump has been moving the market, as well as things like Tesla deliveries. Bloomberg's Natalia Knichevich is with us and looking at those movers. So kicking it off with Tesla then, Natalia.
Yeah, so Tesla shares are down by 1.4%. The company posted delivery numbers which were below Bloomberg consensus, below consensus expectations that Tesla itself published earlier this week. So now we know that sales were down by 8.6% last year, 16% decline on a quarter-over-quarter basis for the fourth quarter. And this comes as Chinese competitors such as BYD are actually posting better sales for the full year, for the full quarter. Some analysts are actually saying that this stock price reaction is a little bit better than feared. So maybe people expected a more, significant decline for the stock price, and attention is also shifting to the storage deployments, energy storage deployments for the company. So we know that Tesla deployed 14.2 gigawatt hours of products last quarter. This is up 14% on a quarter-over-quarter basis and almost 30% year-over-year. And some analysts are saying that a few years ago this segment didn't matter that much, but now it represents mid-teens of percentage of revenue, so it's kind of becoming more important.
You know that BYD, a friend of mine on the story just pinged me this morning. He said he was over in the BYD headquarters recently and blown away by the quality of those cars. So, and at the price point they're able to bring them to the market because they're subsidized by the Chinese government, they could just take over the EV world, I think, out there.
China, I mean, except for California, maybe China really was the leader on this, from the very start, right, Paul?
So keep an eye on that.
So that's one Chinese company that we sort of vaguely talked about. Let's move to another.
Yes, so shares of Baidu are up by 9.3%, rising to the highest level since September 2023. So Baidu officially submitted a proposal for a listing of its AI chip unit called Kanlanshin. So Kanlanshin makes chips that power data centers. It is expected to remain a subsidiary of Baidu. This is according to the filing. Analysts are pretty excited. Jefferies are saying that analysts are saying that valuation of Kanlanshin could be somewhere between $16 to $23 billion. So it could be a pretty big IPO. Yes. So analysts also upgraded the stock price target for Baidu by 16%. So again, we potentially are getting more signs that the IPO market will be interesting.
Dan Ives and others are saying 2026, you're going to see a lot more AI-related IPO action in the marketplace, and maybe this is one of them. OpenAI, of course, is kind of out there. And
I guess it's take your chance while you can, right? Because AI is still hot.
I think so, and I'm just looking as you mentioned Baidu. I look to the comp for me is Alibaba. That's up 5% today, and it's up 80% over the last year or so, and they've been making big investments in AI. So there you go. One more. What do you got for us?
Yeah, so we are looking at furniture stocks such as RH and Wayfair. Both are up by around 5% today, as President Trump delayed did increase tariffs for 1 year. He cited ongoing trade negotiations and, of course, cost of living concerns. So we know that initial tariffs, the 25% tariff that he imposed in September, so this is still in place. We're just getting more time for potential higher tariffs for furniture companies. And then when we look at earnings and how these companies are navigating higher tariffs, for now, everything is not that bad. So, for example, RH, which is a luxury segment, they met expectations for the past quarter, but they lowered guidance. And then Wayfair posted better than expected earnings and, of course, increased guidance. But stocks actually are performing, moving in completely different directions on a year-to-date basis. So our RH luxury segment is down by more than 50%, and then Wayfair, which is more affordable segment, is up by almost 120%.
Fascinating. Wow, that is definitely diverging performances. Natalia, thank you so much. Natalia Knichevich is going to join us once again a little bit later on. So it has been a mixed start so far. It looked like it was going to be a fantastic start to 2026, but we are negative now on the indices. There was a fresh burst of optimism around AI overnight, though, in particular with Asian stocks moving higher. So joining us now to tell us what's to come in the year ahead is Rob Thummel, Senior Portfolio Manager at Tortoise Capital. Paul was just extolling the virtues of ETFs and how you can, make lots and lots of money without paying any fees whatsoever, Rob. So what ETFs would you be looking at for next year, given that, your Tortoise active ETFs are particularly poised perhaps to do well?
Yep, no, Valerie, we've got a couple active ETFs. So Tortoise, the thing we like, the sectors we like really are infrastructure in general, and for this reason, and energy in particular, because if you look at what the market is undervaluing, in our opinion, it's undervaluing free cash flow, and the energy sector in general and the energy infrastructure sector offer investors a lot of free cash flow, and so we have active ETFs like the Tortoise Energy Fund that invests in these companies like EQT and Williams. And Energy Transfer, and all of these companies offer a significant amount of free cash flow, and they benefit from the development of infrastructure in general. The other area, though, that we think is even more interesting and is expanding is the infrastructure sector is expanding in general. And what I mean by that is AI, right? We're all talking about AI. You're probably spending a lot of your time talking about it today. AI is everywhere. We're going to go to autonomous everything. But AI infrastructure is really important because there is no AI without infrastructure. And so we launched the Tortoise AI Infrastructure active ETF last year, and we think it's really an attractive way to invest in the infrastructure, the enablers of AI. And so what I'm talking about are things that are offering inside the data center. So liquid cooling, data storage devices, network switches, things like that. And that we think investors are probably underinvested in. They're obviously got significant exposure to NVIDIA and Meta, but aren't exposed as much to the infrastructure and AI infrastructure, which is really expanding, and infrastructure, and the infrastructure sector itself is modernizing as well.
So, Rob, I mean, as I listen to all the experts and industry folks in and around AI and all the energy demands that are going to be needed over the coming decades, it just feels like to me, as we think about how we're going to power this stuff, we're going to need everything. We're going to need fossil fuels, maybe not the dirtiest coal out there, but we're going to need fossil fuels. We're going to need renewables. We're going to need maybe even nuclear. Is our energy infrastructure ready for some of the demands that are going to be placed upon it?
Well, it's getting there, Paul, and you're right. I mean, if you look at the power demands, power demand needs, they are significant, and if you think about, and we would agree with you at Tortoise that you need everything. You're going to need nuclear, and we just actually launched a nuclear active ETF that benefits from those companies as well. Electricity is another area, as you highlight, significant growth. We haven't had growth in electricity demand in the U.S. for decades. Now we're just starting to have growth in electricity, and it's 2-3% a year, but that's going to be 2-3% a year for decades, and so that compounds, and that's significant for a lot of these companies. So we look at ways of capturing that. We have a Tortoise electrification active ETF that benefits from that as well.
Tell us about some of the companies you actually like. So Modine Corporation is one that's fascinating. It looks like it's transforming from radiators to racks.
Yeah, no, it is. And so on the AI infrastructure side, and you're exactly right on that, Vani. So we like these transformation stories in AI and AI infrastructure. Modine's a classic example. It's been around 100 years. It's a manufacturing company in Wisconsin. And as you highlight, it started out 100 years ago and still probably does today, making radiators for farm implements. But what does it do today? Well, it makes liquid cooling devices that go inside these data centers that cool these storage racks and cool these chips, right? So the company has transformed itself from a radiator manufacturer now to a liquid cooling manufacturer over the years. And so there's a lot of other transformation stories like that. Dell's another example. They're transforming their business a little bit as well. You know, most of us think of Dell as a personal computer maker, manufacturer. That's what they are. That's half their business. The other half of their business, though, is they're actually enterprise. They're providing enterprise AI, right? They're creating for small and medium-sized businesses. They're providing the AI, basically. Everything, you know, full service AI, basically. These Dell factories, I think they're calling them. Well, they're transforming their business as well, and that's going to be a significant growth opportunity for them. But it's not, in our opinion, reflected in the valuation multiple of the stock.
We'll talk about a company that's trying to transform itself. Riot Platforms. Tell us about this one. I love this one.
Yeah, no, so Riot's a unique one. This is one, you know, we're always looking for, well, let's call it diamonds in the rough at Tortoise, and this is an example of one. And so you say, well, what does Riot Platforms do? Well, if you look it up and you do some research, you say they're a Bitcoin miner. Well, you say, well, why would Tortoise be investing in a Bitcoin miner? Well, here's why. So what Riot's done, and several of these other Bitcoin miners have done, is in Texas and in other areas of the country, but in Texas in particular, they've secured access to power. So they have power. So what's one of the hottest commodities right now in AI? It's actually electricity and power, and having the ability to have access to power, not in 5 years, but today. That's what Riot does. They actually have access to power today that they're using for their Bitcoin mines. But what they could potentially do is transform from a Bitcoin miner into a data center operator, and they could go out and offer to customers their power access, which is really unique. And there's not very many companies out there that can do that.
So the other way to play this sort of shift is EQT Corporation, and I was curious about your pick there because natural gas has been going down in price, and you would think that more supply of it would send the price even lower, no?
Well, you're right, Bonnie. So the reason why we're long-term at Tortoise, long-term bulls on just natural gas in general. Back to Paul's original thought. Yeah, nuclear is going to play a really important role. We're going to need all of the above for the electricity, but natural gas is going to be one of the most important commodities. It is low cost, and that's actually one of the reasons why we like it, because the U.S. is going to be able to maintain its advantage in developing AI, primarily because the U.S. can generate low-cost electricity. Why and how can they do that? Because we have low-cost natural gas and we have a lot of it. And as you highlight, there's a lot more of it available. So EQT is one of the largest producers of natural gas. It's one of the lowest cost producers of natural gas in the U.S. And in general, from a macro perspective, natural gas demand is just going to continue to increase and kind of keep pace with electricity demand. But EQT will also benefit from that as well. And because of the low price of natural gas, the stock has not performed as well. But we think it's got an opportunity to bounce back and run by a great management team with a great capital allocation plan.
Rob, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Rob Thummel, Senior PM at Tortoise Capital. Kind of his theme there is kind of play AI through the energy angle, the energy infrastructure angle. I was just, you mentioned Nat Gas, Henry Hub, 366. Holy cow, it was just at 4. I mean, I watch Landman. I'm an expert on all things oil and gas, so I think I know that's not a good thing.
Yeah, and it's been going down all year. I mean, they did have a spike, but it's been
interesting there. So we'll keep an eye on that. But again, a lot of nat gas being created when they fracked that rock down there in all those Permian basins and all those places. S&P down 7 points. The Dow up 100 points. We'll have more coming up. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives and laying the foundation for the future. From finance to defense, AI to entertainment, and from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories from the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers and the politics that shape global tech markets. I'm Annabelle Rulers in Hong Kong. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo. Watch Bloomberg Tech Asia, only on Bloomberg Television.
In case you missed it on Balance of Power. let's play a game. Who's your favorite recording artist?
Kiss.
No, come on. Somebody from the past,
What can
present,
we go
or
with
future.
that? All right, Jimi Hendrix.
Jimi Hendrix has never in his entire career or now ever gotten paid a single penny when his music is played on AM and FM radio. The stunning fact is that the Russians and some other countries actually do pay performing artists on radio, and Americans do not. And this has got to change and should change. No matter who you hear on AM and FM radio, they're getting 0 pennies for the airplay. The new artists, every penny counts. And the fact that they can be played on radio and not even make 1 penny for their performance is criminal.
Don't miss Balance of Power live every weekday.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geoeconomic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Vonnie Quinn in Sao Paulo, Brazil, and this is Bloomberg.
The trading day is about to start.
And you're already looking for that edge.
The opening trade brings you everything you need to know as markets open across Europe.
I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Anna Edwards.
And I'm Tom McKenzie.
This is your opening trade.
Only on Bloomberg.
All right, this is a special edition of Bloomberg Markets on Bloomberg TV and radio. We're also streaming live on YouTube as well. Locked and loaded. President Trump took to Truth Social yesterday to say that the U.S. is ready to rescue Iranian protesters if they are attacked by authorities as unrest spreads across the country. For more, we were joined by Bloomberg's Washington correspondent, Tyler Kendall. Tyler, has there been any fleshing out of this locked and loaded and talking about going or trying to defend some of these folks in Iran? Has there been any more detail?
No, Paul, at this point, President Trump has not specified exactly what actions could be on the table, though if we're taking him from his post on X, he's saying that the U.S. is threatening to intervene if Iran does crack down violently. We did speak to some experts today earlier on Bloomberg Television who suggested perhaps the U.S. may go after Iran's domestic security apparatus in a bid to aid the protesters, but at this point, that is just one opinion about what could potentially happen here, because we haven't gotten further confirmation from the White House. Our own analysts at Bloomberg Economics do say that we could very likely expect to see an escalation by the Iranian government in the coming days if the protests do continue, and that this would very likely look like stopgap measures. They list market closures, administrative controls, and repression in order to sap the protesters' momentums. This post from President Trump really does mark an escalation, but it also continues what has been a series of threats by the U.S. against Iran in recent days. Just earlier this week, President Trump had appeared alongside the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at Mar-a-Lago, where the pair of leaders vowed additional strikes against Iran if they start to rebuild their nuclear program. And of course, Paul and Vonnie, that's really underlying these protests here, because we know that the crippling international sanctions against Iran have led to a lot of the economic pressures that are fueling these protests, including record inflation and also a huge depreciation in Iran's currency.
Exactly. Well, the person who heads Iran's Supreme National Security Council posted on X that the U.S. should be mindful of their soldiers' safety. Would there be any kind of appetite for actual boots on the ground if this were to continue to escalate, Tyler? I mean, has the president mentioned anything about that?
No, not at this moment. And of course, President Trump did campaign pretty heavily on getting the U.S. out of foreign entanglements. That would be a huge escalation at this point. As I mentioned, we had spoken to some policy experts earlier today. It doesn't appear like that's something that would really be on the table. But it is clear that President Trump does want to send a signal to Iran. We have seen in recent days, earlier this week, Iran did say it launched 3 satellites into space from Russia. That was taken as a potential aggressive movement and is being viewed carefully as we look at Iran's missile and nuclear program. So there has sort of been this tension building between the U.S. and Iran, particularly accentuated this week by that visit from the Israeli Prime Minister to Mar-a-Lago.
All right, in about 10 days, I'm going to find myself on an island just off the coast of Venezuela. What's the latest down there?
Well, I'll be interested to hear how your trip goes, Paul.
Yes, me too.
We blindsided us there, Paul.
Asking for a friend.
There's well, of course, as you well know, the pressure campaign by the U.S. against Venezuela has been building, and it has only escalated. I'm sorry to tell you, Paul, in recent days, we saw the U.S. move to sanction these Chinese oil companies related to Chinese Venezuelan oil tankers, and what really was seen as a warning sign by this administration to China, which is a huge importer of Venezuelan crude. In fact, if we look at the data, on average, Venezuela exported about 750,000 barrels of crude per day last year, and nearly half of those barrels went to Beijing. It is the latest move of escalation by this White House to try to tamp down on the lifeline of oil revenue for Nicolas Maduro, as the U.S. has now built up its largest military presence in the region in decades. As of yesterday, the number of known strikes on alleged drug trafficking boats reached 35, and so far at least 115 people have been killed. And President Trump seemed to confirm earlier this week that the U.S. has done a land strike on a dock in Venezuela. Paul, our analysts at Bloomberg Economics say that looking ahead to the rest of this year, it is very likely that we could see an exit from Maduro. But they also point out that one of the issues with pressure campaigns, particularly by the U.S., is that until the intended goal is reached, there really is only one direction, and that is up the escalation ladder.
Wow. All right, Tyler, thank you so much. That is Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall in Washington. And Paul, I'm not sure I would be taking any cruises around that island while you're down there.
My fishing trip, I'm calling the question.
I would, absolutely, as well. We'll get more on that in a little bit, but we want to bring it back to New York City for a moment. And Mir Zoran Mamdani beginning the new year with his inauguration, reaffirming his commitment to govern as a democratic socialist. A clear signal to supporters and skeptics alike about how he plans to lead the city. Down in City Hall now, we have Bloomberg senior reporter Miles Miller. So Miles, beautiful City Hall there. Curious what the agenda is for Zoran Mamdani. We've heard several things and several planks of his platform that he wants to bring to fruition in 2026 and beyond. Would his agenda possibly serve as a litmus test for national Democrats?
Yeah, you know, what he said in his speech yesterday is he wants to be able to show that the left can govern, and that is what he's planning to do. You know, minutes, maybe 2 hours after he gave his speech yesterday, he went to Brooklyn to a building that's had some issues with their landlord, so much so that the building went into bankruptcy. And because the city is a landholder, and because the building owes property tax to the city, he is trying to do a novel approach, and that is to be an active litigant against landlords that he feels or that the city feels are not representing their tenants in the right way, and to be able to deliver for those tenants. That is what he's trying to do. Listen, there's been so much made about some of these proposals that he has put forth, and whether or not they can be paid for or funded. But what you will see this administration do is try to use the levers of government to get stuff done. You know, I think he's made so much of what the Adams administration has not been able to get done, but he's trying to show that government can work on its own. Yesterday, he talked about the private sector and said that this city for a very long time has relied too much on the private sector to help get things done. He's hoping to do this with city finances, and also to do this to get some of his major proposals passed with a higher tax rate for wealthiest New Yorkers. But as you know, Governor Hochul is running for re-election this year, and so there will not be an appetite, at least from her. And she said she doesn't want to raise taxes on the wealthiest New Yorkers.
Yeah.
It'll remain to be seen if that happens.
And Miles, that's where I wanted to go. What is the relationship, do we know, between Mayor Mamdani and the governor here? Because it's my understanding that if you want to get big things funded here in the city, you really need the help of Albany. What do we know?
They have a really great relationship. She was one of the first establishment and I'd say moderate Democrats to endorse Mamdani after he won the primary. And so, you know, they have a really good working relationship, and that's important, obviously, for many reasons. You need Albany to get your ambitious goals passed. You go up to Albany for what they call Tin Cup Day, and that's when the mayor literally goes up there and is asking for certain things, certain amounts of money for certain initiatives. But, you have that he was a state lawmaker as an assemblyman. That's the one good thing going for him. So he's got friends up in Albany. But also that, they have this broad coalition. She's going to need his broad-based, progressive, democratic socialists, that those folks who voted for him, to vote for her as well. And so they're in lockstep on most things as it relates to free childcare. She signaled she supports that, but then when it comes to free buses, she said that can't be paid for because the MTA needs to meet its bond obligation. So they have a good working relationship, but as you know, once you get into office, it's always different, when you're running for office than when you're in office. But she was up there on that stage yesterday and seemed to be very supportive of him and his agenda, and he'll need the governor to get all of it done.
Miles, excellent reporting. Thank you so much. We appreciate getting a few minutes of your time. That's Bloomberg's Miles Miller. He is down at City Hall down in Lower Manhattan. Looking at the markets here, kind of red and green on the screen here. The S&P's unched on the day. The Dow's up 180. The NASDAQ is down 34 points. Yields, 10-year Treasury yield, it's up about a basis point here, 4.18%. Just kind of inching up as you go out a little bit farther on the curve. The 2 years at 3.47, pretty much unchanged on the day. Still ahead, we take a look at the travel outlook and what travelers are looking for in 2026. We'll do that with Hopper co-founder Dakota Smith coming up in just moments. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
market day started.
Find out how it finishes.
Public markets to private markets.
From the micro to the macro.
Covering retail, entertainment, the business of sports.
The supply chains, trade policy, how it all is impacting the U.S. equity market as we drive to the closing bell at 4 p.m.
A holistic approach to covering financial markets.
If it matters to your life, we're covering it. I'm Katie Greifeld.
And I'm Romaine Bostic, and this is The Close.
Every weekday from 3 to 5 Eastern.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, Mondays on Bloomberg.
Power Players is back to take a look under the hood of the business of Formula One.
Hi, I'm here to see Pierre Gasly.
Welcome to my workplace.
Do you feel pressure?
Massive pressure.
Ferrari is the best example that we can be very proud of the past to look after the future.
From the iconic brand setting the standard.
Oh boy.
Can you imagine Ferrari without racing?
No, and I say no, no, no.
To the newcomers forging ahead.
I grew up my whole life racing against the boys.
This global phenomenon continues to chart new territory.
This was a tennis court 8 days ago.
I can't even believe that. And the speed of the business has never moved faster.
My career might stop. I'll still be driving something.
Yeah, probably very fast.
Yeah.
This is so exciting!
This season, we're along for the ride.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Cocktail party. People ask you for investment ideas all the time.
Let me reverse the question. What do they do with you?
Well, I'm not as good an investor as you are.
It worked out pretty good for you.
They mostly say to me, do you know Ray Dalio?
Making money isn't about drowning in emotions. It's about understanding what's actually happening. Markets are the best way to glean signal from noise, and that is what we try to do every morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
All right, Vonnie Quinn, Paul Sweeney, live here in New York City. This is a special edition of Bloomberg Markets on Bloomberg TV and radio. We are streaming live on YouTube as well. We've got some red and green on the screen here today. The S&P is essentially unchanged. The Dow, it's up 140 points. That's 0.3%. The NASDAQ's off about 34 points. That's about 0.1%. 10-year Treasury yields come in at 4.17%. We keep an eye on that. Gold giving up some of the gains, now sitting right around $4,300 per ounce. And oil, softer yet again, down another 75 cents for WTI crude, below $57 per barrel. So we'll keep an eye on that. Turning to travel, airlines are looking for a fresh start after a volatile 2025. Bloomberg's Lisa Bromwitz where are we going back here? Is that what we're doing here?
Yeah, we're gonna.
Absolutely. She spoke exclusively with JetBlue CEO Joanna Geraghty in December on the outlook for the year.
2025 has been a very tough year, whether it was the macro setback or the government shutdown or the list goes on and on. We're really looking forward to the holiday season. Bookings are coming in strong. As we go into 2026, we're optimistic that the consumer is healthy and that we're going to start really ramping up the initiatives that we have been working really hard for the last year to execute to and seeing the benefit as we move through 2026.
How long do you think it'll take before you start to actually turn profitable and sustain that?
You know, our goal next year is to break even from an operating margin perspective, and that's the first step back to profitability. We have a great team here. Everybody's pulling for us. We're doing all the right things, whether it's our focus on operational reliability, net promoter score, all of the premium products that we're launching, our laser focus on costs, and really trying to make sure that we're delivering a great product offering for customers, because JetBlue has this wonderful brand and this sense of people want to love us and they want to see us succeed, and 2026 is going to be our year with everything we've put into place.
Because 2025 was not the year for a lot of airlines.
Tough year for airlines.
There were a lot of issues, and you talk about the government shutdown. This has been a big discussion among a lot of the airline CEOs, where they've said we just can't make up that kind of revenue. So there will be some sort of hit. Have you disclosed any kind of revenue loss as a result of some of the shutdown?
You know, we haven't disclosed any kind of revenue loss. You know, we've said that we remain on track for Q4, and I think we're pleased with what we're seeing in terms of bookings coming in for the balance of the month. We definitely saw some softness, obviously, during the government shutdown, but we're recovering coming out of that. I think most have shared that, but it was definitely an impact, and unfortunate that the airlines were put, you know, right in the middle of that shutdown. You know, all the great air traffic controllers and the TSA workers, they need to be, you know, cast as essential workers. We really need to make sure that, if anything, this industry is so essential to our economy. I mean, think about all the people who are traveling for weddings and funerals or doctor's appointments that were displaced because we couldn't get on the same page in Washington, D.C. So we're really hopeful that, you know, we've turned a page there and that we can move forward, you know, looking at that end of January date with, you know, a little bit of nervousness, but I'm confident that D.C. will pull it together and get us in the back end of that.
Yeah, you somehow, being an airline CEO probably wasn't in your bingo card that you'd be well focused on healthcare legislation with your fingers crossed heading into January. I'm wondering how much you're hoping to attract a new class of customers versus capitalize on the ones that you have that might be willing and able to pay a little bit more with some of the new offerings.
Yeah, it's a little bit of both. We know we have customers today that want our first class product, and so it's really, you know, offering that to them so that they can buy up when that opportunity presents it. But it's also making sure that we're competitive with the industry. Everybody's moved towards premium. You know, we're going to continue to move towards premium because it is a resilient customer segment, but we're not going to forget the folks that fly in our coach product. I mean, they're just as important, and we want to make sure that JetBlue offers something to everyone.
It really does feel a little bit like the Sharks and the Jets when you speak to some of the airline industry CEOs, where they talk about, you know, it's become a game of consolidation, and it's become a game of the big fish really dominating the fields in a lot of different ways. They say it's going to be very hard to be a more budget-focused airline. How do you fight back? How do you sort of create a viable business model at a time when you do see this consolidation of profitability and travel in the biggest airlines?
I mean, it's definitely hard. We talk about the need for a more level playing field. When 4 carriers have 80% of the domestic seats, that's a real problem. You know, we fight very hard in D.C. to try to make sure that we're heard, that the challenges we face, whether it's cost pressures, the lack of scale, the lack of, you know, consolidated purchasing, the, you know, inability to get access to gates. We just bid on a gate, a Heathrow slot, and we were denied it. And so, you know, while I maybe understand why it went to a legacy larger carrier, those are little things that add up over time. And the smaller carriers really need to be given a fair shot to win in this environment, and that's not happening right now. So we're focused on what we can control. We're focused on a whole series of initiatives under our Jet Forward program. It's getting getting us moving in the right direction. I'm excited about what it's going to bring, but we do need the government to kind of make that a more level playing field so smaller carriers can more effectively compete.
And that was JetBlue CEO Johanna Geraghty speaking exclusively to Bloomberg's Lisa Abramowitz. For more on travel now, let's bring in Dakota Smith, co-founder and president of Hopper. Dakota, thank you so much for joining. How is business travel? Has it come back post-pandemic to the extent that we would have liked it to come back?
Yeah, hi, nice to meet you. The good news is travel is doing pretty well as an industry. It's mostly fully recovered since the pandemic. Business travel is finally reaching its pre-pandemic levels and starting to grow. Leisure travel has been, it surpassed the pre-pandemic levels probably in 2023. So travel outlook is still strong. I mean, people are still spending on travel despite any lingering concerns in the greater economy. We just did a survey this year, and travelers said they spent just as much as travel on the 2025 holiday season as they did in 2024, for example.
How are people spending? What are they doing? Is it still the experiences that people are looking for here?
People are spending, I would say there's probably one trend that is shifting and has really accelerated post-pandemic, which is people are using their credit card and loyalty programs more and more when they're booking travel. Obviously, that is partially to offset the cost. Those things lower the cost. Our business is really growing around that. For instance, we power travel rewards and loyalty for probably about 10 banks around the world, including Capital One here in the U.S., other banks around the world like Commonwealth Bank of Australia, Nubank in Brazil, the world's largest neobank. And we're building these like integrated travel rewards and loyalty experiences directly on the banking website or banking app. So when people are using their credit cards, they can earn and burn points and kind of access all of these great travel products, like some of which you were showing on your screen. And that's a trend that's just really accelerated. Something like 20%, 25% of online travel in the United States now is being booked directly through a credit card loyalty program. And that's just like much, much higher than it was maybe 10 years ago.
How much do the banks play into that? You mentioned banks in Brazil and outside the United States, but how much are customers, booking their travel through banks in the US? You said 25% of travelers, but how would you increase that figure?
Well, I think it's been growing year over year. It's the fastest growing segment of online travel. So online travel is growing about 5 to 6% year over year, which is about 2x the average GDP growth rate. And most of that growth is actually coming through this banking credit card loyalty segment. And there's some simple answers and reasons for that. Fundamentally, the banks are offering really compelling value propositions and rewards to customers that kind of make these experiences some of the best places to book travel, right? So to go back to my Nubank example in Brazil, Nubank is offering its customers 0% APR free installment financing for up to 12 months for all trips booked in new travel. That's very compelling. I think the average APR rate for installment financing in Brazil is 35% elsewhere. So that's one example. When you look at Capital One, if you have their Venture X card here in the United States, you can earn 10x points when you book a hotel on Capital One Travel. That's functionally 10% back for your next trip. That makes a difference when travel is such a large category.
Dakota, just in my own household, I think part of this is generational. Like the extent I go to is I have a Chase card that's branded with United because I'm captive to United here in Newark. Okay, so that's about it. My daughter's got 27 different scams going any which way. She's got it on spreadsheets about points here, points there, what she needs to do. Is it a younger generation more aggressively, I guess, using points and trying to manage and capitalize on them?
The short answer is yes. I mean, the statistics are pretty clear. Gen Z is the generation that uses loyalty programs and credit card programs to book travel at the highest clip of any generation by a lot.
Yeah, so how are they doing that? I mean, how do you keep track? And all these partner airlines, alliances between different airlines and so on. Does that happen in the hotel industry too? And, who ultimately benefits from all of this?
I think ultimately the consumer benefits because the bank is functionally funding or offsetting the cost of their leisure trips. You know, the average person's taking 3 or 4 trips per year. It's over 10% of their total income humans are spending on travel. So anything to make that more affordable, I think, just benefits the consumer, it benefits the economy, it benefits the local regions who are receiving the tourism revenue and the tax revenue. And ultimately it benefits the suppliers, right? The airlines and hotels. The banks are making it easier for travelers to go to their hotel and to, you know, book a ticket on their airline. It is hard to keep track, but I think a lot of people
spreadsheet,
you know, can afford 1 or 2 premium credit cards. You know, there's a limit to how many of those you can have in your wallet, and you know, just choose the best one, and it's a great place to book.
Is the industry, are they embracing this? How do they view it? Is it some way to grow their business?
Yes, I think in the United States is furthest along of any country in the world. You've seen this for years and years, right? You can look at the earnings reports of the major airlines in the U.S., and a huge percentage of their income and especially their profit is related to the loyalty program and selling the points to their co-brand credit card issuing partners. So that's a fundamental part of the airline business that keeps it going, keeps it profitable. Hotels more and more, especially with the large chains, are doing those co-brands and leaning into their points program too. So the interoperability between the airline and hotel points programs and the credit card programs is a huge part of that. And then I would say the U.S. is very far ahead. And then what we're seeing as